Futures back in positive territory to start things off here this morning as we await more economic data to come a little bit later on in the day. Nothing significant as far as announcements this morning. Some mortgage-related information coming up around 9:45 and then 10 o'clock once again as we come off a bit of a slide into the close yesterday. If you remember, we ended the session basically near the lows of that last hour or so. That said, a lot of things moving around this morning back to the upside, including that's the overall market right now, including Tesla back in positive territory, maybe teaming up with CATL on a battery deal over in China, looking to develop some faster charging batteries specifically for the Chinese market. So that would be huge if that is actually a thing for Tesla. We'll have a look at DJT again, coming off just a wild day yesterday for that stock, both directions up again here this morning. GME out with earnings downside in a pretty big way here. And NIO, Chinese ADRs under pressure here this morning, but NIO specifically cutting their delivery expectations. So not a good look for them as well. It's Wednesday, March 27th, 2024. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, let's look at the overall market there. This is NASDAQ up 0.5% here so far pre-market. Not a lot of action so far, but we are gapping back higher after, as I was mentioning, pretty steep sell-off into the close yesterday. A lot of things under pressure, including some of the big tech names late in the day. We'll have a look at those coming up. But lots to look forward to at the end of the day. That's how things ended. 0.42, 0.28, bed flat for the Dow, 0.19 for the Russell. We are green here to start things off. Not quite that strong at this point, but lots of things moving around here. As I mentioned, hey, Robinhood has a credit card, and it's solid gold.
What?
Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be?
Just refer 10 people, Brendo. You get a solid gold credit card from Robinhood. Vlad Tenev announcing that yesterday, I think this morning. Super interesting. GameStop also had earnings not doing so well, so a couple of meme stocks in focus. China also in focus. A lot of the American company executives over there to meet with President Xi to try to iron things out. So lots to chat about today, Brendo.
Yeah, Bitcoin is well back below 70,000 ever so slightly here, but moving around once again this morning, so we'll keep an eye on all things crypto related. Obi is back in the hot seat again this morning. Good morning, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, Good morning. It's all Obi all the time, and we're happy to have him. Oh, no, you're out of a coffee?
Oh, no.
Randy! Where's that little Randy fun thing that we have? Maybe he'll magically appear.
I got another one right here.
Appear, then all of a sudden coffee's, oh, you got a coffee there.
Boom.
Okay. Are we allowed to cheers coffee? Remember you said no cheersing water was bad luck, and then we had that banger of a trade? Cheers. That's why jinx are... All right.
Maybe it wasn't the best of luck for the market. We got that.
Yeah, it was bad.
A little bit of a slip, a little bit of an avalanche.
Or was it bad for the market? I said yesterday into that close.
You were short the TQs. We were talking about that.
Damn, that and nice. I said at the end of the day, I said I would look for a bounce here tomorrow morning. We wake up, NASDAQ's up 0.4%. So you basically making back everything you lost right there in that last hour. But you know what? You got to sell to make a profit.
It just ripped right back up into those closing prices.
I wish that Robinhood, I'm just reading about this now, no annual fees, and it says up to 3% cashback. My credit card, I think, is like maybe 1%, and on certain purchases, you get 2%, and then maybe you get 4%, something like that. So, but that sounds pretty sweet if that's like a general 3% or 2% across the board. Let me know if anybody here in Canada has a good program there, a good credit card where you get like a lot of cash back. Me and Ramin were talking about that. I put a lot of stuff on the credit card, and it's just like to get that cash back for us is great. You can also get travel points and things like that, but some of the travel we do is with the business, whatever, so I don't use that too much, so I get the cash back. But what would you be, more of a points guy or a cash back guy?
I think I'd go with the points.
Points you get good value.
I like the travels. Yeah.
Is Neil still on the show? Yes, he is. Yes.
Yeah, he's Neil's on vacation. He'll be back next.
We're just testing out Obi just in case. Yeah.
I'm just filling in, guys.
Huge $4 billion.
I just fill in. That's all I do.
He's the fill man. Waste management guy over there. Okay, yeah, I know. IBIO. What's up, Mard? Yeah, that's IBIO is on our, we're going to get to it there, on our watch list today. This is iBio Inc. here, trading higher after entering collaboration agreement with Astral Bio. So it's a nice move up here for IBIO, and thanks for pointing that out, as it's looking like it wants to take out the day's high rate now. And then if we use our trade ideas, you can see there, as we got some construction happening behind us. We only have a short float of 1.71% right now, but look at the float, ladies and gentlemen. We have another low float runner here. It's just 3 million shares. Already done, 14 of those million shares with a 3 million float. So this name's going to do crazy amounts of RVol today. Get ready for IBIO. And Obi, you mentioned that we missed DNUT yesterday because it did an amazing amount of volume, had that deal with McDonald's, and once again up here today. So maybe we'll be looking at that.
Yeah, no, I was looking at it last night. I was like, big miss opportunity. We even pulled it up.
Yeah.
I remember the chat pointed it out. I was like, oh, nice. This is this, large cap association. That's definitely something to watch. And I pulled it up. I looked at the chart. I was like, oh, that's nice.
We did not trade.
And then I moved over back to what I was doing with some of the semis and maybe some of the large caps. And that was kind of a miss on my part. But with a little bit of review last night, I'm like, yeah, no, maybe if you see that happening, take a quick look at the RVol. I do have it on my chart, but like a little bit of situational awareness can definitely improve on that. But yeah, today, day 2 on that news, I'm definitely going to be having it on watch. But yeah, nothing too crazy.
Wow,
today I'm just going to be waiting for a lot of opportunities to kind of show up. We see that like midday. We've had some crazy moves. We got Reddit. We got DJT that's moving.
I love
and
DJT.
I guess,
That's
yeah,
gonna be my favorite symbol.
DJT was nice.
Ever since we had that TJ talk the other day. Wow, what a fail it was when we put that poll up. This is how wrong, you can be on a stock. We had that discussion about Robinhood versus SoFi about 2 months ago, and I actually picked Robinhood, but have invested in SoFi, which is the stupidest thing. Robinhood here from February has doubled. So Robinhood right here, this is February 8th, so you're talking about just, I guess, 7 weeks. You've gone from $10.50 to $21, so up 100%. Obi.
Yep.
SoFi from that same date was at that time $8.38. Maybe we're cherry picking. Let's just say $8, and today $7.30, minus 10% versus a plus 100%. So the question is now, I ask everybody in the chat, March 27th, do we rotate out of Robinhood profits, if you have any, and go into SoFi? SoFi's here at a bottom. It hasn't had a move whatsoever. And Robinhood's up 100% in a month and a half. What do you guys think in the chat? Let's throw it back to the floor. Yes.
All right, a number of things to discuss this morning. I was just having a look at ALT, was popping up in front of me here on volume scanner, so little one moving around. A couple other things to consider here. Tesla, as we said, CATL. This is kind of interesting. This is not confirmed yet, but apparently the company in talks with CATL, battery maker over in China, to develop faster charging and lighter batteries is what I was reading this morning. So part of the reason we're back to the upside here, there was also a couple of positive analyst notes this morning on Tesla, but I mean, everyone in this industry is working towards that specifically. I mean, you're still having to sit, at a charging station for 30, 40, 45 minutes to charge a vehicle. If they can come up with something that's significantly less, that's huge.
Yeah, it's big, Brendo. I mean, we see QuantumScape working on their technology with ceramics to try to make charging a little bit quicker and less degradation for the batteries. I mean, that's the holy grail, right? You want to be able to maintain the 100% capacity of the battery for as long as you can. You also want to be able to charge as quickly as you can. So lots of technical challenges still in the battery world. I want to see how this does, because recall that they're using different types of batteries on their Model Ys in China. cheaper,
Yeah.
but with less range, obviously, but the price reflects that.
Yeah, development continues, obviously, and should. Just mentioning that ALT, Altimmune downside hepatitis B treatment trial was discontinued, so ALT moving around here as well, guys.
You want to buy Robinhood or SoFi at these levels?
Neither. I don't know. I haven't really looked at them, so.
All right.
What do you think?
For me, I would actually do like a little bit of a split idea there. I would take that 100%, get out of half of it for Robinhood, let the rest ride, and then like you were saying, gun to head. I mean, I don't know if I would be buying SoFi, but I would if I put $1,000 into each of those names that 2 months ago, and now I would have 2,000 in Robinhood,
Right.
and I would have not 880 or whatever in SoFi.
Yeah.
So that I would take that 1,000 off the table on Robinhood, then it's house money, drop it into SoFi. I mean, this was a Robinhood community event. So the thing is like, Anthony Noto is a very public person. He's CEO of SoFi. Randy sits here and does these things with these things. I actually have to message him to get that coffee going. And I just think that SoFi is capable of doing very similar tactics to Robinhood.
You're saying it's kind of lagging behind.
I mean, by the chart space, yeah, but by the chart also looks bad. So, I mean, under the 50, under the 200. When you're looking at a stock like this, like a JP Morgan, this is the problem. This is the problem with investing and trying to stock pick. You know, it's like when you see a name like SoFi and you see that it's not moving and you're like, oh, maybe there's some nice value here, there's a bottom somewhere, blah, blah, blah. Often, a lot of these names that you pick, see Fisker, I mean, there's lots of different names. You know, a lot of these names are actually battling back right now, but look at a GameStop or, you know, some of these little more meme stocks. You invest in them hoping to get that 20, 30, 40, 50%, which is great. You'll get that. I mean, we just talked about Robinhood going up 100%. But if you just put your money into JP Morgan, you know, even at that same time, JP Morgan is going to get you more return than an ETF. Or something like that. But you're telling me that,
Whoa,
right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's just like, this is not really rocket science.
No.
So if you put that same $1,000 into JP Morgan down here at that same time, that's $175. Sure. You know, it's not $300. It's not doubled its value or anything like that. But, you know, you sleep at night and you don't worry about gold credit cards.
When was that regional banking crisis?
That was like 2 years
October,
ago, March.
It's been 2 years? No.
Yeah, because this last year was it last year, the banking crisis?
Yeah.
KRE. What's up with
Yeah.
the KRE? Yeah, it was in the spring, wasn't it?
Yes. I was looking at JPM's chart. I'm like, all right, well, since October, we've just been trending up.
Hold on.
Very, very strong since those October earnings last year. When was this? Last quarter of, October 23.
Yep. March, yeah.
I don't know if that was March 23 was the crisis? Okay.
Here's KRE. But this is, I mean, again, this is the other thing too. You know, I mean, there it is. Whew. So you're going to get, you know, Silicon, SVB, and then, what was it, First Republic, all the way to the downside there. Finally making that 34, 35 bottom. And you're kind of, you know, you're sort of recovering. We just had that New York Community Bank situation fall from here, 52 down into the, this is probably a good buy too, actually. We have WFC today on some upgrades and things like that. Okay, just real quickly here about Tesla. I mean, it's going to be, I know this is broken record time, but like yesterday we nailed this stock early, man. We had a 178 bottom there yesterday on Tesla. We were able to grab that. We are going to open in and around 178, 179. It did dip down. We're able to get that whole move. And then we threw some money away here when it was bouncing around 180, which turned out to be a pretty good thing because that late day sell-off that Obi was just mentioning, you know, created another bottom. But guess what? We basically bounced at 178 again. So the Tesla trade today is a 178 long. I mean, if the market's coming in and we're going to stop and recover a little bit, then open up higher. If we get a flush, I mean, the 200 period's at 179. Let's get that party started right there. I mean, we can get it started at 179, wait for a 178 to put it on, and then, go into the depths of hell if we break into 177.50. So, I mean, even 177.50 here, Obi, yesterday pre-market was held. So, I mean, if you like Tesla, then I think in this area right here is a good little buy. See that new tool? It's been here forever. But this little area with this ellipse could give us some buy spots. So I think we'll be there. And it's always a matter of how many shares at what level. Yeah. Any thoughts?
All right, let's touch on Bitcoin here real quick. As I mentioned when we came on there at 8:30, really not doing a heck of a lot as far as price action so far this morning. That said, we are still holding up very nicely here, right at 70,000. Yesterday there was a decent volume, even though we didn't do too much on the price action side of things as well. If you look at the individual movers this morning, Coinbase was back higher a little bit after a pretty red day at the end of the session yesterday, 1.9%, right now back higher for Coin. Mara, I noticed as well, 1.5% back to the upside today. So worth keeping these in mind.
Yeah, some of the miners had a good day yesterday, Brendo. I saw Hut 8 well into double-digit territory. I think it was up about 12 or 13%. Mara, Riot, CleanSpark all had decent days. I'm keeping my eye here on MicroStrategies because that was an insane move yesterday. It moved about $300 some odd dollars. So we'll continue to watch what they do. Knocked on the door of 2,000, Brendo, 1905.
Yeah, still holding up there right now. 1910 right now for MSTR. Another 1.5%. This thing just keeps going.
13.50. Oh man, I can't even get this. I'm trying to get this sticky note. Thank you to Randy. He just came through. Unfortunately, he was here and gone. Yeah, you want to talk? Why don't you talk about MSTR? Have you looked at it yet? I mean, Bitcoin's over 70,000.
Yeah, so I just pulled up Bitcoin as we just mentioned that. So yeah, 70,000. We've been kind of in that 70,000 since the beginning of this week. We kind of popped right back up in there. So let's take a quick look at the daily chart and see what we got in store here on the Ponzi, the crypto, right? A lot of people like to call this the Ponzi, right?
Crypto?
The Bitcoin.
Yeah. Are they calling it Ponzi?
No, it's called that's like a slang for yeah. So it's kind of back up to the 70,000 mark.
You're not a believer in crypto there. Or what?
No. I definitely am. It's just I like the name for it.
Okay.
It's nice.
Okay.
It's a joke at the same time.
Shout out to Ponzi.
Yeah. Shout out to Ponzi.
Taking a picture of the sticky note.
All right. No, not Microsoft. MSTR. That muscle memory. Okay.
Wow. Oh my God.
2,000. Wow. Okay. So we actually got all the way up to 2,000. We're only about 100 points away from this 2,000 over here. It's pretty wild. Kind of breaking out as well of this 81. This is the daily chart. Let's take a quick look at the weekly. Are we kind of, yeah, exactly. Look at that. That's pretty wild there on the weekly. You look like you break and then you just rip right back up. That's definitely potentially catching people offside as well. Bounce off of a previous high from 21. So yeah, that cycle that we had going into the end of the COVID era or whatever into 21. That spike that we had, we come right back into it on the weekly last week actually, and then now we're kind of pushing some fresh highs. MSTR all-time highs testing as of right now. Did we hit those yesterday actually? Yeah, so yesterday in the pre-market, we printed 1957. So yeah, that 2,000 definitely going to be on watch for me. Let's see what Bitcoin does, but it seems like this thing's running on its own a little bit.
I mean, we keep talking about if you like Bitcoin, then I feel like MSTR is right for you. Just to talk about something that I'll be trading, you'll see me get into. I mean, I like this IBIT product. We've been trading that a bit. That's not done on purpose, but no, it wasn't really done on purpose. So this little level here, I mean, it was really held yesterday, so that's going to be in and around 69,000 or so coming through. So you're going to have to watch that. How I trade Bitcoin is I'm watching this throughout the day. I'm not necessarily picking levels. I'm waiting for a dramatic move one way or the other. Like if we take out yesterday's top here at $40.60, we'll note that kind of a level. For IBIT, that's going to be around that 71,000 mark. So if we really start going on the crypto names themselves, Bitcoin and other whatever, Ethereum, or we really start going and we notice that it's moving around, we'll fly over to IBIT right there, right now. Mara's had such a nice move back. We're filming the podcast tonight, but We talked about Mara buying this name at $17, $18. We looked at a very bottom level of 15, but again, you could have started a position right here. This is when we were talking about it. Nice move back to the upside, a little bit of a short float as well. I could see Mara starting to dance here again today with Mara and Riot. Just if it gets going, watch out for that 2140 on these names. We're working on the sticky note, but MSTR, what a levered machine that one is as it keeps on going to the upside. So let's go over to the screen now and catch some upgrades and downgrades with Adara.
Lots of big names on the list here. Spotify getting an upgrade from HSBC Securities, trading up almost 2%. Disney getting an upgrade as well from UBS ahead of its shareholder vote coming up on April 3rd. Tesla getting an upgrade from Canaccord Genuity, price target increase here to 234. And Levi's getting an upgrade from Telsey Advisory Group. Downgrades, we have FedEx getting downgraded here by Exane BNP Paribas. They actually reported last week. Visa also getting a downgrade here from Redbird Atlantic. Wells Fargo with a price target increase, but a rating downgrade from Keefe Bruyette. And last but not least here, Crown getting downgraded by Truist, guys.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is going to be, honestly, Disney's cooking right now. Wow, like another upgrade there today. I should have put this on the sticky note today, but this, any kind of a pullback in Disney, this is a daily chart. I mean, it's trying to get to this 125 like crazy. So, I mean, you know, the mouse is definitely close to out of this house, because if this breaks this 125, I mean, you're going to have quite a nice move on Bob Iger talking about direct-to-consumer being profitable, on ESPN getting that deal done with the NCAA, with ESPN Bet starting to go, you know, get going a little bit. We saw the move on DraftKings. I don't know, man. Paramount's catching a bid now. I think Disney can continue to work. I am talking of my own book. I mean, a lot of us own Disney stock, and I'm going to be selling some of it. I have not yet. I like the name, but look what happened yesterday. You know, you had this dip opportunity again yesterday. And I believe we tried this and lost. But I don't know why we would have got out if it didn't break 118. But these bottoms are pretty sweet. If we can get something again, whoa, I'm still on this ellipse. If we can get something again in here for Disney, like 120, and then just try to respect, like, look at this move midday. Just try to respect in here this 119.70, 119.80 area. I really like Disney for a long. I mean, it's not doing our vol, so maybe it's not something that would catch our eye immediately. It's only 50,000 shares, but which is probably close to its relative volume. But I like this stock. I like it down here at 120. Hold it against that 119.50. I think Disney's a winner again.
Yeah, the trend's looking nice on Disney. I was looking at FedEx on the downgrade side of the board there, because FedEx had earnings just a couple of days ago, last Friday. Nice strong push off of that right into that 300. Can't really get into 300. A little bit of a shelf type kind of action there in the after hours. Comes right back in to about halfway, and then we kind of bounce. Now we're getting that downgrade. I don't know how strongly that's going to affect it, but I'm going to be watching this one a little bit here. Let's see if we can kind of push towards that 300, maybe get over previous day highs. Day one earnings high is where we kind of got above yesterday, right? We attempted to break below that day one low of earnings. We couldn't really get there. Next day we come in, pop back in. Something interesting, day one high. All of yesterday's end of day consolidation, when does this kind of start? So you get that strength pushing high a day around 12:30, and then you just consolidate or just hold that level going into the close, which also happens to confluence with the earnings day one high intraday, or I guess maybe not the high. Now that I'm seeing this first 15-minute candle, all right, this consolidation high. So maybe not the total high. So okay, that's cool. We got another level that we can watch as well in and around that 291. So let's see what FedEx has to do today, or is going to do today, with that downgrade kind of coming right back in below some of those levels. So we've got a few levels to watch. Maybe something will be there, maybe something won't be, but I'm definitely going to be I'm definitely going to try to keep an eye on that one. FedEx with a nice look.
I just saw Foot Locker here up 8% for FL to start today. Is it actually 8%? Okay, maybe not. Big day yesterday, or big couple of days coming off earnings for Foot Locker. There's a couple of positive analyst notes once again, but I don't know why this other platform that I'm looking at is saying it's up 8% today.
Yeah, well,
not doing.
Go ahead. Yeah, they're going to present, Brendo, at the 10th annual Retail Roundup Conference by JP Morgan. Obviously, you know, one of their biggest suppliers is Nike. Nike's been kind of trying to go their own way through that direct-to-consumer channel, but Foot Locker did quite well here, so we'll have to see exactly what they have to offer at this conference. We're
going to touch on some of these Chinese ADRs coming up in the rundown here, but just noticed Alibaba on a day low scanner here, 70.79. JD.com back under pressure as well, back towards the bottom of the range from yesterday at least. AMD also just popping up in front of me here a little bit, 179.22. I mean, this is getting back to a point where, you know, we're inside this range once again, or at least holding the top end of the range for AMD, maybe a buy at this point.
Yeah, still waiting to hear more about their new MI GPU. We've gotten a lot of information from NVIDIA with that conference. Still waiting to hear a response from AMD. We obviously know that they're going to release that MI GPU later this year, but the details a little bit light still. And about orders, we know that Meta and Amazon were both looking at picking up some from AMD, but light on details.
Yeah, pretty amazing that, I mean, we touched on it yesterday. Micron, all-time highs. NVIDIA then, AMD, as we just saw, still deeply into this pullback. Is this not a buy at some point here, guys, for AMD?
Yeah, immediately. Like, I mean, I feel like it depends on your time frame when we're talking about buying and selling these names. I mean, I think there's an inevitable bubble coming. It's just a matter of what's going to sort of burst it. Is it going to be valuations? Do we have to wait for the next earnings date to come through? I mean, just forget about AMD. I'll look at AMD. NVIDIA is always late, right? So AMD reports April 30th. So we get another month, you know, heading into earnings. And the question I'm going to, you know, ask everybody is, when you've had a pullback from here, this is not a SoFi Robinhood question. I feel like a lot of people would be investing into chip names rather than SoFi. But, you know, you've just pulled back here. I think enough probably is enough, which is why I say it might be time to start to buy this name. Heading into earnings in three weeks, you know, 4 weeks is earnings. So ramp it up, give it that week into earnings. I mean, it's just the high, the wick high there, 220. Let's even say 215, okay, right there, 214, 215. So now you've pulled back there off of that, $35, $40. So, you know, you're down, that would be 20 on 210. So you're down like, 13% or so off those tops at some point. I feel like you might want to start to buy this name, but I don't blame anybody if you wait until you get through this 50-period moving average, which right now is at 181. So I think you need to break that. And then I would like a break above this 185 to confirm that we're back to the north side here. And until then, it's actually, you know, again, we talked to Brian Shannon about this. You know, eventually, this is a 50-period moving average, right? It's going to start to slope down. I don't know how many days this is, but you're going to start to slope it down. Not yet. But at some point, this is going to be resistance. And for right now, I don't think there's a problem going short this name in and around that 182, which is that 50-period moving average, which just happens to be, you know, yesterday's high. So I like the longs today. I have the sticky note. I'm about to post it out. They talked about Alibaba. We'll get to that. The Chinese names are on the watch list. So we'll get to Alibaba. But I like that name if it gets a little lower. And honestly, I like AMD to short it if it gets a little higher. But I still like the longs in all these names. It's just, for this one, $2 either way, I think you test it.
Yeah, that AMD move yesterday, we were a little involved
Tesla's gone, by the way.
in a bit of the name. Yeah, Tesla's continuing to go. This crazy strength that does come in, and yeah, that 82, Sean. Not only is it yesterday's high, it's the high from the day before, and then a couple days before that, on last Thursday, when we had this strong little flush off the open. it happens to be the midday kind of high as well. So not only has it been showing up yesterday morning or yesterday as the high, but it's been showing up a couple times previously over the past couple of weeks, last Thursday and on Monday being one of them, and then Tuesday as well. So yeah, definitely that 182 is worth a watch. And when I was sitting here for this and I was like, holy, what is this strength? I got a little emotional. I was like, oh, okay, I'll just take that, and I took everything out from my long right here, but it just kept on going with expanding volume right into that 82 level, and then that's where it kind of started to slow down and fade off. So if we kind of get back up to that 182, Sean, I definitely agree with you there. I think that's going to be an interesting level to be watching the tape on AMD.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here, heading towards the open on a Wednesday morning here. Tesla, yeah, pretty impressive still. Sharif's going to lead us off with a look at the market.
52.65, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday. Currently trading below 5,300 with the overnight high being 52.90. So same thing as we said yesterday. 52.50 as support, 5,300 as resistance.
Just seeing Fisker cutting the price of the Ocean by as much as 39%. FSRN, if you want to have a look at Fisker now over on the OTC. If you haven't done so, grab that. Missed it, but grab that. It's rewind. Use a QR code. It's the watch list. Super easy, free for you every day. Let's talk about Tesla. This was actually after the close yesterday. There's a couple of positive analyst notes on Tesla this morning, but this would be huge. CATL teaming up over in Tesla, teaming up possibly over in China to work on faster charging, lighter, more compact batteries for their cars.
Yeah, Brendo, and Morgan Stanley chiming in not that long ago with reiterating its buy rating on Tesla and increasing its price target to $320. That is, more conservative than what Kathy Woods is predicting Tesla be $2,000 or some odd, but that's a nice premium for where it's currently trading at. Yeah,
not bad at all. Yeah, if you're looking, guys, FSRN, if you were away yesterday now on the OTC for Fisker.
Yeah, that was... Sorry about that. I hit that bang button because I was like, boom, time to buy some Fisker stock on that news. It's always a good sign when you slash the price of your cars by 39%. That's, we nail Elon when he drops it by like $500 or something like that. Okay, look. The watch list is so nice. It even says this, like, good day, Sean Katina. You put your name in there, you get a nice little hello. And then this is what we were talking about, a nice market summary, some promo codes in there. Then all of the stocks that we'll be talking about right here, including the Chinese ADR, GameStop. Here's the Tesla story that we're going to talk about right now. This is a relatively new deal, but you can see right now we're talking all about Citigroup. Actually, a price decrease there from 224 to 196 on a little bit of a downgrade, but go check it out immediately and grab our watch list. But look, I'm just about to send it out myself right now, but I have Tesla written down here as a 178 long. Oh my geez, okay. Yeah. Now we're starting to get going on Tesla. I mean, this is when the show started. We were at 178. We opened with the story of Tesla. I opened up, that's AMD chart. We opened up right here, 178, 179. We drew that little ellipse down here on our chart that, of course, has magically disappeared. And we talked about getting long down at those levels. We hit those levels yesterday on Tesla. And today, they're just hopefully going to come back in. There's that 178 that we had yesterday, a huge move up, and then that flush that happened at the end of the day. The good thing about that flush was it was supported by levels that make sense to us. It's one thing if it goes all the way down here and stops randomly at 176.50. But no, we already marked down 178. We like 178 from a back test earlier in the week. We like 178 from yesterday's bottom. It also was the bottom at the end of the day. So open, huge move, close. All right, so it looks like Tesla did nothing yesterday. So what I wrote down here on the sticky note is what we still need to get that full self-drive bump because we had it and then it got taken away and it still needs to happen. So it's like if the market's going to be up today, then Tesla's a no-brainer long. The only problem is that someone with a smarter brain than I already thought about that, and there it goes. So Tesla's already going. It just makes so much sense to me that this name needs to be a long. The reason we talk about it on the pod, we talk about it on the market recap show, we talk about it on this show. I thought one of the only reasons to buy Tesla was for the AI, the full self-drive capabilities, the capabilities with a company like Uber, and just where this world's going. And I don't know. You know, Brendan tried to get me to buy Tesla because of the robot.
Oh yeah,
that would be nice.
That would be cool.
I just want the robot here to hit trades, buy, sell, like that.
I mean,
I think you could probably code software. Yeah. I agree with Brendan. I mean, I'm down with that. You know, you're too lazy to take your dog for a walk. Hey, yo, you know, Optimus, take this guy for a 3-mile walk.
Yeah, that would be cool. I think maybe we're headed towards that. It's kind of like an iRobot kind of world there, right?
You know what? I mean, I've always thought about violence. You know, like, how are you going to let your robot just walk around the streets? Like, someone's going to vandalize it.
I mean, hopefully the robot can defend itself.
Now you're having robots. Now you're having robots fighting citizens.
No, you don't have to fight them. You can just defend and run.
No, Sharif. That's not. We cannot just enable. Oh, if someone attacks robot attack back. That is not something that we need to be doing.
You know, you just get a defense
exactly.
mode.
No,
you know?
no, Obi, you're not. These guys do not have, like, their strength is not equatable to human strength, my guy.
Yeah, no.
Like, you're punching a robot, and that's just like, hey, what's going on, Obi? You know, it's not falling down.
Yeah, no.
Well, I mean, when some people punch it, I guess.
Yeah,
robot versus Mike Tyson.
If Sharif punches the robot, maybe the robot will get a dent in it. I don't know about me.
Anyways,
I'm gonna get a dent.
Tesla right now is just motoring up here.
I like that Tesla. If you see that, I just looked at like some of the articles that were coming out. They were like, oh, I think Barron's or something. Was it Barron's or no? Dow Jones building on Tuesday's strong advance. All right. So I was like, all right, what happened on Tuesday? Yeah, we had Monday and Tuesday strength off the open, strength in the pre-market, a little bit of a shelf.
Tesla's
and coming in today.
Randy.
What's going on, Randy? Coming in today, Tesla's holding that this kind of area from the previous day, both in the pre-market and after hours, and intraday shelf end of day there as well. A little interesting level, 178, 179-ish, and we're pushing off of that. So let's see if we can break some of these highs and see if that long can really come in on Tesla today. It is on a little bit of a run over the past few days. So let's see what we got in store today.
Oh, man. All right. DJT back on the list as it rightfully should be. Let's zoom in a bit. Yesterday was just wild on this thing. Gets all the way up to $80 almost. Ends the day basically back at the lows. Gives it all back into the close. $70 coming into play here this morning. There's no real significant news catalyst in addition, but worth keeping an eye on today, obviously.
Yeah, a lot of hate for this name on linear television yesterday, Brendo. A lot of criticism, namely this Herb Greenberg individual basically saying that, doesn't deserve its market cap and it's going to be on the way down. Options trading now available for DJT. There was also another headline that the ticker DJT is also the ticker for Dow Transport on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. So a lot of controversy, as expected, with anything Donald Trump.
Looking like it might want to pull back a little bit here, guys. But yeah, 20% here already today.
Yeah, I mean, this is the main problem here with this trade, and there is not a problem. I mean, this was a good stock. This was a good stock here for real trading. It was a good stock yesterday to trade. And people asked me yesterday, do you remember this question, Obi? Why would you want to go long DJT but yet pay for shorts? I mean, this is the story of the stock market, everybody. Like, you're going to have ups and downs.
Yep.
And you're going to have lots of opportunities, to get in. And for everybody yesterday, the stock was up 30%. I mean, at its highs more than that. If you're going to look at this, the short might have actually been better than the long. I mean, you had the long early. There was no doubt about that. But then if you did not get out within the first 1 minute, then you lost it all. And then it halted down there, which, I was scared, and I was not even in the trade. And then it opened back up. That's just a joke. I thought it was going lower. Then it opened back up and went higher. So this would have been a good long. So that's maybe 2 longs. And this one you would have been able to get out of, man. 77, 78. I mean, it hung around there. It danced a little bit. So I like that trade for sure. But then are these shorts not better here at 75? You know, maybe you don't go short there, but it retests that level. That's a possibility to get short again. And if you're shorting pops, then you're part of that. And then it comes right back up to 75 again, Obi. That gets you another $4 or $5. Then it comes back to 75 again. That gives you another $2 or $3. And even if you're just getting out at the 50 period, then you get upside a little bit, and then that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me today, if we're playing this name, I mean, $75 short there is a great level to consider. So that would be something that I'd be looking for, and potentially, you know, in this area right there. So between 73 to 76. And the thing is like, this is how you do not go broke, you know. You can go broke on a daily. You know, maybe today you're having McDonald's instead of that filet mignon or whatever you want. But you don't hold it too far past this $76 mark. So if you're short in here, you want to take as many shares, give yourself $1 slippage, I would say, and that could be conservative. I mean, it could be a lot more than that. Give yourselves a slippage point and don't go broke on this trade. So that's all. You could make a lot of money. I just protect the downside.
I think that's a good point to be wary of the ticker like that. You see the volatility that it's had, right? Sometimes when it does slam in, it can or go either way, right? To the upside or to the downside. It'll just kind of teleport a few levels there, but definitely one that is building up. Even from yesterday's price action, again, we saw that it's been running for the past couple of days there. And I just pulled it up on the hourly just to see how we're setting up a little bit of a push to the upside there. So let's quickly take a look at that 15-minute. And yeah, highs from yesterday, 79.38 I have here. And then, yeah, we fell into the lows and we're pushing right back up into some of those highs. So let's see if we can break some of those highs, or we come right back in and that selling pressure that we saw at the end of the day kind of comes into it. But yeah, I agree with you. I think no stock, at least from my limited experience, goes like this, right? I've never seen a stock just go straight up like this. It's going to have ebbs and flows. On its price action on the way up. And yeah, as day traders, like, it doesn't matter. Stock go up, stock go down. We're trying to capture the move if we think that there's the move has some sort of relatively higher probability, right? So yeah, short or long, regardless, definitely opportunities on this name are going to be there on DJT.
All right, let's go to GME, right back at the bottom end of the range here, although we are starting to move higher a little bit pre-market. But that's a daily chart right now, back to this 13 level, which is key. Outside of that, that's basically 1150 for GameStop. Next stop. I mean, it's a miss, as expected here for GME.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a tough look here, Brendo. Quarterly sales down aggressively, 19% reduction in revenue. They did post a profit of about $63.1 million, but that was far less than what the street was looking for. The street was looking for $2 billion in revenue. They posted 1.79, so there was a miss there. They were also looking for about a little bit higher, about $75 million worth of revenue, so a miss there. We'll have to wait and see what they say, but yeah, tough look.
Trying to hold that 13 level right now. We're moving back upside a little bit here, guys, for GME.
All right, we're getting our pay for shorts working out now. So because we got to make sure that we both have Reddit capabilities of shorting and DJT. Yes. So we'll get each other a couple shares there. And that brought us to GameStop, because that would made us think about, hey, is this name shortable? Yes, it is. So those of us here at Real Trading, we don't need to pay for shorts on GameStop, which is good. So the shares are free floating around, I guess. And we had a short float. I wrote down on the sticky note 14%, but which I've noted that I think that was Robinhood's level. It's 22%. So a much bigger short float there than not much bigger, but I was looking at, I'm not going to use a 200 period moving average, although right now it's bumping off against it. I want to see GameStop go. I think what we've seen with Reddit, what we've seen with DWAC and so on and so forth, and some of these other names get going, Carvana, Wall Street Bets and so on and so forth. It's not dead yet. I mean, Reddit's being well talked about. Randy talks about some of the groups, and we talked about it on the show a couple times. I just want to see if GameStop could get going a little bit here. I don't think it will have enough strength to get through this $15 area, let alone up here where we got to at the end of the day when we had that late day run up. So this is retail, I would guess, buying it into the close, hoping for another side of this trade. But if you bought it into the close and you did not, I mean, that's basically an exit area there. If you're not out at this area right now and you're long, potentially you're holding this thing back to the upside and maybe trying to get it going. Look at all the spikes here. They're green spikes. So, hey, EPS miss, sales miss. I think fledgling business. I mean, Obi, you play video games more than I do, and you're the right generation for this.
What's up?
When's the last time you went into a GameStop and made a significant purchase?
A significant purchase?
Well, like maybe even just one game, controller, hardware.
I think maybe a couple years ago.
Years ago.
Yeah. But the thing is, I'm more of a PC gamer. The thing is, if I do see a GameStop, like I'm gonna walk in just to kind of check out what's going on, what they have. Maybe look at some covers, and they have some cool stuff in there. But being more of a PC gamer, I got everything I need.
So we have breaking news right now, and I knew it was all over when my son asked his grandparents for a Steam gift card for Christmas. Yes. So there you go. Okay, it's Carnival right now. I don't know if Valorant, do you think it's going to go? Carnival right now, it's out. So it's minus 14 cents versus minus 16 cents. But I have a news guy right at the desk. So let's go over to Brendan and see if he has those numbers.
Not on my platform yet, but we will keep an eye out for that again for CCL. Back to the downside, as you were mentioning there. Yeah, net yields up about 10.5%, including impact from Red Sea rerouting for Carnival. So a few things still coming out here. Adjusted net loss of 14 cents per share for CCL. Revenue 5.4 billion. Versus estimated 5.427 billion, so there or thereabouts for CCL. Let's keep going. A few other things to touch on here before we get to the open this morning. Robinhood, one of those. You have Vlad on CNBC this morning showing off, it's way up here this morning. Vlad on CNBC showing off its actual gold credit card for Robinhood now.
I'll refer 10 people for a gold credit card, Brenda. Oh, it's not a bad little deal there. No, but seriously, guys, what they're offering here, 3% cash back. They're not offering any annual fee, no foreign fee transactions. We'll have to see whether this elicits more people in. We saw with their earnings report last time, they had more trading volume thanks to crypto. They're still making money on interest income due to margin use. So not a bad look here. And he was on CNBC this morning.
Yeah, just testing session highs here for Hood, guys, extending what's already been a pretty good month.
Paying for these shorts right now. Yeah, Robin. I can talk. Yeah, you can go ahead about it. I like Robinhood's on the sticky note.
Yeah, I was looking at that GME just a little earlier. Coming to that 12 level was interesting right here. We're holding that 12, so let's see what we do in and around that 12 and that 13. But yeah, Hood pushing up in the pre-market, doing some RVOL as well. So yeah, let's take a quick look left on the hourly, see what we got in store. Can't really see too much. Let's go back to the daily then. All right, so looking left, what are some levels that we might have as Robinhood kind of rips right back up to some of these prices when it IPO'd, right? Or when it came out right there. So we did come out around 30s, 35s, a nice little pop into that 85 mark, and now we are pushing in the pre-market back into some of those levels here. So let's see what we got. So nothing too crazy here, a little bit of a downtrend, holding above some of these levels as well, 16, 20. All right, let's go back and see what it looks like on the 15-minute here. So maybe potentially some continuation if this volume kind of continues off the open. Let's see if we can hold some of these pre-market levels, a little bit of a support level in the pre-market here in and around just above that 2030 it would seem. So let's see what Robinhood will do with that one. But might be in play today with that RVOL happening.
71,000 coming into play here for Bitcoin. Fabian's about to retire, so is what it is. Let's talk about NIO right now, cutting their Q1 vehicle delivery forecast, 31,000 to 33,000. Why does it say 30,000? That's a misprint. $30,000 vehicles?
Come on.
I don't even know what that means, but anyways, yeah, their forecast downside for NIO.
Yeah, it's not a good look, Brendo. They guided 31 to 33,000 vehicles last time around. Now they're saying they're only going to be able to deliver a maximum of 30. That is not the first time we've seen deliveries go down. So, and when they reported Q4, they reported that their deliveries slumped 9.7% from the third quarter, which was 50,000 vehicles. So it's a downward looking graph here, not up and to the right, Brendo.
Yeah, not good at all. 460 this morning here, guys, for NIO.
God.
Oh, I need to.
A little bit of a downtrend.
A little pastry there. Oh, thanks, Sharif. Sharif made these good protein bars. You've had them before.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah.
I have some in the fridge because Sharif made me a bunch of them.
Nice. To make him some, he says he has to think about it.
No, I was like, he's like, I'm gonna make a full batch. I'm like, I don't
fight here.
Yeah, I mean,
like that. I'm just.
I'm
all
not
I
asking for
was
a
saying
full-
was they're in the fridge. We're gonna have some here.
Sure, I'll have some, man.
But Sharif
Yeah,
shows violence
he
this
was like, oh, I'm not, you know, I don't know. I didn't want him. He's a busy guy. I didn't want to put him more work. Just because I was like, oh, I want some protein bars, but they do taste amazing.
Well, they're in the fridge. I'm
going
to get them on the next break if I'm allowed to take one. Okay, so. Oh, it's funny because when my kid yesterday, and I said that because it was funny because she woke up at 5:30 a.m., was on the ice at 6:15 or something, and then I always talk to my wife before I come into work, and then anyways, probably too much. I love you, by the way. But she goes, oh, your daughter woke up this morning and chose violence. And I was like, oh, and she's like, basically, she was battling for that puck, like you never and it was like it was a thing to see. So anyway, that makes me proud as a father.
Yeah.
But anyways, whatever. Okay, so what are we talking about now? NIO. Oh yeah, NIO. Look, I don't. It's tough to come on here and talk about stocks because I know that there's levels, that could have been supported there. Once this broke 550, you could have got out of this name pretty easily right there. And I have another example. I don't even know if I'll be playing NIO today because the name that I wrote down on the sticky note, and I put a couple levels out. Go look at the sticky note. I did a few different things today. I put some levels for Tesla. I tweeted out a couple different charts that I like. There's the Tesla bottom. There's the DJT top. But I also wrote down here, Bob, a 70 long. So there's China EV worries. I get it. The market is crap over there. And we keep going lower and lower on the major exchanges, okay? But the thing about Alibaba is, we love tech here in the United States, or apparently we don't. The government loves getting the taxes, but then, maybe they're too strong, so we have to investigate them. But these guys are a monster, okay? Like, you want to talk about the cloud, the $25 billion buyback underneath them. Management is fine. You want to talk also about IPOs possibly being lifted and allowed to enter the Chinese market. These guys have 2 or 3 IPOs underneath them that they can put out. I really like Alibaba, but because we're a day trade show, I mean, I'm an investor in this name. I just recently bought some at 72. So, I like it down to 70. Let's see if we can hold 70 here. It's not even like anything that's been here before. It's a nice little move in. I like it on the daily, and it's more of a psychological level of $70. I'm going to go long in front of it. If we break below and get to like 69 and 3/4, something like that, then let's dump it. This is not a name where I'm going to be bidding $70.50, $70.25. I'm going to be bidding like 70 10s. Like if we're going to get long, we're going to stick our neck out on this. It's going to be as close to the blade as possible, if you know what I'm saying. Like I don't need to see this. Maybe that was brutal, but I don't need to see this coming and dropping and chopping me up. No, we will wait for this to happen. And if it comes down to $70, I'm long Alibaba, and it could be your potential trade of the day.
Yeah, I like that look there as well on NEO. Yep, I was looking at it when we pulled it up. A little bit of a downtrend since we kind of or coming back into this earnings low here. Oh, what is that? Okay, so maybe a bigger picture downtrend. I don't know when that line is there from. Actually, let's take a quick look here on the 3 hour. Yeah, I like to work in threes and nines. A little bit of a. Let's put a little bit of a tinfoil hat on, but okay, so it seems like a bigger picture downtrend kind of happening. It is slowly seeming like it is trending to the downside. Has it ever been here? Are these all-time lows here? Let's take a quick look on the weekly. These are not all-time lows on NEO there.
No, the government came in, I thought, at like $2. Remember we had that story yesterday?
Okay, yeah. So it seems like look at this volume that does come in. Maybe the bid caught in and around $2, 2 to 3. It would seem. So yeah, it is kind of heavy to the downside off of those deliveries. Will it help? Who knows? But NEO to the downside with some RVol today.
To the desk.
Today we're talking about channel breakouts, guys. We've been talking about breakout trading all week on how to trade. Today we'll talk about channel breakouts. Make sure to catch that with Adair and I on how to trade at 11.
On the list, but it wasn't.
Yeah, there was a deal there, IBIO. Yeah, so we're just talking about that. Thanks, Sharif. As we get ready to go, so just a couple minutes to go. Well, one thing we did not look at yet were the imbalances. We'll look at all these names, man. For everybody in the chat, IBIO. I have bids right now on Tesla, but those are at 178, so that's not happening. So we're gonna have to refigure out those. We have the low bid on Alibaba, and then coming in right now, there's the NEO sell. I don't know what GMDA, okay, nothing. GMDA, that's not ringing a bell to me. Apple was just there as a sell, starting to get paired off a little bit, down to 170 on that sell. So you're seeing a nice push down there. Most likely Google should be coming back in as well. This is Goog, I'll trade Goog L, but Goog is on here. There's CCL. So CCL's neutral, so that's gonna get paired off, or it already is. But they're really reversing course here, CCL. So we'll get that story in a minute. When Adair is on the desk, we'll bring you more CCL numbers. But with only a couple more minutes to go, CCL is reversing pretty good into these levels again, 1650 or so. Palantir there as a bid, but you know, we'll continue. Wow, okay, that's right. It broke 25 yesterday. It did get to 25.50, right? So watch out for Palantir up 1%. That's an exciting one as well. Okay, we had Amazon as a long, possibly. I wanted to look at Robinhood as well as we go. So Robinhood, I put a bid down here at 1950 is what I wrote down on the sticky note. That's this past breakout level just before earnings yesterday. So I understand that this is a nice move here, earnings, before their community event. I understand this is a nice move. I could expect to see a sell-off here in Robinhood. So we're going to be bidding down around 1950. People taking profit on this name that's up 100% on the year. So we'll look at that. And that's about it for me early. We're trying to be pretty patient here today, Obi, as the market is well up. We called this move yesterday at close. I said, watch out for the market to be back up tomorrow. And it's well up now, and we're well back to those levels that we dumped off at 18.6. So let's see if we can have another one of those big futures trades again here today too.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching a little bit of CCL off the open. Only got a couple more minutes here, so let me just set up my
we
charts.
got it all set up here, don't
CCL, yeah. So CCL, okay, so CCL's flushing to the downside a little bit here. So like I said, I'm going to be a little patient. First 5 minutes, let's see what happens. If I like something, I might get involved, but we'll see. CCL flushing through some of those pre-market lows as well as yesterday's lows right now. We're testing yesterday's lows right now, right before the open. So let me just pull up the book for you guys here so you guys can get a better look at that one. Yesterday's low, we just broke yesterday's low here on CCL. What is the week low? Week low, we broke that one as well much earlier. So yesterday's low was week low, today being Wednesday, hump day. With only about 30 seconds left to go at the open, yeah, throw it in the chat. What are your best ideas on the day? If you guys throw them in the chat right now, we can take a quick look right off the open. But I will be watching a little bit of AMD. I got my screens here with all the charts. So let's see, Krispy Kreme also on watch. Maybe some UPS as well, DJT, of course, and Reddit with 8 and 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go.
And the countdown
everybody.
there brought to you by Obi and Adara. So thank you everybody for watching.
Thank you,
Here we
Darren.
go again. We have Robinhood up. It's dancing around a little bit. We have Tesla looking to see where that wants to land here. I'm trying to bid some 180s right now on Tesla. Let's take a little bit of a dip here if we can get it back into that 180.50. We just bounced off that. We were bidding 180. We are bidding 180 change down there. So there we go. We do get that long. So look, the market got heated up, right? We saw a little downtick yesterday. I feel like we need to now wait. So what? Okay, there we go. So now we're long. So now we're long into this one. Watch out. We talked about 178. Remember we talked about getting run over by Alibaba? Let's not just get run over by everything. How about that? And just wait. Alibaba's actually making a move to the upside. Let's be patient with Tesla. We got on a position here. It's about half of what I'd be happy with. I am going to wait. To see if we can get back down here, because I would not be cool with anything other than that. So let's wait, be patient for this to work out. It's Tesla flying around right now a little bit. Robinhood down into 20. Obi, you let me know. You just got CCL long. Robinhood just bouncing off 20 right now. Here goes Tesla a little bit. We'll get something. I mean, we can get something out at 181. Let's just put an offer there to get a piece out if we get back there. And then we'll put, wow, now we're starting to go the other way. And then we'll put a one at 181.50 and see if we're able to do something up on that side. But here we go. Coming back in for Tesla. I wanted to test a little bit of that dip, but oh man. Look at Bitcoin, by the way. Jeez, man, 71.5 right now. iBit, Coinbase, all of them must be going 275. Okay, we still like 280 on Coinbase. That's still going to be a level that we'll look at. I thought it'd be higher considering what we're doing in this market right now. Out of the money, 40 cents on Tesla, and going lower right now as the market maybe is trying to find a bottom. Check in on some of the chip names.
Yeah, so I guess I am watching the Spider as well. We kind of saw what it did yesterday in and around that 520. We're still in and around some of those areas. There was some size here, 1650, 500 lots on CCL. All of them got printed and some size in front of it as well, huh? Interesting. 52s, some nice size getting filled there. So let's see what we got here. We did do a little bit of a bounce off of the low 16s. Nvidia breaking yesterday's low. So that end of day flush kind of continuing off the open today on Nvidia as well. So let's take a quick look at some of these chips. Chips with the dip. SMCI also selling off. Something that is not selling off though, Sean.
What's that?
Remember, Intel was just consolidating and chopping around that 42?
Never heard of it.
It's at 43 right now. Okay, all right, let's pull that one. Let's pull that one up.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, when is Intel going to do the move? If it does, and it's just been chopping in a 20-30 cent range. Maybe that was some accumulation. Maybe that was some consolidation. Who knows? But Intel strong to the upside, looking distinctly different from a lot of these other chip names. But before I continue with that, we're going to pass it over to the big desk.
Yeah, so here are some Carnival earnings. We do not get the conference call until 10 a.m., so I will let you guys know if anything, what is happening there and if anything moves the market. But kind of a summary of the earnings here. We did have a slight earnings beat, so slightly less of a loss than expected here for EPS. Sales missed though, so 5.4 billion versus the expected 5.473 billion. They also did provide EBITDA projections, but said that those are could be impacted by up to $10 million due to the events in Baltimore yesterday with that bridge. Also worth noting as well, they did raise by about 5 cents their profit forecast for 2024. So initially 93 cents per share for 2024. Now they're seeing 98 cents per share. If I see anything else, I will let you guys know.
So we're reverse dollar club on Tesla right now as we're down $1. It's into 178. Like again, remember like we just said, just be patient. Like I should have no shares on, and then we could put them on right here. But we're gonna wait again. So we have to wait near 178. I mean, this was the level that we liked on the sticky note. Like what is this bizarro world right now? Because look at Alibaba. Like I was just talking about, like, hey, U.S. is great and China, Look at Alibaba to the upside. Now, we wanted this long. This was another long that we told you we were going to stick our neck out for, but it just never went down. I mean, these first couple moves down, that's just flushing out those imbalances, and that's always a risky trade. And we were bidding down here at $70 flat, $70.10. We talked about that level. We're actually at $70.11, and it just didn't get there. So nice move upside there for Alibaba. Robinhood is doing, again, exactly what we sort of thought it would do, but did not take action on. There's the sell in Robinhood. It was up 8% when we talked about that pre-market. Now you've just chopped it up a little bit, gave back half of that move into 20. I'm still here down at 1970. Good year. And we'll wait to see if that comes in for us to fill. And of course, it goes down to another good year, 1987, one of Adara's favorite years. All right, so isn't that Taylor Swift? Isn't that one of her albums? Yeah, okay. Oh, 1989. My bad. I'm not the biggest Swiftie, I guess, as I purport to be. Okay, so here we go. Just long Tesla right now. We said we'd look, Obi. Are there any other names? Because
you said you liked Amazon. Remember, into that 178.
Is it at 178?
It went to 177.30s and now just popped right back up into 178.
Okay.
Yeah, which was yesterday's kind of end of day low right here. Take a look at that. And I know that Sean was saying that you might be interested in that one if you want to speak more on that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I liked 178. I was not expecting that to pop that low on Amazon. Right now, it's going to be hard for me to dig into the longs. But yeah, I like to pull back into 178 on Amazon. We went from 180, like, wow, this market, like, we nailed that short like crazy yesterday. But right now, we are giving it up, baby. Nice downside move again. We're always looking at 18.5, and guess what? Magic hits. We're hitting 18.5 right now. Let's take a little bit more of Tesla at this level, but we want more down low, man. That's going to be the key one for us. And if we think that move is going to hold 18.5, which, by the way, it didn't, then maybe Amazon long is what's good. We've known that Google long has been what's good. I'm already in Tesla, so to sit here and dip by some of these names, I mean, if the levels are right, you should make the trade. There's not a problem. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, Google's coming into 150. I like, but it's like right now, we're getting taken out here on Tesla. I mean, this long, we thought we were all like, smart about this long. It turns out completely the other way around here, as it's been a nightmare trade for me here, as Tesla has not worked out one bit. But we're long right now. This is the level that we sort of talked about and that we liked early, as you know, Obi. So let's sit here and see if it can work off 178.
Yeah, I'm watching this Intel as well. I want to pull it up on a chart here. So let's see if that 43 holding for now.
Tesla's going to break this, obviously.
But let's take a quick look at this. This looks a little interesting here. Looking left. Right here, take a look at that. We're kind of holding this shelf that looks a little bit distinct. Oh wow, that's really kind of there. That 43.20s, bit of a shelf there. So we kind of slapped up into these highs, and I'm curious to know whether or not we can get past this distinct shelf. When was this? This was last Thursday. Okay, so last Thursday, coming in some of those levels from previous week on Intel with that strength. And now we know we kind of consolidated pretty tightly in and around that 42 level for the past couple of days this week, and then now we're pushing off, so maybe a little bit of a consolidation continuation. Next leg up, how far will she go? Who knows, but some previous highs I'm seeing here on Intel from that very Thursday is in and around 43.60s, and then the day before, pre-market highs in and around 44. So is Intel going to do the move today? A little bit of a laggard when it comes to the movement, it would seem, when it comes to relating to the chips. That's what I'm trying to say. Kind of lost for words there. But yeah, we see that Intel doesn't really move around as much as AMD and SMCI or NVIDIA, obviously. But yeah. Kind of moving to the upside, distinctly different from the rest of those chip names, which is very interesting to me.
So we basically nailed that bottom on Tesla, but me, of course, hey, what's up? You know, we were getting long earlier. We're long at 178.52. We just took a hit. It did come back upside. We were long at 178.75 or something like that. So it's a hit right now temporarily. We know where Tesla can go. I'm waiting, not even here, man. We're waiting at 179 now, like 179.25. Let's put an offer there. So if it does blast up, we'll take that. And then we'll, you know what? Let's just not get too cute with this. Let's put something at 178, like 85 right now. Take a little bit of profit on a piece if we're lucky enough to get that. We did take an Amazon long. I just want to see if we're going to bounce. We got to go to ADR in a minute, but I just want to see if we can bounce. There we go. If we can bounce, I mean, we're going back down, but we can bounce off this 18.5 is what we're looking for right now. So, all right, let's go over to ADR.
Keep an eye on Paysign here, guys. PAYS, this one pushing up with really strong volume. Has not quite made new highs of day yet beyond those pre-market highs, but they did post an earnings beat yesterday. So yesterday evening, beating across the board here, both sales and earnings per share. Pretty small cap name here, about $173 million market cap. PAYS.
All right, well, it pays to trade that name, that is for sure. But all right, so Tesla did break below 178 there. We got a piece out at 178, but now it's bouncing back to the upside. So we've been losing on this trade, obviously. But let's see if it wants to hold now. You know, I don't know. I'm going to wait for Amazon. We started this position. I want to give it down to this 177.50 area as well. We should be flipping short, honestly. These names are breaking now. AMD is still positive. This could be the name that we look to go short on right now as we're underneath a lot of stuff. We talked about that 182 level becoming key. If we can go over to the chart quickly, we'll be able to show this. 180.50 right there. That was a nice move. But if this market's going to give it up, which it's clearly doing right now, then yeah, these chip names, AMD hasn't done that yet. So potentially a lagger there. NVIDIA, yes, gone. So not gone, but down 1%, down more than the market, obviously, as the market stays positive. NVIDIA pushing everybody to the sell side. You mentioned, look at Bitcoin right now. Potentially Coinbase. Wow, with a nice move downside there in Coinbase, starting to get clocked. So Coinbase going to the downside with crypto right now. Good move downside there on Coinbase. I'm hearing right now there is Coinbase news, Adara. So there's something about a lawsuit with an SEC Coinbase. So I'll leave that there. But there is news about Coinbase. The spread is $1 and change. So watch out now with Coinbase. It looks like we will be 100% wrong about Tesla, but right about Amazon. So we'll take 30 cents there on Amazon as it just came back up. What the hell? Coinbase, we need this. Oh, no, okay, 264. I thought it just made a new low there, but it did, 262. So watch out for Coin. More shares here on Tesla. You can see our position is 178.25. If it breaks 80, we're gone. Tesla's getting killed now. I don't know why it's down. I hate this feeling, but it's below our levels, and it's not a good story here for me on Tesla. Story can change. All right, I'm hearing all this Coinbase news in my ear, but we'll get the story. I don't want to report it until I know exactly. So Adara will get much more on that one in a minute. But right now, Amazon is making its move back up to the upside. Let's go. Let's spin it. This is actually turning out. Oh, come on, Tesla. Tell me you bought Tesla. Is that what you did? Yeah, good move. So now Tesla's trying to get back up to the upside right there. We were just in a nice amount of profit there because I don't know, where did it go? It went up to 178.50 there. So that was good for us. Damn it. That was 40 cents on nice shares. And we didn't take it. We didn't have those orders sitting there. That's bad. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, whatever. I want this trade to go higher than this anyways. What's up, Obi? Coinbase still, Obi, heading to the downside now. Breaking through 260 seems inevitable at this point.
Yeah, I think that is definitely something to be watching. Intraday news that comes out within the first 15 minutes of the open there, but I got eyes on Intel as well. Did get stopped out right there underneath that 43, so we could never really get past that kind of shelf I was looking at from previous Thursday there, but still some strong strength off of the open. If you played that range break, the range that we've been making over the past couple of days, that was pretty nice. But before that, let's go to Dara with that news on Coinbase.
So I am going to wait to see if we have anything more. The main headline seeing right now, though, as report from a court ruling as reported by Reuters, is that the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, can proceed with their lawsuit against Coinbase. So no judgments yet. All we know is that it's been ruled they can proceed with their lawsuit. So SEC given the all clear for this lawsuit against COIN, guys. When I see anything else, I will let you know.
SEC with the all clear. Thank you, Adara, for that one. And that'll definitely move a stock, right? SEC being like, all clear. You guys can carry on with your investigations. And so Coinbase pulling back off of that 280. We saw that was kind of yesterday's. Some of yesterday's levels there, and we're flushing back down, making
Tesla
some fresh lows on the week. Where will she go? Who knows? But that 250, excuse me, is looking nice. Friday's low is that 250. We got a little bounce off of that Friday low right there. That's what I'm looking at. Let's see if we can get all the way down there. That's about 13 points away from where we are right now. So I might have to be a little patient for that one. I'm still watching this Intel here. If it's going to show me some strength, I do want to get a little bit more involved here. Yes, I'm just going to say yes. Okay, so let's see if that kind of tries for that level once again above that 43.20s kind of that level. So with that strength off the open and us breaking out of a two-day tight range, let me just show you guys what I'm looking at here. But before that, I do have to get this order in real quick.
All right.
Boom. All right. So so Intel right here. This is what I'm talking about. So this consolidation pretty tight. Yesterday, going into Monday,
Look at it.
Kind of starts chopping up, and then the next day, same kind of range here, kind of clips both ends, and then today we get that strength right off the open. Let's see how much RVOL we're doing off the open. Nothing too crazy at all, but yesterday, nothing too crazy either. But technical break a little bit right off the open. Let's see if we get some continuation there on the Intel. Semiconductors quite weak off the open. Nvidia maybe potentially bouncing over just over 900 909 just under 909 is the day low as of right now. I'm watching Softy as well. Softy, nice little wick low on the first 15-minute candle at that 422. So interesting. Holy, we're not looking at Apple.
What's Apple?
Have you
doing?
seen Apple?
No, I have not.
Whoa. I need more screens.
All right, let's go over. Does Dara have news? Is that what I heard?
Whoa.
All right, what's up?
So I have some more details with regards to Coinbase, COIN. So basically, the ruling here, the decision was that the SEC has sufficiently proven that Coinbase operates, or at least pleaded that Coinbase operates as an exchange, a broker, and a clearing agency under federal securities laws, and so that they do engage in the unregistered offer and sales of securities. So no decision in the case has been made, but basically the initial argument was that the SEC accusing Coinbase of illegally running an unregistered exchange, listing unregistered crypto securities. So now at least the court doesn't disagree that Coinbase does operate as an exchange. So what are some of the first pieces here in this suit against Coinbase, guys?
Right, well, Tesla absolutely was a flush. I mean, I don't have anything to say about that one other than like it just kept on going and it just did not respect anything at all to the downside until eventually. It was just funny because we talked about that random level. Remember, I was like, oh, where's it going to stop? Like 176.50 or something? And that seems to be maybe where it did stop. We got a little piece back on board, but it's not a great one. It's a good thing that you identified that 178 level for us there. We did put it down on
That was me.
No, but it was on the sticky note, but often I miss those things. I didn't see this much of a dip, to be honest with you. In Amazon, right off the open, this one at least has battled back. Tesla. But that's about it. And then we were just talking right now, like Apple, I don't see any specific news on Apple per se, but a bit of strength. How often is this the correlation where the market tanks and Apple rips? Like those are good descriptions, man. Like down 80%, up 250. Like that's a different relationship that we haven't seen very often in that case. So, all right, we'll get it. You know, it really does suck because we already got killed on Tesla, and now it's finally going back up to the upside. We need this to get up to like VWAP 179.50, 180 for this to be justified, but it's still not even justified. So there goes that trade. A name, again, good that we had Amazon, horrible that we had Tesla. we've done well on Tesla. I'm not going to hate on those trades, but I'm going to hate on them. But 124.80 right there to the downside. That could be something right there as well for Palantir. So let's see if that can get back in right now. There's still so much stuff happening with Coinbase in my ear right now. So big moves back and forth. It's decisions about Coinbase, not acting as a registered broker, acting as a registered broker, all this different stuff happening in my ear. So more Coinbase details with Miss A.
So some of the reason for this back and forth could potentially be because while the judge did allow some of these SEC claims saying that Coinbase was, acting as an exchange, they did dismiss the SEC's claim that Coinbase acted as an unregistered broker via their wallet application. So some of the analysts that I'm reading right now, immediate response to this, treating this as a partial win for Coinbase, and that they did dismiss the SEC claim that the company was acting as an unregistered broker. So bit of mixed reactions here. If I do see anything more, I will let you guys know.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're making a little bit back here. I mean, not all is completely lost here, but it's a little lost anyways. We've already lost. But there it goes. Tesla finally to the backside there. Look, man. I mean, this is trading. We talk about this all the time on the show. You got to take your lumps. Unfortunately, we did start the bidding too early there. We thought Tesla would have been cool there at the 50 period, then at VWAP. We didn't have that many shares, so it was fine up there. But then when it drops $4. All of a sudden small shares become a P&L problem. And by the time we were averaging in, we were able to get some out. But there's Tesla right back to VWAP. So 1 out, 2 outs. Let's see if we can continue to climb now on TSLA. I still like the stock, but again, it did get rinsed there early and whatever on that one. I'm still thinking that we would, we'll wait for it. Bad trade. Here goes NVIDIA off of 910. Let's see if that can get going again. Good bounce spot there into 920. We could possibly take that 920 out. And then that would be a nice little VWAP play back to the upside right now with obviously a flush happening in the market. Maybe we can catch NVIDIA to the high side. Alibaba is still in and around that 71 mark, so that's a trade possibly. And there it goes. We didn't have our order in. We weren't looking at it enough. I kind of like that little break there, 917 or so on NVIDIA, but it's a nice move back upside there for NVDA. Do we go back over and have a look at AMD possibly? But NVIDIA, watch out there. It just touched 920. Let's see what it does on that move. 922.50 is that high wick right there for NVDA. That could possibly be a potential short here against 920.
Yeah, I'm watching this Krispy Kreme as well, coming into that 16 level here. It did get a little long on top of that 16. Let's see what we do in and around this area. But strong selling right off of the open on Krispy Kreme. We saw that it kind of ran up all day yesterday. Very strong into the close as well. And kind of pulling back a little bit here. Let's see where it'll kind of hold. If the bid is really there from yesterday, let's see where it'll catch back on Krispy Kreme there. So I'm gonna kind of be a little patient for that. CCL is holding. What's going on, Sean?
So we're almost $2. We're gonna try to take $2 here on NVIDIA if we can get it. Bang! There it is right there. A little quick one right there on NVIDIA. We just went short. $2. We just took $2.50 on NVIDIA. We're short at 919. All right, let's see what happens here with NVIDIA downside. No targets, maybe 910. No targets, and I say one. What about 910? What's up, Adara?
I have some updated guidance here from CCL, curling up a little bit here. We did get their full year 2024 net yields. They're guiding up about just under 10% compared to 2023, so about 9.5% increase, and also seeing that their cruise costs are going to be better by about $35 million compared to their December guidance. And then also saying that there will be a little bit of an impact from the Red Sea rerouting of roughly $130 million up through November 2024, but generally pretty positive guidance here. We do have their earnings conference at 10, guys.
All right. Thank you so much. CCL, big trade right there, man. We're cooking right now off the failed Tesla trade, but hey, never fear. The fresh coffee is here. It's $5 right now, Randy. We turn our frown upside down real damn quick now, as there's NVIDIA. It's the short off VWAP. Shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon one more time there with that VWAP. And again, they're just They're just areas of interest, but here we go. Let's see if we can take this. We'll put a bid at 911 because why? Because we've got the Porsche King right here, right now. We'll put a bid at 911 on NVIDIA, Randy. The bottom's right there at 910. Let's see what's going on here. We'll see if we can hop in that ride and take this one. Pay for a tank of gas. All right, here we go. Nice little move to the downside. It's $5 in the money. Thank you, Mr. Randy, for the coffee. All right, so we're gonna go 2 for 3. Bang! Where's Randy at? Boom! Right
Nice.
there. There's the 911.
Wow.
Get into that damn Porsche.
That 10
That's
points?
$8 right there for you, Obi.
Wow.
And there we go, man. That's a
Nice.
good trade right there.
Solid.
Solid. It's at 909. Damn you with that damn Porsche. If Randy wasn't there,
going
we
into
would have
900.
held, man. Damn it.
You took everything out?
Are you questioning my
No,
you
I'm
taking
asking you.
everything
I don't
out
know.
there?
I don't know if you did or not. I don't know.
Do you see that position board at the bottom, my
Sorry,
guy?
I'm not. Okay.
It's at 906.
It's going for that 900. Wow. Nice short there. That was.
We in
that
the
was.
building. We in the
You clipped that top. Wow. Good stuff.
We in the building.
That's awesome. You got to show me how you do that.
How you do it?
Yeah.
Well, you just take every position and then, you just hope that one of them works out every once in a while. I mean, Tesla, we took it right in the wrong area. So that was a bad one. But anyways, we got it back. It's all good. Let me just sip a coffee, Obi,
Yeah.
and then,
I mean, after seeing
I'm
that
gonna
trade,
get
I'm
more
just like, well, damn.
More possible clips right there.
Yes.
Social media.
Yeah.
Clip that. We're
I'm
too late to
watching.
clip that now. Clip it, ship it. Thank Yanni there. Yanni, you a guacamole guy or a salsa guy? He's a guaca waka. Look at that 905 right now for NVIDIA.
Wow.
Come on.
That sell-off continuing from yesterday. That's absolutely wild.
I still haven't even had a sip of my coffee, by the way. So I'm just got to, yeah.
I'm still holding on to. Well, I got stopped out of Krispy Kreme and Intel once again, so I'm gonna piece off of those for a little bit there. With the semiconductors kind of coming to the downside there, I don't want to fight that Intel once again. That drive off the open, that was pretty nice, but if it's not really going to hold that 43 or anywhere, and it's also rejecting that 43.20-ish area that we identified from before, I will piece off and kind of reassess that one. I don't need to hit my 3-strike rule. If it's showing me something a little bit more significant than that, I'll just stop right there. And CCL, though, working as of right now, holding, kind of got right back above VWAP right there, holding some of these lows from that morning flush. So let's see if we can get some consolidation, some structure that we can kind of get more into, right? I'm trying to learn how to get, like, if I'm not as sure, but I do like it, I get some small size and then find more places to really leverage into it as I get some more confluence kind of building in my favor right there. Wow, take a look at the NQ, Sean.
Stop.
Holy.
Yeah.
To the downside, we broke that 18.5. We're coming into that 18.4, 18.450 right now. But
18.450.
CCL blasting maybe a 17 test right now. Where do I add to this trade?
That's a
I don't wanna
$20
chase-
winner
I don't
on
wanna chase right
NVIDIA
now.
that we don't have.
20 points off of that 920, man. That's absolutely wild. That was solid entry, solid
Remember,
exits, like
yeah,
great trade.
solid exits. Yeah, it was a height.
I mean, you're never gonna clip the top and the bottom, right? That's like
We've done it before. No, but the thing about it is,
Fair
no, I'll
enough.
be honestly, there's nothing I can. Look, this went in the money. That was $3. So we actually got that. Our price right there is $918.80. That's $16.11. So that's $3. Then when we came back into the close again right there, or the low of the day, I thought that was a good trade. Within 3 minutes, we took $11 or $10. I mean, that's going to be a winner no matter what. So I'm not going to woe is me that trade. I mean, that was a good one.
Oh, Kyle Bernadette with the super chat saying, Obi, AMD 15-minute reversal candle. All right, let's take a quick look at
What
AMD. 15 Holy, okay, hello. Hello, you see that?
Yeah, but NVIDIA's going to break
Trump's-
900.
Yeah, a little bit of a confluence there.
It's a little bit of confluence, as you
Yeah.
like to say there in your French accent. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we're going to get, are we going to get railroaded again here? All right, what's going to happen to me on Tesla? Are we going to try that one more time? Or do you guys think it's better to dance with that 900 there on our Well, I mean, NVIDIA is very much our friend. I should watch out what I say about that stock. All right, one more time on Tesla. We got it upside there. We got out of 60% odd fill, a little bit more than that, but we'll reload it now, so it doesn't matter. Here comes the trade against that bottom, which is going to break one. All right. All right, so that just broke. So no more buying Tesla. We did not put anything significant on that trade. We were just trying to in and out there at 176.50. Maybe that dip down gave us an opportunity to buy some more, and it probably did, you know, but this name got faded off VWAP. We noticed that. We're able to get out of that one almost immediately. So that was a bad trade, but I was pretty happy with it. Apple's still flying. Can we get a story on Apple, or did I miss it? Apple is absolutely motoring right now, and we like that trade for sure. The only long we have on now is Amazon, and then NVIDIA, guys. Wowee, man. Here we go. We're breaking. It's gone. You might as well say see you later to that. I feel like, well, here, we'll stay with it, but I'm thinking about AMD, guys. I almost want to look at it. Okay, just look quickly because I don't want you guys to miss it. AMD, yeah. Oh, wow, we talked about 182. Yeah, it only went to 181.25 and then bang, right down there into the bottom. We also talked about potentially buying a 177. If NVIDIA bumps off that level, which it's doing, this is going to be a good long here on AMD, but I feel like the market's pretty sick again. What are we even thinking about going long anything right now? But these are some nice levels. That's the only thing that's causing me for concern. We're getting a lot of stock down to levels that we potentially didn't think were going to come through today. You're now red on the day. We're red on the NASDAQ, and we're still up 0.35 on the ES. So potentially, I'm glad we're looking at these names. But at the same time, you know what was always going to come to roost? Names that started to get pumped up that eventually were going to get hit. Look at DraftKings, straight down $2. All right, NVIDIA's breaking. Wow, no, it's not. It just bounced again down there. What's up, A?
Lots going on in the market so far this morning. Slightly positive here on the SPY, but right on the NASDAQ, and lots of names making a lot of interesting moves. We have NVIDIA to the downside, as just stated, Apple to the upside, and no news story that I can find right now. So lots of interesting movements here on the market. Crypto also on watch with regards to that Coinbase story. Pretty light day in terms of economic data, with the exception of Fed's Waller speaking after the close. So bit of an interesting look here, and a lot of individual names to look at, including Robinhood here, up about 3.5% despite a little bit of a downturn right off the open. This one trading higher after announcing a gold card for certain members here of the company. So HOOD, nice move up here. GameStop tried to curl back to the upside here after dropping more than 14% on an earnings miss across the board. GME to the downside. And last but not least, NIO down over 6% amid overall weakness in China, and announcing a Q1 vehicle delivery reduction in outlook. So lots going on in this market today. Let you guys know as we keep developing in this morning, guys.
All right,
Like, I was happy with 9/11, you know? The price. That would have been, see, that would have been no, that's another reason. That's another reason that I should not have got out at 9/11 there. There was reasons to get in and out.
I'm short
by the way,
Intel right now.
When she didn't, you're short Intel. Well, I'm short Apple right now. When I look over and I ask Sharif, what's up with Apple? No idea. I ask Adara, what's up with Apple? She goes, no idea. So you know what we do? We say, all right, then, let's go counter to that move right now. The futures are down. We just took a bid down there. Okay, boom. There it is right now. Let's go. Let's get on that bear right now with Apple. We're short Apple. It's a big trade over here. Let's see if it can continue to work. We're short off 173. Ciao. Let's go to the downside right there. That's what we're doing, man. You know what, Tesla? You can go to hell right now, Tesla. How about that? That was a really bad trade to start off with. But guess what? Ain't no phasing. We're getting to the downside right now. Bye-bye. Apple now 40 cents in the money. We already took out Amazon. We just took 80 cents or whatever on Amazon. Let's let Apple fly into the downside here, see if that works. We're already out of 40% of it because, hey, we have no idea what's going on, but we will take profit when we see it. That's sometimes what we talk about, being like a little bit of a P&L trader there. But now we can hold on to it and see if it works. Nice move. We're out of half of Apple as it continues to go lower here.
Yeah, so Intel kind of popped right back up into that VWAP, into that 43 area. We couldn't really hold that 43 initially, so I'm like, all right, well, if we're going to pop right back up with that strength as the semis are flushing, will it follow through into the 43? It doesn't really get there, so I hit it short right there, and let's see what we do with that Intel. But yeah, I pulled up stock sell as well because I'm looking at that NVIDIA flush, and yeah, stock sell flushing to the downside, 45 break yesterday's. Holy, it's accelerating to the downside.
Let's go.
Everything is moving to the downside right now. What is the news? Who knows? Who cares? Get short.
There's no news, bro.
The bids are getting slapped. I'm going to slap those bids as well.
Yep.
I'm trying to find the best vehicle to do that right now. And some of these ETFs might be a good place to look when the whole market is tanking, right? Maybe the whole market is in play if everything's moving in sync like that. So instead of messing around with certain stocks, maybe a little cleaner move on some of these ETFs.
Yeah, we've talked about that, trading the SMH and things like that. If you want to sort of stay away from NVIDIA, I feel like that's good. Okay, we're still on one here again. We've talked about that. We're still on Apple right now. We did get some 22s there, which was a good move as well. By the way, like, I know Adara's been doing a great job with all this story here with Coinbase and whatnot, but Bitcoin is getting clocked, boy, down to 69 right now. We were just celebrating 71 earlier. Coinbase right now taking it on the chin. It's a pretty huge move to the downside for Coinbase. But again, there's some litigation. There's rulings right now, and there's no one better to go to when we've got news than Miss Adara.
I don't have any more updates for Coinbase right now, but I do have something that could potentially have to do with this move down in the market that we just had. We did actually get revised January wholesale numbers here. So U.S. January wholesale inventory is revised to negative 2%, so slightly higher than the previous negative 3%. And their wholesale and then the wholesale sales, so that was inventories. Wholesale sales getting revised slightly lower, so negative 1.8% versus the previous of negative 1.7%. So slightly lower revision for the sales, slightly higher revision for the inventories for January, guys.
Thank you, Adara.
Thank you, Adara.
That maybe that's what's causing that flush right there. Who knows? But yeah, that would seem like that could potentially do it.
It's just a
but
wee
like,
flush.
I don't know. Tinfoil high is price action always looking for a reason to kind of happen? I don't know. That's what are your thoughts on that? Like, economic events happen, right?
Yep.
Bring in volume
Daily.
and then charts happen.
Yeah.
Almost the timing is almost impeccable sometimes.
You're telling me that the stock market reacts to news?
In a sense.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Lessons with Obi right now. Good
And
one
in
there.
more news, water is wet.
Maybe I'm missing the question. No, but I feel like all you can do, and this is why we put out the watch list. This is why we put out the economic notes. That's why there's various resources out there that you can get to be properly prepared. I mean, I have Benzinga Pro platform in my ear right now, and I mean, we are sponsored by them, but honestly, I'm looking over here all the time. It's like, I have this running, and we come over to my screen right here, you know, and any sort of a story that pops in here that just filters in, and I can search it, you know, get the details on a name here. Obviously, I click on it, and the one I'm looking at is Palantir, but, you know, so that's what I have in my ear, and yeah, Obi, I mean, I feel like trading blind, especially if you're trading these big cap tech names, is a little bit risky, because like you just mentioned there, Oracle has a deal with NVIDIA, or, you know, NVIDIA gets downgraded by, I don't know, Wedbush, somebody that's very, very bullish on the name. You know, things like that wind up happening. You need to be on top of it when you're trading those names. But yeah, the economic events, you know, I feel like unless it's kind of, you know, starts with like a CP or something like that, it doesn't matter too much. I'm excited for unemployment numbers coming through and some of the jobless claims. But we have PCE, this Friday, which is being released when markets are closed. So there we go. We can see if charts move when economic numbers are open. Maybe we'll see the futures moving around there on Friday. But yeah, okay. So I'm looking at coin, but I don't think I'm going to trade it. I do trade news and stuff like that, but I'm honestly, and again, another shout out to Benzinga. I mean, it is what it is. Like, I'm hearing all the time in my ear, this is what's happening. They've been charged with that, or this is the decision, not charged. This is the decision on that. And, so I'm hearing all these things in my ear as well. So I think we'll just wait on it and until we get something, definite about it, or we get back upside, maybe we'll look to fade it. But we'll watch out. Maybe a better trade today, Obi, would be Bitcoin itself, instead of worrying about Coinbase and just saying to yourself, hey, look, Bitcoin is a separate beast altogether. It can survive without Coinbase. But how much of the run up in crypto is associated with or with Coinbase is associated with crypto. So I think that it's more the other way around for Coinbase, that it kind of needs Bitcoin to be upside, not the other way around. So we'll wait to see what happens with crypto, but there's many people in our chat that actually trade this on a daily basis. So, okay, here we go. Apple looks like this could be a potentially right back upside. We're now short 87s. We waited for, we just got 89s. So that's the price we're short right now. If it falls, great. Obviously, we're at this level, a trigger higher through 173, and we're busted. So here it goes, man. 173 happening right now for this name. So we're going to get stopped out just a couple pennies higher. It looks like that story on Apple, whatever it is the right story, and it just keeps on going to the upside now. That's Apple trying to take us out a little bit. So I'm going to get a little bit back out here as it just faded back into 173. Sometimes we've seen this trade work out for us where you fade the play, hold it a little bit, and then wait for that tank. But I just feel lucky now to get anything out down at this level because we're just short at 89. So a little small hit here would be what it is. Here it comes. So let's take some more out here as it's trying to flush back a little bit. We'll still hold for a winner, man. We're getting these out for like 5 to 10 cents. Here it comes, right back in a little bit. So we're short 89s. Don't forget where we're short. If we can get some out down here on the downside for Apple, we'll do that. I prefer the short because of what the market's doing, but we're probably the wrong vessel here because we've already taken out 173, which was a level for concern for us. So we'll be nervous hands on this Apple trade, trying to get something out in the low 80s because, again, we took that 10-cent hit already on that last move to the upside as we got some out up there. Let's see if we can put similar amounts in our pocket for a 10-cent win. And then here we go, yes, sir. And then see if we can hold the rest back in for Apple. So here we go, man. We're doing what we said we'd do. Bye-bye, Apple. Hopefully bye-bye. Hopefully it can go to the downside there. We just got a 70 fill or so. Let's see if Apple's cooking now. Maybe back in just a little bit off that 173 short. Maybe not, says Apple. Interesting day trade today for sure. And guess what's happening right now? Tesla's now wanting to go back to the upside. It found a bottom down there at 176. Get down, Apple.
Yeah, NQ's coming into that 18.4. Nice scalps on Apple there, Sean. 18.4 is testing on the NQs, and I did get stopped out of that Intel once again. It's kind of chopping me up a little bit. I do have to reassess. I got a little chopped, got back in and around that 43. But yeah, chips to the downside. Softy also coming into that 420, 421. Hello, it's right there on Softy, breaking week's low as well. So let's see if and when this bounce will come in, but the NQ does not look like it's looking to slow down anytime soon there. CCL, oh boy, it got all the way to 17. I held it all the way to 17, and now I'm holding it all the way back. Let's see if some of these levels come in. I wasn't necessarily watching that. 1640, a little bit of size showing up there on the MEMX and the EdgeX. So let's see what we do with this 16 area here. Intel holding that 43 as of right now. So I guess maybe the dip was in and around that 4260s. I might be a little how you say, discombobulated with this action there. Got a little hit in the head with the strong quadunk to the downside, and yeah. So let's be a little bit more patient. There's going to be a lot of opportunity. Shorts are on. Shorts are working really, really well right now with both the NASDAQ and the ES flushing to the downside off of some levels from previous day. Right. So what's going on?
We'll go to Adair quickly.
All right. So we're going to go to Adair at the big desk.
Canada Goose here to the upside, picking up volume. GOOS. Earlier this morning, they announced that they were reducing their workforce by roughly 17%. So some layoff news bringing Canada Goose to the upside, guys.
At 150.
Man, I wonder if those jobs are flying south. Okay, so we. I think that was better. I think I deserve more credit for that one. That was a pretty good one. All right, so thank you. All right, so we'll. By the way, let me look down at here. Oh yeah, Alibaba long. Alibaba is going ham in this market right now. Like, okay, I mean, see ya. You know, we identified this. We actually wrote it down. We talked about this. We tweeted this out. We wrote down that we liked Alibaba into that level of $70. But the problem is, we should have put another bid down here when we saw these wicks. Only made it. When these wicks happened, it was up here. We're like, oh man, only went down to 70.50. But it just came in some of that destruction to the downside. It came in again, and now Alibaba taking it out to that upside. We got a little bit more of a push down on Apple. We got a good fill. Actually, I think we got a 22 in there. Or hold on a second. How do I zoom? I'm hitting zoom in here, and it's just, what did it just do to these charts? What just happened here? Okay, zoom out. My charts are definitely not cooperating right now, but that was a 41. We're bidding 22s, right? The lowest we got was 41. So yeah, didn't get down to the 20s, got into the 30s. So we'll always bid around those quarters. My bad, thought we got filled there, we did not. So we'll wait for Apple. We did reload this name. We got a great trade, obviously, on NVIDIA. That would be, what, $35 now in the money? We'll check back in on NVIDIA in a minute. I feel like I have to log out and back in because I've done something here with my charts. There we go, now maybe I fixed it. Anyways, we'll get it figured out. But there we go. Tesla's starting to come in a little bit right now. I'm bidding 177.25s. Sorry, 177.35. Hopefully we'll get that fill as it's coming back in. Let's just put a bid right now, see if we get it. There it is. So we'll take a 47 fill there and see if Tesla wants to come back into the downside. We've made a mess on this going long, that's for sure. We'll try to take the short here on a VWAP bump, but we're only 30 cents in the money. We're licking our wounds. Let me take another piece out, honestly. There it is. We'll take another piece out there, and I'm fine doing that, guys. If that's what's going to happen for us, we'll just make some money back slowly. We're getting out if it breaks 178 anyways. Tesla right now trying to go, and then a new position alert for us. And I'll pass it over to you, Obi. Apple's down. There's Apple. Okay, so we can put our order back in. It just hit 25s. So there it is right there. Let's go. Spin that damn money one more time. 70 cents now in the money on Apple.
Nice.
Woo,
So,
man,
yeah,
why did we get out?
That was a nice trade. It was like ripping up, and I saw you were like looking at it for a couple seconds, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna go short Apple, and then boom, that was one of the tops. That was nice. I'm a little I guess.
What happened to me?
I'm being patient because I'm a little flustered with all the stops I've been getting out. I'm like, all right, well, that keeps stopping out, that keeps stopping out. So I'm like, all right, let's take a quick breath. ARM is bouncing off of that 22 level. That's interesting as well. It kind of missed out on that trade. 23, what is the low here? 22.86 is the low on ARM, and I think that's kind of a day one earnings day one level as well. Oh boy, look at that Apple short coming in.
Apple is now
so
at
holding on to that
baby.
Apple. Nice trade there, Sean. Intel holding up in and around that 43. So yeah, I did switch short because we did have that strength come back in, and then Semiconductor is super kind of weak to the downside. NVIDIA holding as of right now that 900 level. Let's see if we kind of bounce off this 18.4. That might be the move there. Nice little wick on the 15-minute chart, the previous 15-minute chart. So we're printing the fourth one right now with only 2 minutes into the candle. So we got 13 minutes left to print on this 15-minute candle. So let's see if we actually catch a bounce off this 18.4. We keep seeing this where it's like, okay, well, every about 100 points or so may or may not be an interesting level on the NQ, and if it's showing up as one, maybe something to consider watching and keeping a closer eye on. AMD though, continuing to the downside. So I think it was Kyle Bernadette in the chat saying that AMD 15-minute reversal candle, definitely that reversal coming in quite nicely underneath that 178, testing 176.60s right now. Never really looked back off of that 178 either, so I like that one. I'm gonna get a little bit more of this CCL here. Let's see if that kind of comes into fruition. Let's see if the bid is in and around this area here. That was some interesting action on the initial kind of flush down and wick back up. That was my reason to get in initially, and then when it comes back down and catches a little bit of strength in the same place, maybe I want some more there, but we'll see whether or not it'll work. I have no idea, but I'm willing to put some risk on there on that one. Van Eck, hello, just holding this 220 level there. Soxel, I was watching Soxel as I brought it up before, made a low in and around 44 and coming back up to that 45. So let's see if Soxel can get past that 45. And do you ever look at these ETFs as like indicators to trade like this?
I should.
They're like the they're like the sector. They're like they're an average of the sector, how the sector is kind of weighted as well. If I'm trading Intel, should I be watching like SMH? Or if I'm trading Nvidia, should I be watching SMH or is like NQ? Well, Nvidia is pretty much a big player in the market right now.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's like if you kind of got to understand the relationship between them, like what percentage of SMH is Nvidia, and then I just find like honestly the move. It's almost what you're asking before. It's like the move happens in the ETF because of the stock. So I almost think the other way around. I think if
chicken or the egg, that's always that.
Yeah, well, the egg would be the ETF because the chicken is the stock, and then what you're doing is you're putting 100 chickens together, and then it's producing one egg, which is the ETF. Because as those chickens, because they react to the price of the stock. I don't know. Robinhood right there. That's the way I use the NASDAQ 100 as a sort of a leading indicator for the stocks, like looking at key levels, because I just feel that if I'm going to be trading Microsoft and Apple and all these big names as well, if something breaks in the NASDAQ, which is 100 names, then more likely to see a move down like that. So that's where I'm saying that if you did the research and you're able to find out that NVIDIA and SMH or SOXL, if SOX breaks a key level, then NVIDIA will go with it. But the thing is like, how big of a move is that because of Micron? Or like yesterday we had, you might have got some bad signals in one of those things. But anyways, so I mean, probably people in the chat.
Sean.
There goes Robinhood. We just got some out there at 82. So that was a nice play. We're still in 70% of this, so loser could be abound here on this name, but we are in it right now, and it's Robinhood. I saw someone talk about Fisker before. It's trading, but we won't trade it on this show because at Real Trading we have risk limits, and unfortunately, if there's an OTC name that's under $1, it's not tradable for us. It's too hard to borrow shares, going short, all this kind of stuff. Because the thing is like if you go long here, the most you're going to lose is 2.5 cents. But if you go short right now on Fisker, the most you're going to lose is unlimited because this name could get a deal, halt, just start to move on you. And next thing you know, because of liquidity issues with these pink sheets or the OTC market, it can be hard to punch out of levels. Can be. It's hard to punch out of all stocks, but this is even harder because of the way it's constructed. So just be careful with that. But anyways, that is Fisker right now on the pink sheets, and shout out to our good friend, Mr. Mendel. Wow, what a good dip buy. I said yesterday to Chris on the market recap show, I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not even going to try to be smart anymore. I'm just going to buy every dip in NVIDIA. I wonder if today is one of those days. Wow, man, Alibaba, guys. Like, honestly, I just typed in NVIDIA when I meant to type in Alibaba. This name just continues to go higher and higher and higher. Right now goes Alibaba. Great move. I feel like I may want to buy more of this name coming through. I really like the story here between Alibaba and what's actually happening underneath the hood. The risk is in the Chinese environment. We've talked about that over and over again, probably too much so. All right, I'm going to get out some more Robinhood because we just had a nice move up right there on Robinhood, up to 85. We'll take that fill, and then we'll go over to the screen and find out what's happening with ADR.
Really nice move up here for the IWM, coming back into this previous area of support, though, and rejecting a little bit. We're still up a little less than 1% here on the day for the Russell 2000. And lots of these small cap names to talk about, including Stoke Therapeutics. This one also mentioned yesterday, but now they've announced a public offering of up to $75 million of common stock, of about 25% is STOK. We also have here NUVB, Nuvation Bio. This one also repeat runner here. They did announce their acquisition of Heart Therapeutics on Monday after the close. Now today they got an upgrade with a price target increase from Jefferies from $1.40 to $10. So massive price target increase, giving NUVB a nice move to the upside here. Last but not least, Ouster, OUST. This one is an earnings related name. They did report a bit of mixed earnings here, but they did actually increase their Q1 revenue expectations above what was expected here. So nice look here for OUST. Nice look for a lot of these small cap runners today.
We talked about that, man. Maybe it's small cap season again.
Yeah.
As me and you. Oh, you got CCL. That's kind of.
It's
yeah. CCL mark?
It went to 17. I didn't get any out. I was like 50 pennies on something like CCL. I should be getting some out there, but I guess I'm looking for that level to level move potentially off of the 16 area here. But yeah, let's see whether or not that'll come in really. But yeah, that AMD still continuing to the downside. Apple looking a little weak off that 173 as well. We kind of topped out, so that strength right off the open. Maybe setting up for a potential reversion trade, but this wick on this off of this 172 a little concerning, as if the market is kind of bouncing here. Let's see off of this 18.4 what we do in and around here on the NQs and then the ES as well, I guess. What is this level here? So we bounce off of 75 or 52.72s ish. And change. So yeah, nothing too crazy. I got on board right now. Let me know what you guys are trading. I know that definitely AMD was a missed move there. I know I'm missing out on a few of those shorts that just came in so beautifully as well. What are you guys trading? DJT saying Fort Lee. Okay, so DJT. Let's take a quick look at that. That's right
we didn't
there.
look at that.
So I got. Sean was nice enough to get me some shares in the morning, so we have some borrows on this name, but not really a bias, right? Because like I don't really care if it goes up or down. I just want to see, is there a place where I can kind of put some risk on long or short, depending on what I'm seeing there on both the chart and the tape. But yeah, so as of right now, day low 62 halves, day high 72 40s. In the pre-market, kind of the opening session high is 71.90s-ish, so just in and around that level there. We were talking about can it get to this 80? Look at that wiki action that we had yesterday when it did attempt to push into that 80 there on DJT, and we were getting a nice little pullback back into those 60, 62 area as well. I know I really like that 62 yesterday, but didn't really give you that in the open session, as we just blasted off of it right off the open, pushing into that 80 mark there, and yeah, that was pretty wild there. So a little bit of a relief, a little bit of a pullback here on DJT, and along with that, let's take a quick look at Reddit, right? Like Reddit. Okay, so Reddit. Definitely interesting. 64 broke all the way to the downside. 60 broke. So, oh boy, we are pulling back a little bit here on the Reddit. And yeah, this was the day where options kind of came out, right? So options came out, and we did about what is this? About a 36% move off of this strength that we had just going into the open as well. If I can get, that measurement there, so right into the close, yeah, 63.5 roughly, about 16.5 points to the upside on that day where we got that options introduction there. So we are pulling back into some of those prices. Let's see if this bid is has any substance. Where will the bid catch if the bid is going to be a little bit heavier than the sells? All right, so CCL holding as of right now, Intel holding this area as of right now. So what is SMH doing? What is Nvidia doing? Nvidia holding that 900. So okay, so things are a little stagnant at that 900 level on Nvidia for now. 520 holding on the spider as well. What's Apple up to? Apple 172 testing. Alphabet broke that 150. Okay, so I did pull it up when it was coming into that 150 on Alphabet here. Google is what I'm looking at. So 150 breakdown as of right now. Let's see where we can go to. Let's see if we can get to that 149. I did want to interact with that 150. We're about a quarter away from that. I'll let it kind of settle in. Let's see what happens there. But Apple with a nice reversion pullback coming in. Let's see if that 72 can break. That was a little did a little bit of a wick on that 3 minute there. I was going to say 15. This is a 3 minute chart. On that 3 minute chart as of right now. So let's take a quick look at the 1 minute, see how that kind of panned out.
We're short
it was
Tesla,
a
by
wick
the way.
on the 1 minute. What's going on?
Let's go. We're short Tesla right now, 178.20 right now. As you know what, like, honestly, I'm done with this crap. Like, if there's a trade that we like, we can get absolutely destroyed early, and we've already talked about that. I feel like patience in this game, especially when the market has these moves like we're having right now, can be something that, like, is very, very underrated at certain points. Me and you talk about that. It's like it's 10:30 right now. And part of what I hear all the time is like, you know, oh, it's this time of day. I can't find good trades. Like, if that's the case for you and you've done some sort of a study, okay, and you've done like, hey, I know I lose money during these times, and it's more just like this is a statistical fact, not something that happened yesterday or the day before or something like that. Like, I'm sitting here and I told you that we lost on that Tesla trade, and we've made back more than half of that. The idea is that you got to find out when you yourself trade the best. Whether or not that's now, whether or not that's first thing in the morning, you know, whether or not you're a news-based guy, whether or not you're the reversion trader, whether or not whatever style you're trading, look for those plays. Like, look, Apple's a pure momentum long play. Unfortunately, I restarted the charts, so I'm missing all this data. But come over to the chart here, Fabian, quickly, just for a second. And I know I'm missing the data, but you guys know Apple just went all the way up. So you could have played the long for sure. But then we saw it sort of slow down a little bit up here at 173 and played the short back in. But that doesn't happen till 10:10. We don't even get involved for Apple till 10:10. We get killed on Tesla all the way. Then we were maybe some money back there off 176. We hit the short again. We hit the short again. We're almost out of this. We're not trying to dance with this. We just now had crude out, so we'll check out what's happening with XOM right now coming through. But yeah, there it is, a nice move to the upside there for XOM, 115 as crypto back down in 70,000 now. So it looks like crypto right on target here, because we got to go to ADRA. Looks like it's trying to bounce. So there's a nice move down in IBIT, up $1 from that bottom of 39. Looks like crypto, you know, day over day, because see, that's where you can look at IBIT, right? Because like if you're panicking about what crypto's doing, yesterday at 4 o'clock to right now, you're up 0.56. So, all right, Robinhood, by the way, we're going to go to ADRA. Maybe a little bit of a crypto story here as well. Robinhood with the 25-cent winner on board as well. I mean, what else are we supposed to do? We talked about buying this name down to 1950. There it is. It's a nice trade to the upside, and it's ADRA at the big desk with your crypto minute.
Of course, the big story here today for crypto involves Coinbase, C-O-I-N. Basically, what's happening here is a federal judge basically saying that the SEC's lawsuit against Coinbase can move forward, but they have dismissed aspects of it. So they did, agree with or I think at least say that SEC is sufficiently pleaded that Coinbase did operate as an exchange, a broker, and a clearing agency, and engages in the unregistered offer of sales of securities. However, they did dismiss the claim that Coinbase acted as an unregistered broker via wallet application. So as you can see here, the market reaction was initially very negative, but there are some analysts as well that view this as a slight win for Coinbase because of this last part of the SEC's claim being dismissed. So bit of a mixed sentiment. We'll have to wait and see how this one shakes out for Coinbase. Bitcoin itself, though, trying to slightly reclaiming here that 70,000 area, just slightly below now here from what I'm seeing here in TradingView. This candle looking much like yesterday's. We try to wick up into that 72,000 area and then fall below. So bit of a flat move in the last couple of days for BTC. A lot of these other crypto names pretty flat as well. We do have Ethereum slightly to the downside here, still above that 3,500 level though. BTC struggling to reclaim that 70,000 decisively, and a lot of these other ones to the downside. Solana down about 3.5%, Ripple down about 2%, Dogecoin up about 4%, Avalanche down about 4%. It's a really mixed picture here for cryptocurrencies. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
Oh, Adobe, by the way.
I thought you were going to continue that.
What am I doing?
Yeah.
What am I even doing in life? Yeah.
I was waiting for it. I was like, okay.
Because it's like Tesla. We just got the dollar winner, you know. And I mean, it's a good trade, and you know, happy with it. But it's like, you know, I have literally unlimited funds to throw at these things, and you know, I only put it in when it's doing this, right? Absolutely ridiculous. But I want to say thank you to everybody. I want to say thank you to Nimit. I got your DM. It means a lot. Thank you so much for that. So shout out to Nimit there as well. Oh, he was just talking about how impressed he is with the market recap show. I'll tell it like it is. That's what he mentioned there. So thank you, Nimit. So that looks like a good out because look what Tesla's doing now. So we're fine. We're short at 178.20. Our out on this is a break of 50. So we'll take 30-cent win. Well, we're almost out. We only have 20% left. I was going to say debating reloading it, but here we go, breaking through 50 right now, holding out a little bit. We have it at a break at 10 cents higher than this. So right now, there it is. We're going to come out. So, I mean, we couldn't be happier, and this is what I mean about, and Obi, you and I sit here all the time and talk about, you know, we don't talk about where's that home run trade. People maybe in the chat do, but it's like, where's the amount of shares? Like, if that was such a good out, then maybe it was a good long, you know, and vice versa. So you're always kind of battling with these ideas. And I just did not re-short it right there when we could have. So let's see what happens now on Tesla. I mean, that was a pretty aggressive move there to the upside. Let's see if we can take a break. If it gets back down sub 178 again, then we should probably take some out, as we just missed an opportunity right there, guys. Like, that's a pretty clean opportunity to reload it there. So let's just slow down a little bit on what we're doing. Robinhood came back in. We got another piece out at the 50. Our best out here is 98. So that's so far so good. Let's see if it keeps on working to the downside right now for Robinhood. Amazon, Apple, Hood, Tesla, NVIDIA are the only other names that we've traded. And I think NVIDIA is getting back to that VWAP level that we shorted right there, possibly for another move. But the market is changing right now. It feels like the winds are changed right here. You're trying to get to that 50 period again on the market. We've touched the bottom a couple times there. Let's see what happens with this name. But right now, I feel like the market is just kind of figuring itself out here again. So we'll wait on some of these, you know, ideas about loading up on anything right now. We're still long Robinhood. We're long Amazon and short Apple.
Yeah, NVIDIA with the first couple of green candles here on the 15-minute. I did pull it up here. So that 900, holding that 985, holding that 900, VWAP in and around that 907 right now. So let's see how well this 900 kind of holds on NVIDIA here. I did kind of I got stopped out of Intel one more time. It is pushing towards some of those highs there. So I'm gonna piece off of that one. I am fighting. I guess I am fighting the trend a little bit there on Intel. I was looking for that flush back down, but then it comes all the way back up. I thought this was maybe potentially a lower high, but that 43 holds quite well. So and then starts to kind of grind up towards those highs. I'll piece off. I'll wait. Maybe if we double top here, or if we kind of push through, that might be something to consider. But with NVIDIA kind of bouncing off 900, I do have to be a little wary on the shorts. Yeah, the NQ as well, right? Second 15-minute green candle happening here on the NQ. So we'll stay a little bit more patient. That 900 is probably going to be a little bit messy before it really decides to go anywhere, I think. But that is just my opinion. And yeah, CCL holding that 16.4. You can see over and over again, like we come down, 16.4 holds. You get all the way to 17. I take nothing out. You come all the way back down to 16.4. I add some more, and then it holds that 16.4.
I add some more. You might
yes, sir. And then we come back up into VWAP. So let's see if sellers are in control. We make lower highs or the shelf is kind of a base here. Who knows? I don't know. But I'm just trying to read some of this tape and learn along the way. Hopefully you guys are in some good trades. What have you guys been trading today? Let us know. We know that there's a lot of things moving around. The shorts were nice. Some of the longs were nice. Apple and Intel were really strong off the open. Everything else, Nvidia and some chips with the dip off the open. Nice strong sells as well. Google holding that 150. Apple holding that 172. So let's see, are we going to get that bit of reversion as the market bounces? Is Apple going to do the exact opposite as it has been doing today? Is it opposite day for Apple today? The market was down, Apple was up. Now the market's catching a bit of a bounce, and Apple's kind of pulling back a little bit here today. So maybe an opposite day. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. Kramer likes SMCI. Yeah, guys, SMCI. Here's the thing. Now, Sean, you probably have the risk for this. SMCI playing around with that 1,000 mark, right, as of right now, and it's giving you about a 15-point kind of a low away from that thou mark right there. So I think if the market's going to bounce here, that looks like a decent long. Now I wish I could get involved in that one, but there are other vehicles if I want to play the chip bounce. If Nvidia and SMCI and some of these other names are going to take a bounce right there, along with some market tailwind. There goes the ES as well. Holy, all right, there goes CCL. There goes Nvidia. Are we going to break through that into that 905 level? We have yet to find out. What do you got going on?
It's a long world right now. Yeah, we're still short Apple. We got, so Tesla broke that 178.50. It's now underneath it. So we'll just stay away from Tesla. It's giving us some little bit of bad vibes there, but it is coming back in now. So if you're still short that one, I like it. We're filming our podcast tonight. We're happy to have Kunal Desai on the podcast tonight. Really cool. So come over to my screen here, Fabian, if you get a sec. So go over. Find it. It's at Trader TV Live. I've retweeted it as well. From Bulls on Wall Street. Should be a good one here. Very, very similar trader to all of us. So we'll see what Kunal's talking about and some possible ideas here to go. But, should be an interesting one. Our first guest appearance. So we're really happy with that. And, it should be a good show. So I know you'll be tuned in, as we all will be over on this side as well. So shout out to Kunal, and thank you for doing that with us. And that'll be tonight, and then broadcasted first thing on Saturday. So get ready for that, and that should be a heck of a lot of fun. I know I'm excited for it. So good talk there. We'll welcome Kunal to the show, and he'll be part of the Trader TV Live family after that. It is an exclusive club, so I have to make sure to tell him that, as he is well aware. So, anyways, good day here today. Good day battling back, I should say, on some of these plays. There's our Tesla trade in and out, but we did take that bottom piece there. So happy at the end of the day with everything. It's 10:40 already. Let's go back over to Adara. Robinhood is working.
A lot of strength here in a lot of these sectors. We have to talk about finance, pretty much green across the board here for a lot of these names. Health technology, pretty strong in general, but it's also worth noting MRK, Merck here, getting some FDA notes, positive FDA notes with regards to its treatment for pulmonary arterial hypertension. So nice move up here for MRK. A lot of strength as well in consumer services, process industries, communications, consumer non-durables, utilities. Hard to find a negative sector here across the board. Producer manufacturing is a little bit weaker, but we do also have some weakness in electronic technology with a lot of these chip names that we see run up sometimes. AMD, AVGO, Nvidia a little bit more to the downside, whereas we have Intel pretty strong right now on the day. We also have a little bit weaker across the board here, electronic technology, CRM, Netflix, Meta, all trading to the downside today, guys.
All right.
So Intel broke that high. It's a good thing I kind of got out, chopped up, but the long continues. So the initial idea is definitely still there. I would say I was like, okay, well, how much are we going to pull back? I guess we pull back more than 50% before the bid kind of catches on. So, all right, I'll remember that. Let's see. I got to give it some more room, maybe some more patience as well to really see and let it build back up into that 43. I like that 43, right? So take a look at what 43 does. And now this is kind of half of me talking to myself as well. But yeah, if I like the 43 and it kind of chops that 43 and reclaims, holds double bottoms and consolidates and then breaks out, maybe that's a good place to get involved for a potential break of the highs right there. And that's exactly what it's doing as of right now on Intel Intel to the upside. So with that chip bounce that's happening right now, Intel kind of, it had that pullback off of the flush, but it did start off distinctly different, and that bid is catching right back on through that 43 on Intel there. Got a little bit short on the UPS. UPS selling off yesterday as well. Kind of missed out on this 146, but I like that 145. We'll kind of give it some room there off that 145. Let's see if we can get some more into this trade. VWAP also coming in as a little bit of confluence as we made those highs. We try to get above VWAP and can't really get above VWAP as well, pushing back down towards those lows. Let's see what we do with this 145 here, Sean. So, but with the market bounce, I am watching this. I'm watching the CCL. I don't think it's really as affected as some of these chips are with the market bouncing. But yeah, there goes UPS. Let's see if we can get a nice little flush to the downside. UPS yesterday. I don't know what the news necessarily on this one was, but somebody definitely selling the UPS for a majority of the day yesterday. Take a look at this. Some decent RVOL as well on UPS. So yeah, opened up around 160s, straight flush to the downside, 158, 150, and then all the way down to 143. And I was like, holy, how did I miss this one? Well, maybe because chips are hot and I got eyes on the chips, but there's definitely a lot of opportunity in the market. I got to do my which reminds me, I got to do my scanners. I got to do a better schedule of scanners midday and a couple of times during the day there. So maybe we can introduce that, going through some scanners during the day and kind of working that into the schedule there. That's what I'm thinking. There goes CCL back into VWAP. Let's see if VWAP has those sellers that were there. 17 couldn't really get through earlier. We're holding that 16.4 as of right now, pulling back up into VWAP. And let's see if those sellers kind of come back in and around that 17 or underneath that 17. Maybe not exactly at VWAP. Do we make a lower high? Those are all the questions I'm asking right now. There goes UPS to the downside. Let's see how far we can get below that 145 here. But yeah, that's SOX. Was it SOX sell? Yeah, SOX sell. I was looking for that opportunity to show up in and around those 44s, 44.50s. And yeah, look at that wick on the 15-minute. If you guys pull up that SOX L, ripping right off of that 44 mark and pushing back up higher, and then you get that market bounce as well, kind of following along. So Intel pushing up even higher. 43.50s is the high on Intel right now. So the long was not necessarily wrong. Watching that Krispy Kreme as well. Is it doing the same kind of RVOL it was doing yesterday? Oh boy, yeah, 10 RVOL today. Okay, so yeah, definitely one to keep on watching. Yeah, in the pre-market, I have it doing 31,000 RVOL, which is like, okay, well, hold on, slow down. But definitely an interesting look there. Don't want to take my eyes off of that one. UPS coming back to the downside here. So did we lick grab yesterday's end of day consolidation highs on UPS with a nice little 1-point lick grab, and now we're pushing back down? Are we going to continue this strong sell-off that we had with the volume? Who's selling? I don't know, but I definitely want to be involved if the sellers are in charge on something like a UPS. And speaking of UPS, let's see what FedEx and Amazon are up to, both kind of shipping companies, I would say. FDX. All right, so let's see what FedEx is up to. Oh boy, FedEx with the nicer fade to the downside, opening up at 290s, fading off into 285s, 284, 96s is the low. Bouncing off of yesterday's level here, off the support that we got off of that morning drive on the pullback there, that 285. So interesting on the FedEx. Let's see what our friend Amazon is up to. Amazon also bouncing after a strong quadunk in the morning. 177.30s is the level. Nice little consolidation, maybe a little shelfy business going on over here at that 178. Where am I getting 189? 178 to 179-ish level here on the Amazon. So a nice little flag happening here, flag pennant, whatever you want to call it, price action there happening there on Amazon. Let's see. I'm closely watching this CCL. You know, just this is like that nice slow moving trade, which is like, you know, we'll ease into it. We'll kind of work into it if it's working. It's working as of right now, but technically I am kind of fighting the trend as VWAP is a little heavy there. But I like the hold of that 16.4. I was watching it. I was like, all right, well, if this is gonna crack, I will get stopped out eventually if it goes all the way down. But if it's going to hold, I want to stay involved with the long idea and see if this earnings day one has any umph to it. Market tailwind maybe coming in potentially. IBIO holding that trend from the pre-market. I know we were watching that in the pre-market IBIO with some news coming out as well, and some decent RVOL happening in the pre-market. Take a look at this. You want to see some crazy RVOL numbers? Look at that, 644,000.
And which stock was that?
This is IBIO, because this thing does absolutely nothing, right? It does like no volume, and all of a sudden it gets some volume. It's like, all right, well, this is the magnitude of volume that we're doing above normal on something like IBIO. So definitely maybe a competitive arena, even though it's relatively lower priced than some of the other tickers that we're involved with today. Market cap of 4 million on IBIO. So what's the float actually?
Let's see. The float was only 3 and a bit.
Yeah, 3.5. So it's exactly a little potentially manipulable and cornerable.
That's a good word.
As well. At a $2, like what? It's like let's be generous.
Manipulable.
$3, roughly the price, right? 3.5 million shares. You don't need a lot of money to kind of move that ticker around, especially if the float is cornered. So I like to stick to some large caps. 100 billion is nice. Sorry, 100 million, not 100 billion. 100 billion is nice too, but yeah, of course. So things like Amazon, Apple. That's why I like the large caps. Not really. I guess you need a bigger player to come in to really move around those tickers. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think the concepts are the same. It only takes one ticker. It only takes one order. It only takes one trade to really kind of move some things around. If somebody's like, okay, well, I'm gonna sell my position, sell my portfolio. Apple goes down or UPS sells off. Nobody knows why.
And if you're not, it only takes one mic.
Yes.
All he needs is one mic. All we need is some Chinese shares. Never thought we'd say that. All right, so we're long Alibaba here on a dip buy. I just want to talk about, we did get out of Amazon. Look what Amazon's doing, Obi. I mean, you want to talk about the market kind of doing nothing. Look what Amazon...
Yeah, that was like shelfie business.
Exactly.
Doing some shelfie business.
So we got out on that business. All right, so we're out of that one. Here's Robinhood. So we were able to get out at 20 again. We only have 20% left of that one. And then the newest entrant right now, as I just keep on scalping some out here, is Alibaba. We actually got out the first time when it broke. So we actually have an out here. It did break the 50 period and we got out, but then we just bought it against this level here, breaking of 25s. So now we're long at 32. We're in the money. It's all good. We just stair-stepped it out all the way up. Our best out is 40s. We're waiting for higher. So we've got like up here, 50s and change. But again, if this market's going to turn around, this is going to be a 6 or 7 cent hit. We're going to be getting out at 25 break if it comes back out, which is why we started emptying a little bit there on that name. Apple's still moving. NVIDIA just broke 9 bills again. That's not going to be good for any kind of longs in this market, I wouldn't think. But there it is, 177. Oh no, did we get as high as 178? No, we did not. So, excuse me, we're waiting for that fill if we can get into 178. I like to play off VWAP with the 200 period rate there as well. Yeah, so basically Robinhood is here. We only have 20% left. We have a decent size on Alibaba. If that goes great, that's the only thing we're working with right now. Tesla, the long that we wrote down at 178, that's been really good, just was not early. So I feel like we didn't give this one enough room. We lost too much money to be starting the day at 9:45. So we're gonna regroup on all that. We always talk about, timing of the market and making sure that, you're making the right trades at the right time. We'll work on that with Tesla. But hey man, yesterday we had 178 long and it went to 185. Or something like that. So, you take what you can get here in this market. And right now we have Adara with Money Talks.
PXY continuing to struggle with this 104.50 area, continuing to run up with this level. We did have a little bit of a move down yesterday initially into 104, ended up closing positively on the day. No major economic data from today. We did get a revision of some of those January wholesale inventories numbers getting revised slightly lower. Sales revised slightly higher for January, but no new numbers. We do have Fed's Waller speaking after the close tonight at 6 p.m., so that will definitely be on watch as he is considered typically to be a little bit more hawkish. definitely something to note. He's our last Fed speaker of the week. Tomorrow, we do have that quarterly GDP number coming out at 8:30. Definitely stay tuned for that. Chicago PMI coming out at 9:45. Michigan consumer sentiment coming out at 10 a.m. And then on Friday, which is a trading holiday, we are getting that PCE data. So lots of data coming in later this week. Today, though, we do have a slight move up here on the DXY on a pretty light day for data, guys.
All right, thank you, Adara.
Yeah, it's only 10:52 right now. What a better time to do this. Oh, man. Okay, we're still waiting for Alibaba to do something. So today's menu, and then yesterday we had that Szechuan chicken. I don't know. I didn't see it. Did you see it?
I saw it. It looked pretty decent.
Looked good. Okay,
I
good.
didn't try it.
All right, we get a meh in our ear. So Fabian was meh on that one. Today's, though, pretty good. If you're a fan of chicken, today will not be your day. Grilled pea meal tomato cheddar sandwiches with coleslaw.
Who's in the field?
Ramin, I guess. Maybe not a fan of the pork over there. And roasted
Coleslaw is good.
Yeah, the coleslaw and the wedges. So I like it because it's a sandwich. We've talked about that.
I like this.
I think for lunchtime, I think that's pretty appropriate. But again, we have the salad. I hope that for a tuna topper on the salad is my fave. So, all right. Robinhood now breaking above $20. That's a face slapper, I feel like. Nice move there. So we're long at 70. Nice move there. We'll see if it can continue up. Alibaba's holding. Apple, we're only in 10%. You know, again, that shelf business is happening. We've done really well on this one, although it looks like we did panic. Remember when it broke higher? We got something out there for flat or roughly flat at 98, 99, but then it started to blast in to the downside, and we just took profit almost as fast as we could on that one because we went really counter trend on that Apple trade. I'll give you although Tesla's just bouncing around right now, this level of 178, we should have potentially shorted Rivian. So I just, again, it's just right here. We are missing, oh no, I'm not missing any data on this one. So Rivian just came into this 1075 area. I kind of like option areas like that. So that's an area there. 1075 could be a short. And then if you might remember, when the market was falling down, I said, you know what? Names like this are names that could possibly get hit when the market starts to lose some, energy. Bad leeway, but it's not an energy stock. But it's one that's fueled a lot of gains lately. It's DraftKings. DraftKings is down 7% right now today. Coming right back in, taking out all of last week, everything out right there. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days all the way back and getting back into this 45 area. I don't think a name like this is a buy yet. The market's not even really down, and this is getting hit. Now, I think there was some sort of an insider selling report or something on DraftKings today. We can find out more about that, but they'll have this on the midday. But DraftKings back into $42 right now. You know what? This is a good opportunity because I'm just watching out. Alibaba's now 8 cents in the money. That's actually pretty good. We want more, so we're going to wait for that. Oops. I meant to type in DraftKings and I typed in Baba. DKNG. All right, here it is right here. So, no. Okay, a trader circulate investor business daily. Okay, so this is maybe what it was. This is at 1043. So this move happened immediately. But so it says shares spiking lower. Traders circulate that IBD investor business daily sold its position. So again, if that would be the case. For that. And again, it just says circulating rumors. I would think that would be a buy. If there's nothing material wrong with the stock, again, I don't know how many shares that would be. I don't really see a big volume spike of any sort of significance until down here at $46, which wouldn't explain a $5 move down. So there it goes. Alibaba was good and now it's not. So here we go. Alibaba. Right now, waiting to make a move. We just got up to 38. It bounced again. What's that level? Yeah, so 39. So we could have got some more out there at the 50 period. Let's just put an offer there. I mean, we don't really want to get it too much out here, but if we have to, then we'll do it one more time and wait for this to get back upside. We already talked about the market doing nothing right now. So these plays are just on stocks that I think are strong. Alibaba had a nice move up. It's It's pulling back into some consolidated areas, I thought anyways. We initially were long against the 50 period. Now it's staying underneath. Could maybe not a hot trade here to end the day with Alibaba. I like the long. We'll protect it until it breaks 71.25.
Yeah, so I get stopped out of that UPS. Some strength coming in right into VWAP there. Then again, it doesn't seem as really that liquid.
Wow, Robin.
So anybody just slapping the bid or slapping the ask is going to move that ticker right there. You can see here. I'll pull it up for you guys here. UPS. Okay, you did not mean to do that. Okay, and why? So UPS, take a look at that. It's just one lots on the book for the most part. No real size coming in, anything serious there. And then compare that to the CCL book. Look, you got like 20, 30 lots on each side, roughly, at almost a lot of those prices right at the level 1 price as well. So that's coming into that 146. Let's see what that UPS has got in store for us. That strong sell right off the open there. But yeah. Tickers are, the NQ is just holding this area right here in and around that 18.4 as of right now, kind of sideways. Let's see what NVIDIA is up to. Is NVIDIA still holding that 900? Yeah, 900 is still holding, hasn't really gone anywhere too far from that. So yeah, that morning momentum, that morning flush is definitely starting to slow down as of right now. You can see it here on the futures as well. Strong elongated bars all the way to the downside into 18.4, and then all of a sudden much smaller, little wiki on both sides, and then holding in and around that 18.4 level as of right now. So maybe is this a consolidation before the next leg, or are we going to turn from here? Who knows? But yeah, going to be patiently waiting and watching some of these levels. NVIDIA 900, I think I like as well, and Google still holding that 150 also. So Google didn't really get too far from that. Where is my chart on Google? Okay, so there it is. Apple pushing back up into that 172.5. Softy holding that 420 as of right now as well. Bitcoin just underneath that 70,000 mark. So yeah, let's see. I'm going to be a little bit more patient. Like we said, there's going to be a lot of opportunity in this market. Don't want to get chopped up and don't want to spend too much risk on places where it doesn't really show you that it's there, right? So I got to do a little bit better at kind of staying and keeping that in check as well over here, and this UPS is continuing to go to the upside, so definitely maybe a little too early for the short, maybe totally wrong as well. So we're going to be a little patient for that one there. What do you got going on, Sean?
Yeah, good. Thanks, Obi. Yeah, so I was just looking at Apple here. If this market wants to go to the upside, we do have an out to get out of our last 10% of Apple. We're going to get out if it breaks 60 right there on that shelf. So we put that order in, but it's going to the downside. So, so far so good. I just saw that little bit of a move up there. And by the way, Alibaba, we did get more long there at 70, 71.30 or 31. I just tried to get out at 37 there. It did not fill. And we're not trying to get out of everything, but I'm just trying to, get something out here because the market is just what it's doing now. It's doing nothing. So it's like if we can get a bump up like that and get spiked and then get out of some of our long, and then if it continues, great. Like I'm literally talking about getting out of 20%. Feel like that's the right play right now. So we are waiting at some 36s, then some 38s, and then we'll wait to see about a higher take. We know we want to be long Alibaba in case this market does rebound. And then on the midday show here, they're talking breakouts all week, so that should be fun. Coinbase today could be breaking back out to the upside right now after getting through all this garbage at 266. So watch out for that trade. Here goes Alibaba back up to the upside, so that's a good trade. All right, NVIDIA holding 900. Thanks again, Obi, man. Good show.
Thank you.
We're back at 2 o'clock, so that should be a lot of fun. Let's go over and throw it to, thank you, Ty, the midday desk right now with ADRs and Sharif.
You guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That right there in the baby blue is your girl ADRs, and I'm wearing black, so whatever. How are you? Good morning.
I am good, and don't sell yourself so short with the black. Men in Black here.
Very good call.
Iconic movie. You gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, no, I like the polo.
Thank
and
you.
I know you are in some trades.
I am. I flattened them out because I have to do the lesson. So, but we'll talk about them. Let's do though the roll call, the Katina patented roll call. We got Chase Bands. We got 4 lat spread. I see you, Sofa Monster. I see you, Andrew, Tanner, Braun, Trader Drew, we got LA, we got Hold My Beer, Shannon Queenie, I see you, girl. Easy, we got Trinity, we got Pillsbury, Benson, Big Kyle Burdett, what's up, my man? Pitchbull, we got Marcelino, we got Arsenal Adam, baby, ND Trade, Sebastian Dam, Solo Crystal, we got Deuce X, and then Kevin Mendoza. What is up, my friend? I hope everybody had a good morning. I hope you guys are all green. It has been a little bit up, a little bit down, a little bit good, a little bit not so good on these markets this morning. We've been doing the dance with no pants in front or on top of 18.4, guys. Hello, guys. We've been doing the dance with no pants in front of 18.4. We've been holding that level. It's precipitated me to get into multiple TQQ trades. We'll get to that in a minute. But I was looking a lot at this stock right here, and it goes by the name of STOK. I know there's a lot of good small cap gappers. We'll get to all of them in short order, but I want to tell you about these two. They go by the tickers STOK and OUST. I mean, if this is, I told Adara, I'm like, look, if somebody tells me that this is not a buy program, I want to take whatever they're taking for my vacation coming up, baby, because I think that would be one hell of a hallucination. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 uninterrupted 5-minute green candles in a row to the high side. Now you're getting a little bit of consolidation at that $7 level. I can see people counting down with me over there. It's 40% to the good in the green. So we'll talk a lot about these OUST, STOK, and there's even IBIO, which is at VWAP right now. So we'll talk a lot about that. But the lesson of the day and all week, guys, we are talking about breakouts. Today specifically, we're going to narrow the topic down to channel breakouts. So let's talk a little about that. So I want you guys to imagine a river flowing between defined banks. In the trading world, price often behaves similarly, carving a channel onto the chart defined by the trend lines. Yeah, it's a little bit long-winded, I'm sorry. But just like a river can burst its banks, price can break out of these channels, signaling potential trend continuation. So let's dive a little bit into the topic, find out exactly what I'm going on about here. So the channel concept, let's define the whole idea of a channel first, and then we'll get into some trades or some trading techniques. So channels are formed by connecting trend lines, obviously, that touch the highs for the upper trend line and touch the lows for the lower trend line. Super easy to do. But in case you're just a newer trader, let me just demonstrate really quickly here. Here's STOK. If I was to widen this out a bit, I could draw an upper channel to touch the highs, and I could draw a lower channel to touch the lows. That's all we're really talking about there. And in this particular case on STOK, it is an upper channel, an upward channel, excuse me. Two other types, consolidative, which are sideways, and then downward channels. So we only have to worry about 3 different types of channels: upward, consolidative, and downward, okay? So these lines that we just drew on the top of the channel, these lines represent areas of both support and resistance where price tends to bounce back. There are 2 main types of channels, like I just said: upward channel, downward channel, and a consolidative channel. So there are 3. This lesson is wrong, obviously, right? And here is an example. Thank you, Adara, always winning by putting these slides in. So there you go. You got the upward channel defined by upper trend lines, lower trend lines. Bless you, Katina Man. And you got the downward channel over here. So yeah, very zigzaggy. And then this is one that I was talking about, the consolidative channel, the sideways channel. Yes, this is the Adara Panera trade that we always talk about here. I hate to define you.
No, but that is the type of trade I like.
Okay, cool. As long as you're good with it.
I'm good with the definition.
All right. So that's exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about channel breakouts. And so we're looking for trades that we can kind of gauge that break out of these upper and lower trend lines and try to capitalize it some way, somehow. So let's talk about the breakout, the actual breakout itself. So a breakout occurs when the price decisively moves through one of the trend lines. This signifies a potential change in the direction of the prevailing trend. Here's the breakdown, okay? So a bullish breakout occurs And we talked about this, remember bullish breakout and bearish breakout from yesterday? So a bullish breakout occurs. The price closes above the upper trend line of an upward channel. This suggests to you that buyers are overpowering sellers, potentially leading to a continuation of the uptrend. Conversely, a bearish breakout, the price closes below the lower channel, the lower trend line, okay, of a downward channel. This indicates sellers, in this case, are gaining control, hinting at a potential continuation of the downtrend. And here are great examples. Again, thanks to Adara, rising channel here. You're getting defined tops. How many times did we touch the top here? Once, twice, and even, believe it or not, OB thrice, but then you touch it a fourth, and then you break it out on the fifth. To the downside, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I said this to Adara before, and it bears repeating. The more times it touches the upper trend line, the more times it touches the downward trend line. They don't even have to be trend lines. They can be horizontal lines of support and resistance, like we talked about on Monday. The more touches at those levels, the more important the level is. And the wider the time frame you're observing that level, for example, the daily, the weekly, the 4-hour, the more important that level becomes. So two things here. The more touches at the level and the wider the time frame that you're observing it on, and rejections or bounces off that level, the better. You're not talking to me, are you? Okay. And here is an example of a downward channel. And then so you have lower lows, lower highs, you're getting rejections off the top, you're getting bounces off the bottom. That is until this price came in here at 350 on ARLO. No idea what the stock is. But how funny is it that it comes up into what was supposed to be that level of support with the downward channel, and then it actually uses that as resistance, rejecting off that level. And so that goes to the point that I was making yesterday. Extend your trend lines, especially on the wider time frame, the daily, the weekly, the 4-hour. Extend your trend lines as long as your program, your app, will allow you to do it, because you never know when that trend line will come back in to act as support or resistance. So that's a point I want to make there. So false friends, but true signals over here. I don't know why these titles are so dramatic, but that's the way it is. Yeah. False friends, but true signals. Breakouts are valuable signals. There's no doubt about that, but they're not foolproof, guys, right? False breakouts can and do occur when the price briefly touches a trend line, but then reverses the direction awfully quick. Here's how to avoid getting fooled by these false breakouts. Look for volume confirmation to support that move out of the upper trend line and through resistance. So look for a surge in trading volume alongside the break. High volume suggests more conviction behind the price move, making it more likely to be a true breakout. Not foolproof, but puts the odds a little bit more in your favor. And look for price action confirmation. I touched upon this yesterday. Look for the breakout to be on a closing basis above that upper trend line, below that lower trend line on a wider time frame, the daily, the weekly. The wider out the time frame you go, the more confirmation you have, the more I would feel comfortable relying on that level. If I can say I feel comfortable trading, I'm still not there. So yeah, that's the point I want to make there. Look for price action confirmation. It has to be on a closing basis, and the bigger the time frame, like the daily or the weekly, the better. Okay? Not saying you can't use it on a smaller time frame, but the better. So, how do we take these trades? So let's talk about taking action on the breakout. So once you've confirmed the breakout, here are some strategies that you can employ for entering and exiting the trade. So firstly, entering the trade, right? Some traders like to enter immediately after the breakouts. Others like to wait for that pullback. So it's that dichotomy that we discussed yesterday about taking the breakout initially or waiting for that breakout to be confirmed and then waiting for the price to pull back to prove to you, yes, that 200 level on Apple is a real deal support level. Once we broke through it, now I'm going to use it. I'm talking about Apple. For some reason, Apple can talk here. Yes, I'm going to use this 200 level as support. It was resistance. So two types of ways you can take this. Take it immediately on the break or wait for that break and for the price to prove to you that that level is important, then wait for the move back down in order to get it. Again, pros and cons with both strategies. I want to keep talking about this. Taking the initial break, obviously you have a higher chance of failure because it could be a false breakout. The good side about that, though, is you get a better price. Waiting, though, for the price to break above 200, for example, on Apple and to come back down, the good side is you prove to yourself, I guess, that the $200 is the real deal. But the bad side about it is you get a worse price because you got to wait for that pullback, and sometimes it doesn't come back into 200. You may get lucky. You may come back right into 200. You may take the long at 200, but chances are you probably won't. Stop loss protection goes without saying, has to be included in every trade. Always use a stop loss order to limit potential losses. For bullish breakouts, place it below the broken trend line, but for bearish breakouts, place it above the broken trend line. So that's what you're looking for there. Okay. Profit targets, again, you have to identify areas of support and resistance in order to know where to wet your beak and take some profits. So for the long, look for another level of resistance above your entry where the price could halt at that level, and then look to take profits there. Save a piece for the dream in case it breaks through that level. For the short, exactly the opposite. You're basically looking for that key level of support below the price where you got in, where the price might bounce, and take profits in front of that level, and then obviously hold a piece for the dream. And here's an excellent example. Thank you, Adara, using TradingView. This is the downward channel, right? Your entry over here at the retest, so you wait for it to break down, right? And then it comes back in, uses the downward channel, not as support this time, as resistance, and that's where you look to get in. Your stop will be above this lower trend line over here. So now the lower trend line is no longer support, right? It's resistance. So you place your stop above resistance, even though it's previously support. So it's a perfect area, perfect example. And then obviously you're looking for this area over here, because that is obviously an area of support. So I would wet my beak at this area around right here, knowing full well there were 3 touches at this area. So chances are prices bounce off these levels. So that's a really good example there. And I want to give you a couple of reminders. Channel breakouts are signals, guys. They're not guarantees. Conduct thorough research, both fundamental and technical, and manage your risk effectively using sound risk management strategies, and never invest more than you can lose. I can't believe I have to remind people about this, but don't borrow money to trade. Bonus tip. Combine channel breakouts with other technical indicators like RSI and MACD. Look for those overbought, oversold areas. Look for price action technical indicator divergence like we've been talking about in the past, right? Are we making lower highs on the RSI but making higher highs on the price action? That could be an indicator to you that the trend may change on the price and that we could break down. Go back to those lessons, and if you want to know more about that, we talk about it ad nauseum. Okay, here, Adara. Now back to trading. Look at STOK. I mean, you can scan that URL code right on your screen there, and you get sent to all the lessons immediately. I really like that. And Adara, I wanna complain about something.
Please do.
When you sat down over here, what did I say to you about this thing over here?
You really like that level as a level for a bounce.
Did I take it though, Adara?
No.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. And I said that specifically to, and why did I say that?
Because look at that previous area, and I saw the second I sat down, I totally saw what you said, and you were like, look, Adara, you know I love these type of levels, and I know you do it. I know why, too, because look, we had popped up into that area here. I'm blind. Is it 14.4?
Yep.
Then we pop back up here. We come, relax a little bit, and then come back down and jump with the viciousness, I'm sorry to say.
That's all
That's
good.
the saddest that I've ever said with the viciousness.
Yeah, I know.
At 14.4 on that bounce. But yeah, that was a bamboozler, that one.
But I do see trades on your side, and I do see triangles, so let's go through that.
Yeah, there are some triangles. I basically have a little bit of a plan here on Tesla, and shout out as well to Kyle Burdett and Adam DeLuz and everybody trying to share some advice and wisdom with me in the chat. I always really appreciate it. What a great community we have. I am taking out part of this Tesla position, but the plan is to continue to reload. I'm reloaded, as Sean's animation sometimes says, at 179. Oh, thank you, Sean, for getting him up here on the screen. Ask and we receive. But yeah, basically the initial plan was I planned this short initially very poorly. Look at this. We got involved way too early initially, 178.40, because I liked the idea that we were going to have some rejection here at this earlier area of support. Didn't end up coming to fruition. I got out when we were trying to really charge towards 179, but then I noticed we couldn't break above 179. So I was like, you know what, Adara? Get back involved. So I got back involved. Really, it was just kind of mitigating my losses in the first place so that we could reload and fight for another day. I am probably going to take out some more profits at 178.35s if I'm able to reload here, and we're going to try to reload again as we get back up there into 179s. If we do, I think at this point we might have to be happy with the position size we had. As Sharif says, though, you're always upset as a trader. You're always angry as a trader. And that's one thing I'm trying to get used to. Amazon as well. Shout out to Kyle Burdett for putting this one out to me. Someone else in the chat, LA as well, was putting this one out for the range opportunities. But I think too, like, we had this kind of VWAP bounce. We have these pops into 178.60. I still have a resting order at 178.39. We might get it now. Initially, I had 49s, which was way too ambitious. But I think 39 is probably a little bit better. And you can maybe take this short into 78.10s, get out if we break above 78.50, 78.60. So I think if you have a tight enough stop level, I think there are some opportunities here. Also, shout out to Mahmoud saying, appreciating this short here on Tesla, saying if the market breaks low, Tesla will tank. And I mean, yeah, I think, we call it stress low for a reason. We call it a mess low for a reason. This one is known to be very bamboozling, but I think if we have the right opportunities there could be a little bit of a destruction here in TSLA. Also, Amazon, we just got filled in Amazon. Please just punch. Pretty small position because you know what I mean? I just kind of had a resting order there. So I'm not taking anything out until later. I'm going to see what we do at 178.10s. If we hold, I'll take my 30 penny winner. If we break below, I'll stay in because why not? One more trade to talk about. I am very short biased today. I want to talk about this arm short, which I'm really proud of this, I'm not going to lie. So we had this massive move to the downside. And this is an example of a fake out breakout. This actually did break below that flat bottom break and then pop back up. So I was happy I got out of here when I did. And I want to explain why. Thank you. I want to explain why I got out here though. So initially I get in at 125.10, I think, and Sharif heard me go, oh no, because I fat fingered out half of it immediately the second we got in. Then though I added, I said, Adara, you still like this? Why not add more? So I did add a little bit more. Shout out to Neil and his tips with fat fingering, which is always, if you want it to be there, just try to get back in, or if you fat finger, like rectify it immediately. So that's what we tried to do here. We still have the amount of size I wanted, and this went, I'm very lucky to say, according to plan. We got out some at that 124.60 area, so that previous bottom. I was going to reload if we got back to 9 EMA, but we didn't. So I was able to take out some here around that 124.30 area, which was that previous wick bottom. So yeah, pretty happy with the trades. Slightly positive on the day if Tesla and Amazon continue to be kind to me. But I'm aware that the market does not care about your feelings and things can always switch up. So I'm trying to be nimble and I'm trying to be ready to see what the market has to bring. And always very grateful for our awesome community.
Absolutely.
What are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at NVDL because of NVDA. So number one, before I do anything, I just want to show a chart of the NQ on the right and a chart of NVIDIA on the left. I mean, I was looking at BPI this morning. I was telling BPI, Big Patty Ice, I was like, Apple's not moving these markets anymore. It's NVIDIA that is moving the markets. And when you look at the chart patterns of these two instruments, let's call them that, they're almost identical. They're both hockey stick looking patterns, down and to the right, down, big down move, then consolidative sideways and to the right. They're both trading below the volume weighted average price. And guess what? They're both doing that magnetic effect into the 10 period, which is the green solid line on my chart, and rejecting off that level. The NQ, magnetic effect into the green, reject. NVIDIA, pulling back into the green and reject. And so, this is something, I don't want to say that you can trade with certainty every day, but it helps make things a bit more predictive, especially for something as volatile as NVIDIA, right? So good look here. Now, why am I talking about all this? Because I'm looking at getting short NVDL off and playing the range on NVIDIA. Anytime I get a pop into the 10 period moving average, which is I'm looking at the left chart right now, guys, which is, let me bring in the ticker here so you guys can see it. I'm looking at playing NVDL basically with when NVDA pulls into the 10 period and then looking to get short. The thing is though, we're not going to get a big move on NVDL because we're not getting a big move relatively speaking on NVDA. Yes, I know it's moving dollars at a time. Yes, I know the range here is, let's say for the majority of the time, it's 88.96 to the downside and essentially maybe 902. So $6 worth of range, but that is normal on a $900 name, right? So it's going to have to be bigger share size on NVDL to capitalize on these, what essentially are micro moves on NVDA. So that's my thinking at this point, and I think it's valid. What I'm keeping an eye on for, though, is if we break 18.4 aggressively, and I know we got wicks below 18.4 on the NQ, that could really spell trouble here for NVDA, and we could find ourselves maybe like in the mid 800s or so. So we'll see exactly what we get on the day with this name, but I just want to point out the correlation between the two. Now, AAPL had a long trade on this. I had to flatten it out because I had to do the lesson, so I didn't want to hold it while I was doing the lesson, but this one held VWAP beautifully, okay? It was a bit of an aggressive retracement off the top. You saw the Katina man wet his beak multiple times on that short with great profits, but look where it held up, guys. All the wicks, without exception, all bounced off the volume weighted average price today. Even this monster over here, this weird looking candle, right? And even the more calm candles also found their base at the volume weighted average price. I also think it helps that VWAP at that time was trading near the whole dollar. It was right at 172, so you could have made a better case for it. We're curling up. We're making higher highs, higher lows. We have that magnetic OB effect onto the 10 period yet again, but this time from the north side, not the south side like we had on NVDA. So it looks like we are inching our way into 173 with that 173.12 HOD on AAPL. Let's watch this one. It looks awfully bull flaggish. And I think, maybe Apple's just been beaten up a little too much lately, so we may see some mean reversion moves back here. So, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if I have any other trades I want to talk about on these Mag 7 names or switch to small caps. I am keeping my eyes on Tesla here. A couple of reasons. One, we had that flipping from support into resistance kind of take place here on TSLA. So look at this consolidative area that we had in the pre. It all danced around that 179.25, essentially between 179 and 178. You had a bit of $1 worth of range on TSLA. That is until we started moving here at around 850. Tesla was pumping. Everybody in the chat was talking about Tesla moving in the pre-market in the chat before the bell rung. The bell rung and we tanked. We exactly held up at 176. But look at this. Now the move back up is starting to find resistance at an area that we had support in the pre. So, if Tesla doesn't break above the green dotted line, which is pivots on my chart, then this could be really interesting here for a nice curl back down on TSLA. But we'll have to wait and see if that manifests or not. But I like when this area of previous support flips to resistance. It makes things a little easier to digest and observe. Before I go on to my small cap gapper analysis, we'll send it to Adara to talk about her trades.
Yeah, Tesla just popped up. I am in the Tesla short of that 179, that curl that you just mentioned. I was happy I got some out here at 179.70-esque, but we did pop up. We can't hold it. It was like a little whoop. It wasn't like, the 0 to 100 in a second promised by the Roadster. You know what I mean? It wasn't really that type of move. I mean, it was, but we couldn't sustain it. The car just kind of turned right off after. So I'm okay with this right now. Like I said, I'm eyeing this 179.30 area for a stop, and I say that because that was that earlier pop we kind of had earlier. It was VWAP, a little bit of support area, support and resistance. One of the biggest things I've learned here sitting at this chair with Sharif. I mean, he just talked about it, and that honestly, that's why I learned to look for this stuff was through a year. So yeah, thank you very much for that. But so anyways, I always again sound like I'm giving an Oscar speech, but I'm just always very, very grateful for these opportunities on this here desk. So I want to see if we come back into that 178.60. I was kind of nervous that we'd have this pop, and I say that because look at these little moves kind of down here, and then we bounce back up, right? So these candles should have been maybe a bit more of a sign to me that we have these buyers overwhelming sellers just a skosh at this level. But I have no reason to leave quite yet, so I'm trying to be a little bit more patient, packing the patience, as we say. Amazon, I was trying to get reloaded here at 178.39s, did not happen, but we're going to try to take some profit here at 178.10. So did again to Kyle Burdett for pointing this one out to me on these levels, and I was very happy that I was able to enter this short because this is the type of stuff I like. We have a level, we break down from a level, there's clear previous resistance and support and areas for me to kind of worm my way around for reloads and exits. So
I love
type
it.
of stuff I like. Also, easy for all shoppers. Thank you very much for your super chat. Shorts beginning to get scared on W. Please check the short float for W. And that is Wayfair. And I don't know why I thought that Wayfair was going to be an NQ name. So let's see what's happening here. I know they have a pretty substantial short float. I'm going to check here. The thing is, too, is you're not always going to see the same short float for everything, right? There's different. But what I'm seeing here, this on FinViz, I'm seeing a short float of 25%. For Wayfair. So that's kind of, I think, lines up with what I've seen before for the most part. Volume on this is not huge, though. This one is about 1.5 million shares right now in volume. Let's see what we have shaken in terms of a catalyst here for Wayfair.
Wayfair, you got just what I need.
I didn't know that was this.
No?
No, I had no
my God,
idea.
it's hideous.
Yeah,
Very
it's not
like,
great. Yeah, I'm not seeing any news on this, actually. This is probably a short squeeze, then I think easy for all shoppers is very much correct about that. But yeah, I think this is a nice look here for Wayfair. I think you do have that kind of pop into that earlier pre-market area, 66.6. Ooh. 666, but not an unlucky number here for Wayfair because they continue to run to the upside. Nice pop up here right now, up into 69s. Speaking of going up, though, Tesla was like, hey, Adara, I'm going to scare you. So I'm going to have to deal with the Cybertruck right now. I'll quickly look at the daily chart, though, for you for Wayfair. Easy for all shoppers. Let's see what we got shaking here. I mean, yeah, we had a nice pop up here, I have to say. And look, we're actually coming into that previous area of resistance on the daily chart. I get excited when I see stuff like this. We had support here at 69 earlier, then we pop up into, I can't believe this, about 86 on a closing basis. Then we come back down here. We find resistance at 69 twice now.
Jeez.
So will we double top? I think it's certainly an interesting area given that confluence. Shout out to Obi at 69 earlier. So that would be a level I would like. But right now what I would like is not being in this Tesla short. So I'm going to deal with that. Amazon's behaving pretty nicely. A shout out once again to Obi, but I'm going to deal with Tesla right now. Obi's giving me a look like, he's like, why do you
And he's
keep
like
bringing up
all
my name?
leaned into his computer. I think he's trading heavy right now.
Also, shout out to that CCL trade earlier as well.
Obi.
That was a fabulous look. But anyways, yeah, so we'll go back to you and
Yes,
I will
ma'am.
stop shouting out Obi.
Why not? Well, we'll shout out Obi. It's all
Appreciate
good. Yeah, he's good with it.
He's good, okay.
I'm looking for a dip trade here on STOK at 14. We'll see what we get. That's the volume weighted average price. It's the whole dollar level. It's a lower conviction trade because it's starting to make lower lows and lower highs off that 1640 HOD. I'm talking about STOK, small cap gapper du jour. Let's give some deets. $648 million market cap, larger. Okay, so 2/3 of a billy. The float, decent, not minuscule, but not big either, 42.2 million shares. So on, let's call it the mid-range of things, thereabouts. We have an interesting double bottom here at 14 1/3. Look at that touch there at 11.10, and yet again here at 11.28. So we are finding that area of resistance. Now keep your eye on this area here because that's probably why we are finding support at these random levels, right? Because of this initial area of resistance. I just happen to think that small cap gappers bamboozle you more than large cappers do, and therefore I'm looking at getting a better cost basis. If that means me missing the trade, so be it. But there's evidence, obviously, to support getting in at that 14 1/3. We'll see exactly what happens here. Big Kyle Burdett softy 420 lost. Spin the money for Adara, Amazon lady. Let's go. What is going on over there? I didn't even know an Amazon trade was being had here. I'm sitting there doing my analysis, and the chat is more aware of what's going on next to me than I am.
It's okay. Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, I'm going to shout out Kyle Burdett for this because, like I said, he was very helpful here as well, pointing this one out to me. But yeah, so I did take out some of this profit at that 178.10. That was a level I also like. And then Kyle also kind of affirmed that if you want to take your 30 cents, take it here. I have a really small position left, like pennies. But I'm comfortable staying in here. If we go back to this 178 and below, that will be my piece for the dream. Like I said, I'm totally cool reloading at this 178.40 area. Should I get it again? But if not, I'm happy with this, and I'm happy I took out some profit. Thank you very much, Kyle, for your super chat, for the kind words and for the support, and everybody in this chat for just being awesome. Tesla as well. This is like a sad case of when you have to get out because your stop loss is triggered, but also it ends up working for you, and you're sad. That was not really an actual coherent thought, but I want to explain what I mean. So I got out of this because we broke above that 179.30, and then we were starting to break down from there, and I was like, oh, ADR, stay, and I was like, but ADR, risk management principles assert that you must get out here because we broke above your level. So I got out, even though I was thinking I think it was going to go lower. It did go lower, so I did take a loss on that. But in the end, I have to be happy that I stuck with my risk management principles because my risk management principles told me to leave, and we left. And I cannot look at this and say, hey, Adair, you would have been 50 cents in the money. I can look at this and say, hey, Adair, you could have been dollars out of the money had you stayed in the Cybertruck. So that will be my Aesop's fable, for lack of a better term, from this trade. Although it does hurt right now, I'm not going to sit here and lie.
Nvidia's tanking.
Oh, Nvidia's tanking too, so it's not just Tesla. Okay, I feel slightly better about that now too. The whole market.
Oh no, it's a whole market.
Yeah. Thank you, Sharif. Yeah, Nvidia kind of rounded top here to the downside. We had to sell the frowny face here, I guess. Shout out to Sean for that amazing trade on this earlier, killing it. Sean, I know Sean was talking about the Tesla trade, and then he took this Nvidia short, absolutely crushed it. So shout out to Sean. I think for myself, if I look at NVIDIA, I'm going to have to start looking at NVDL because I know you talk about NVDL a lot, and I know it's a nice, less stressful way to get involved in the incredibly stressful name that is NVIDIA. So if I do want to get involved in NVIDIA, unless I'm doing like little baby range scalps, I will be doing NVDL. Also, sorry, I feel like you got cut off there. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
No. I was going to cover this monster, aka GCTS, halted yet again. This thing is up 169.45%. I could have just said 170, but I didn't want to. So we'll have a look at GCTS. Let's give the deets. Uno momento, por favor. Here we go. All right, I don't have deets. Okay, so it's deetless.
Deetless. Bring in deets.
Let's bring in trade ideas. Let's see if they've got anything. GCTS. They're not going to have any. Okay, well, they do. 4.5 million share float. There's no market cap, or is there? Market cap, 152 million. 4.5 million share float, according to trade ideas. But, we'll see. This thing's halted at 17 3/4, just south of 8. HOD 19. Look, I could just look to get in willy-nilly, but we have some, basic rules. I'm talking about me. For my small cap trading, it's got to be above the pre-market high, and we don't have that here. The problem is the pre-market high is prohibitively high at almost 29 bucks. Look at this topping tail candle over here at 28.84, technically the pre-market high. The best we could do off the open is 19. We are above the volume weighted average price, so there is that check mark. So we'll see. Maybe we'll break our rule if this thing looks real good, but not at the moment. Won't touch this one at the moment. There are others, right? I already mentioned STOK. I'm going to leave my dip trade hanging out at 14 for that, so long as the volume weighted average price hangs around 14. I talked about the buy program that was obviously on OUST earlier today. It's having trouble with 7 though right now. You see all the wicks into the 710, 7 low teens seem to be having trouble, despite the fact that it's holding up well, very well above the 10 EMA. It is not closing at all below that, and there hasn't been a print actually below the 10 EMA since the bell rung. But we're seeing something, to take an adage from my friend to my right, this area is distinctly different than the other areas that it printed earlier on. So OUST definitely on my view, but I'm not going to jump into this one. IBIO. Now this one is good. It's a continuation play. For whatever reason, this thing started moving at 7:30 last night and popped off from that $1.10 that it closed out at, and then at 8 p.m. it got to $1.75 thereabouts. It gaps up again at 4 a.m. this morning, and it's been printing higher highs and higher lows all throughout. The better level, I would say, hasn't been the volume weighted average price. It's been the 50 period moving average. All the dips into 50 have been bought up so far. Look at this one over here at the more volatile time of day. Now we are right at the 50 period moving average, around that $2.50 area. So let's pull up IBIO and decide what we're going to do, if anything, with this monster. Let's pull it up. IBIO. Oops. Oh, this one's on the Amex, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So this is an Amex stock, by the way, guys. So you're going to have permissions to trade on the Amex. So let's see. What are we going to do with this one? So this is the area. Okay, I'm going to go long IBIO. And I'm going to put a stop. I'm going to see first here. Does it break the $0.50? Because my stop is going to be on the other side of the $0.50. It's going to have to hold up at the $0.50 right now if I'm going to get in. So I'm going to pack my patience a little bit. I don't think that there's a whole lot to rush me into this trade. We are ranging, and I'd like to see if it does break the $0.50. So I'm going to pack my patience a little bit on this one, Adair. It's up 120%. It's nothing to sneeze at here, but I'd need proof that the 50-period moving average is going to be a level of support on it before I punch in. My out, though, will be on the south side of the $0.50.
Yeah, iBio was an interesting one. This one was actually on the watch list this morning. I believe, yes, it was iBio. And what an interesting little ticker, what an interesting name. So best of trading to Sharif in that one. I don't want to say good luck because it's like trading isn't luck, but we will say best of trading, happiest of trades. Also, I did add a little bit to Amazon here. We get this pop up, kind of stagnant a little bit. I want to see what we do at 78, 65, 78, 70. That's going to be my area for a stop. And then, like I said, I'm looking to take profit here on these drops back into 178.10. So I'm going to set that profit taker back once again here for that area. Also, I want to talk about, I mentioned earlier too, I'm going to take NVDA and not NVDL.
Bang.
I have to have a plan. It has to be scalpy. With that in mind, I'm pretty proud of this little baby scalp we had. We took 50 cents. I took it with not a great share size. And I think that's one thing I want to work on is if I'm going to take this, maybe take it with a bit more shares because, my risk to reward was basically, I got in 55, so 895, 55. If we broke above 896, I was going to get out. So about 55 penny reward to 45 penny risk, which is very specific, but it ended up working for me. So I was happy with this, but again, the share size was probably maybe not enough bang for your buck. You live, you learn. And I really just, what I was watching, because I was watching on the book, we were really having a hard time with 885.50. So I put it slightly above 885.50, knowing that we would need an oomph, because I didn't, I was like, in case we don't get filled, I don't want to get too excited about Miss NVDA. You know what I mean? She's a bamboozler and a half. So as Sharif once said about NVIDIA, and this is a real quote, the bamboozlement is real. So that's something I totally agree with.
Sadly.
And that's why NVDL definitely probably a better option, but just for the scalp, it ended up working out. So I did want to talk a little bit about this. We do have some weird little bounce here at 892, but let's see if this bounce at 892 or 893 is for real, or if it's more maybe an inverse cup and handle. We cannot diagnose patterns until they finish coming to fruition. We cannot guess. All we can do is see what's on the chart. I made this sound like science, but charting, a little bit of art, a little bit of science. Also, shout out to Mahmoud, apparently printing on that Tesla short. Unfortunately, I was not really able to print with you. As I said, I had a way too conservative stop, but that's okay. You know what I want to do here, though, is this earlier area I had an eye on. I'm trying to learn to flip my ranges. So if we keep rejecting at this 178.70 area, we're gonna short this. We are gonna short this. So that'll be our short. If we get into 179s, I will add, and if we break above that area, I'm getting out. So that is the plan here for TSLA, using my previous shorts, my previous ranges to help make new ranges. What else am I looking at here? I don't actually have too much on the radar. I do want to take a look at Coin, though, because Coin, we did have that story with the SEC basically saying that, with a federal judge allowing the SEC to go through with most of its claim in its lawsuit against Coinbase. The one thing that was, decided in Coinbase's favor, I am not like the legal jargon queen over here, but the one thing that was decided in Coinbase's favor was with regards to its wallet. It didn't act as a broker through its wallet application. So that was the one thing that was decided in Coinbase's favor. Some analysts saying that was a huge win for Coinbase. Others saying that the SEC ended up winning more relatively because more things were decided, of course, in the favor of the SEC. But we don't have actually any decisions yet, right? This is just basically how the lawsuit will proceed. So it will proceed, but not not under everything. So that's my little Coinbase legal update. I apologize for not being the most legally well-versed human in terms of the language there. But I think this short, honestly, the 9 EMA is interesting. If I took it, though, I would probably take it under CONL, which shout out to Sharif for telling me here about CONL. This is that Coinbase derivative. We talk about NVDL. This is, for NVIDIA, this is the CONL, which is that Coinbase derivative. And this one is a Granite Shares 2 times long coin daily ETF. So that's what this is. And I'm going to be having to keep an eye on Coinbase and CONL for that reason. Trader Revolution, actually, $5 super chat. GTSC at Catalyst on Benzinga dashboard. Been listening since 2019. Heart emoji. So thank you very much, Trader Revolution. I'm going to see what Catalyst we had in GTS.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get GCTS unblocked on our system. It's blocked.
Oh, that's why we can't.
Yeah,
okay.
we can't. So Brenkles is going to see if he can put in a ticket and get it unblocked. So right now we can't trade GCT Semiconductor, which goes by the ticker GCTS on the NYSE. It's up 171%. It's going to take some time for guests to get unblocked. May or may not be today. I just wanted to let you know quickly. I just have to submit everything. So
yeah,
just
of course. No worries. I can keep yapping there.
Yeah, no worries.
But yeah, Coinbase is interesting to me for that legal catalyst because, as you can tell here, and Sean put it really well in the morning here as well, there was a lot of confusion on this chart because initially people were reacting negatively to the fact that generally the SEC, it was ruled in favor of the SEC, but the Coinbase did have that one tiny W with regards to them saying the SEC didn't really prove that Coinbase, or they can look at Coinbase as a broker there. So interesting look, basically, the charges having to do with Coinbase trading some securities that were not authorized. So certainly an interesting little case. And also Tesla, if you would like me to join the short, I'd greatly appreciate it. Amazon continuing to flutter to the downside here. Shout out to Kyle Burdett. I'm really happy I got into this short, and thank you for mentioning that one to me. We did reload a little bit here. I don't love how we're dancing with the 9 EMA, but I do think in general this one's on the move to the downside, so I'm trying to learn not to be so hasty and get out the second I smell, not even smoke, the second I smell mild vapors, I get out and I freak out and I'm like, no, I need to leave. So we're gonna have to see, Amazon, we're basically flat on the day heading to the downside, so stay patient, Adara. Unless you have a reason to leave, you will be staying in this Amazon special delivery. And hello, Sharif.
Hello, sorry about that. Yeah, we just submitted. They need to see a headline and stuff too. So obviously there was a headline in case you're wondering what is going on with this GCT Semiconductor shares ahead of the first day of trading after completing the SPAC merger. So this one de-SPACed and well, that precipitated 192% pump right now on the name. Was up a lot higher than that. Here we go. We just printed new high a day now on GCTS. Still can't trade this. $20, the official HOD. But we all saw what happened at 7:20 a.m. when this monster went up into $28.84 and then went all the way back down to $11.50. So that's kind of how these small cap gappers work. Trade them at your own risk. And goes without saying that managing risk here has to be paramount. We're long IBIO. We're 1 penny out of the money as we continue to hang out at this 50-period moving average. We did not get a close below the 50, but we are below VWAP. So my line in the sand is on the south side of the $0.50 for breaks, 50 pennies. We're going to risk 6 pennies here to see if we can make it possibly into that mid threes or so. Technically, the HOD right now 330. So we'll keep eyes on that. Dip trade still hanging out at $14 or thereabouts on STOK. We're looking for that defender, the volume weighted average price, if it does make its way down there. But it looks more interested in defending the 10-period EMA. Because again, look at this. We have wicks below the 10-period, but no closing prints south of that solid green line. So we're getting that defend of the 10 EMA for whatever reason, but we are south of 15, a bit of a consolidative range. I don't think anybody can argue with that after this big monster candle here at 1045 moved us up from 13 2/3 all the way up into almost 16, right? And then we broke 16 on the subsequent candle. So we'll keep eyes on STOK here, figure out if we can bamboozle a trade on this monster. It's up nicely on the day, but consolidative at the moment. Let's flip back to some mega caps over here, see what's popping off. All right, so we got the NQ Yeah, about 24 points or so above 18.4. Now the NQ and NVIDIA are starting to diverge a bit. And let me show you exactly what I mean. So we're making it up to the 20 period on the future, but we can't even break the 10 period right now on NVDA. So there is a little bit of divergence. While they were both hanging at that 10 period earlier, they are starting to diverge a little bit here, and that's good to know, especially with the confluence that we saw them trading together with. Today I'm talking about NVIDIA and the NQ June contract. All right, so let's see what we got here on NVDL. No trades to be had. We're obviously rejecting off that 50 period here, which is 50 period on the 1, different than the 10 period on the 5. So we'll keep eyes on that. What else we got over here? How's our trade doing? Now we're 3 pennies out of the money on IBIO. My line, it looks like we're going to get stopped out as we make our way down into that 250 area. 250 line in the sand will risk 6 pennies. Top VoIP. Does that mean voice over internet protocol?
Ooh, I knew it meant something tech,
Yeah.
but I mean, you're killing it because I would have had no idea what tech that meant.
What did you say, Fabian? Am I right? Am I right? Maybe that's not what he means, though, for his name. So we'll see. Top VoIP, DJT, starting to move. Have a look, and let's get this going to 90. Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. Let's get that one over here. We can't load up GCT, so we'll go to Donald John Trump on the NASDAQ. Up here, what do we got on? Okay, so we just touched 69s and clearly putting in those higher lows and higher highs. We're talking about channel breakouts today. Now, you don't always have to have a channel breakout. You can just get an upward channel, and that could be the move. And so far right now, we're getting an upward channel here on DJT, looking to go through 69. Earlier, if we zoom out just a smidge over here, we definitely had some resistance at the 68.50, 69-ish area. That's where we dipped down into at 9 o'clock. We bottomed out there at around 9:15, 9:20 or so, and then popped up there for the open, then sold off at the open. Obviously, we saw what happened there, holding up at 62.5. But DJT looking real good. It's going to have to set up a little differently here. Top VoIP for me to get in, but this is your trade. This is your trade. Have at it, my man. But right now, I'm going to have to let this one do its thing at 21. Ponzi Fonzie. What's a Lambo trade? Bald tires. Check engine light flashing. Thank you, dude. You always seem to spice up your question with the Lambo trade. I love it, Pons. Let's see what the Lambo trade is. Let's bring in some small cap gappers, because we're not getting much in the way of Lambo trades on these mega caps today. Look, I don't know. I like these. I like this $15 hold or thereabouts on STOK. If this one squeezes, we've already seen its propensity to squeeze. Look at what it did at 950, 955, and then again at 1045. This thing can go dollars at a time. You just got to catch it at the right time. Obviously, a lot easier said than done. Oh, Very. Okay. Very's doing its thing. This one was a play yesterday, and so it was a holdover on my chart from yesterday. Definitely not the same kind of price action that we had yesterday, but we have over $1 worth of range, about $1.30 from top to bottom worth of range. It's trading above the volume weighted average price. It is above yesterday's high, so it's a continuation play, but on lesser volume. So make sure that you are using the appropriate share size here in case things go south and go against you. But VERI, also possibility here, Pons. I don't know. Probably maybe not your kind of trade. I don't know. GCT obviously is the thing that keeps on going here. Halted again at $20.89, but we don't have anything on that at the moment. We'll find out if we can trade that maybe later in the show.
Yeah, I've been watching this. I've been dancing with the devil, and the devil's name is NVDA. The D stands for devil or danger. But look at this range on the 1 minute. This is the type of stuff I love. 895 bottom, 897 top. We tried to get that short from 897. We were not able. We missed it by a couple pennies. That's okay. NVIDIA is not one you chase. You should never go chasing waterfalls. When that waterfall is, a tsunami by the name of NVDA, you really do not want to go chasing it. I also think that range might be getting away from me, because look at this. We had this massive, very bullish candle here, still close to the downside, but look at that tail showing, we have buyers trying to win out here. We're dancing on this 90 MA with a night. I was going to say with a viciousness, but it's not a viciousness. We're just chilling. But the point I'm trying to make is I do think there is something brewing here, and NVIDIA is not the type of thing you want to play this range long No, no, no.
Is something afoot?
I think something is afoot, but I also, as I said, that we dropped down into my range. So, je ne sais pas, if we keep bouncing at that 895.55, I need to be a little bit more vicious. I need to see more viciousness in myself.
Fair.
For how I attack this trade. So I think we might be getting back involved here. I'm taking really small positions because it is NVDA, but given the size of the scalps, that's why I wanted to, have a little bit more wiggle room, and that's why I'm doing NVDA instead of NVDL. Also, Tesla, we were invited into the Cybertruck for the short. And of course, now we bounce up. I'm going to be more patient, though, because I told my whole sob story where I was in this short, things were going beautifully, and then I set my stop loss way too conservatively. We broke above it, and as I got out, we were breaking down below, but I said, Adara, you need to adhere to your risk management principles. It turns out that was not the right call because we got out, and then immediately it dropped like a good 50 cents. But that's, risk management, it wins in the long run. I can't be like, no risk management because there was one trade that went against me, right?
Fair.
And that's, honestly, I have to think about, Adara, what did you do with your stop loss that led it to happen that way? And I know what I did. I was way too conservative with it. So we're going to be a little bit more open. We're going to have more of a conversation with Tesla. Be like, hey, Tesla, how are you feeling? What are the candles looking like? What's the price action looking like? Instead of running out of a trade because it hit my stop loss, because that was an error of grave proportions. I have to be really honest there. But shout out to anybody who did take that Tesla short. I know Mahmoud was involved in that, so congrats to you. I will be watching to see what we do here at 179, and currently we were trying to dance with 179. So Tesla, I have my eyes on you, girl. You fooled me once, but to quote The Who, we will not get fooled again. We will not be fooled again here by
I would have
Tesla.
quoted George Bush if I were you.
Oh, that would have, yeah.
Remember how hilarious that was?
That would have been, yeah. There's a lot of
He had no idea what was going on. He's like, fool me once.
shame on.
You're not going to fool me again. He's like sitting there trying to think about like the actual
That's what it
statement
was.
he could come
I'm
with.
pretty sure J. Cole sampled that once too. It was actually really funny.
Did you actually?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, this NVDA, like I said, the bamboozlement was real. The range did not end up coming back to fruition, so I'm happy I didn't take that short there. But now maybe we're trying to form a new range. We make no assumptions with any trades, but let alone NVIDIA. So NVIDIA's gonna have to tell me what she wants to do. Tesla, keep filling at that 179 if you want to. Your choice. Just say asking for a friend. But Amazon, I'm still in this as well. Yeah, shout out and thank you again to Kyle Burdett, because I feel like, with these insights, I'm getting a better understanding of the points of entry for trades and when to stay in a trade and not panic and run away. Because that is one of my biggest flaws as a trader, is I get way too spooked out way too easily. I like what's happening right now. We are seeing these continued stutter steps. I'm going to try to take out some of this at this 178, 22 area, this earlier area of support. We're going to save a piece through the dream for 178.05. I have enough where I can split this trade or my profit takers into two. So that is what I'm going to do.
Can I talk about Donald John Trump over here, DJT, failed break of 69 so far into 67. We do have support at 67, owing to this crest over here and owing to this hold up over here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to punch long on Donald John Trump right now with a break of 67 as my out. So let's go ahead and put 66. I'm going to put whatever, like 92. And then 66, we'll put 82. So we'll give it 10 pennies worth of room. If it can make its way up into maybe 68s, where are we long? We're long 44s, okay? So we can make something like a 68 touch. I'm gonna hang out maybe in the low 90s for something there. Here we go, into the 75s we go. Looking for a possible retracement here on this name. It's up 16.8%. I mean, it's not a bad look. There we go. We get the fill, baby. Pleased as dang punch on this one. Let's let the other piece go. Maybe we get a 69 break. So we knew we had support at 67 because of that obvious area over here. This one and this one. Now, do we have the follow through to actually get the break of 69 on the third attempt? Is the third time going to be a charm? First rejection over here at 11:38, 9, whatever. Second rejection over here at 11:50. So do we get continuity through that level? We'll wait and see. We're already long as well, IBIO. And we're in the money on that one. So nothing really to complain about here. This is a decent day for these small cap gappers. I'm just thinking about where I should have my out. Should I have it like 68, mid 70s? Because if we get another rejection at 69, but then I want to hold for the 69 break, right? So we'll see there. All right, IBIO making its way back into the volume weighted average price near that 67. So it does hold up on the 50 again. So this is why I say always have the indicators out there, but observe to see, is the indicator being respected by that name on this specific day? If it's not, don't use it until it is. I mean, have it up on there on the chart, but nobody's going to force you to use it. So it looks like as if, though, we are rejecting off the volume weighted average price on IBIO. So maybe it was a perfunctory bounce that we got on the 50 period. And so we'll have to wait and see. I'm not taking any out here. If it goes against me, it goes against me, whatever. Let's see what we get with DJT. So rejecting off 68 for now, coming back into 67 3/4. We're long 44s. I don't think I'm going to let any of this go against me. If it comes into my level, I'm flattening. And then I'm long in this case for that 69 attempt. I'm not here to range trade this name, okay? So if it comes into my level again, through the break of the $0.50, cutting it, and then we'll look to do something different. What's going on over there?
I mean, I think I have some kind of Pavlovian issue because every time you say range trade, I go, what's up? DJT. But no, I know you killed that one yesterday. I'm very happy you already have your little sweater there. Also, thank you very much to Ahmed Amwala for the AED super chat there. Looks like he's also long DJT, so it looks like you guys are both in the Trumpmobile there. I don't know. I keep saying Cybertruck. Tesla has
no.
Also, but yeah, here I am, and we love Tesla once again. I think I need to just break up with Tesla for the day, unless I see a setup I'm obsessed with. And I say that because right now I'm not obsessed with what's happening here.
Okay.
And we did take some profit. I'm not going to sit here and lie. My issue was pamp it, says Sharif as well. I just want to put that out there. Also, Tesla's pamping it. So if you got long Tesla, congrats to you. I think too. I got involved. And I initially did like what we had here, but we didn't have enough of a move down for me to be able to profit on this short. We were kind of curling up a little bit here. I think what I saw was kind of a range down into that 178. 70 down to 178.40. We just didn't time well enough. We weren't able to get involved first. The first take, potato pataba, opada, we had to get out. So I got out when we broke above that 179 area decisively. And I think this is an example too, because I was a little bit like, maybe I should have held, because like I said earlier, I got out a bit too early with that short in Tesla, because as you can see here, the next 5-minute candle would have been all the action I was ever going to need in the Cybertruck. But we didn't end up getting it. All good. Just had to learn not to revenge trade and still stick to my principles, even though they did me a little bit dirty the first go around in the truck. Also, Amazon is still, sputtering to the downside. So happy with this trade.
Bro, GCTS is flying. Adara,
what?
It's flying. It's at $26 now, man. It's going to break the pre-market high of 28 and change. I mean, this is nuts. We can't trade it, but it's moving. I just wanted to point that out. It's up 300%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. 300% there for G to the C to the T. And that was a semiconductor.
Yes, it is.
Also, did you get another beak wetter? I heard it, yes.
I didn't. No. It was like G to the C to the T to the S.
Oh, yeah. S. Like that. Also, I have one mic by Nas on my head since that reference was made.
All I need is one mic.
That beat is great. But also, this beat as well is great. And Boeing, that was a bad transition. Renata, shout out to Renata for mentioning this one to me earlier, which is why it randomly possessed me to look at it now. But look at these bounces off VWAP. This is gorgeous. We have higher highs. We have higher lows. And now we're actually kind of rangy a little bit. I'm not going to take this range short because Boeing is a little bit of a bamboozling one, not to the degree of some of these other names that we get involved with, like our Teslas and our Nvidias. But Boeing still can send you in a little bit of a tailspin. So I want to be really, really cautious before getting involved in this. That being said, this is like a dollar range if you get this off VWAP and take it to 191. So I'm going to be watching for that VWAP bounce. And I will be hopping into the plane there. Hopefully not too much turbulence should we get involved. And the stop loss will be the lower low, which is like another thing as well I've learned. Shout out to Sharif and everybody here. You need to make sure whatever you're using to get into the trade, help it propel you out of the trade. And so that's what I would be doing in BA. Also, let's look at BABA, actually, speaking of that, because I know
the Katina man was yelling about it this morning, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was involved in this. Boeing is massive move to the upside, even slightly down in the day now, and we actually had negative news coming out of China. Apparently, it's largest outflows in more than 2 months.
Yeah, that's
7.2 billion won coming out from overseas accounts or overseas markets. So big move down there for Alibaba, but Alibaba not really caring that much right now. We're kind of dancing below the 9 EMA, but still Up about 0.2% in the day, which if you looked at any of these ADRs in the morning, you would not have thought was possible.
No.
So go BA and go DJT.
It's okay. I mean, we're having a lot of trouble here, Adair, with 68. We're getting prints above 68, but somebody is either taking a lot of profit or reinstituting a short position at this level. Because, you know, you break 7, 10, 15 pennies above 68, the spread widens, right, which shows that the buyers are not moving up with the price action, and then you get a dip right below 68 again. So it's kind of doing it right now. We got the bid at 68.07, the ask at 10. So the spread is tight, but you're not getting that kind of vigor through the level that you expect on a name like DJT. So I'm kind of wondering what the next move for me here is. Do I take my profits here or do I just let it ride? I've already got my profit taker hanging out. All right, now we're seeing the $0.25 come into play. So unless it's going to be a bamboozler and then we're going to tank right back down, I'm sitting at in the mid-70s, okay? I'm 68, mid-70s. I don't want to fight with that 69 level because I know for a fact that people were shorting at that level. So I don't want to be in the case where I may not get filled. That doesn't put me in a good position, especially with something as volatile as DJT. Here comes the $0.50. We're printing 48s now on the ask. So we're $1 in the money on this monster. Let's see if we can get a better print because we haven't taken that $1 in the money print yet. We have to get above the $0.50, but it is better than what I was looking at before where we are having obvious trouble with the whole dollar level. Now, if we can make our way back into 69s, and I'll print, hopefully, in the mid-70s. Let's go back to IBIO. I no longer like this trade. This is a volume-weighted average price rejection. I already wet my beak on a 10-penny winner. I'm flattening out the remaining amount here. Break even. This is not the trade I'm going for. I broke my rules going for this long when it's a small cap gapper below the volume weighted average price. The reason I did that is because the chart was showing me that it was respecting the 50 period rather than VWAP. As such, I took the long there with the thought and the plan that if it was to break the $0.50, so close were we to the $0.50 and the 50 period that if it broke, I would flatten out and get short there. But now I'm getting a rejection off VWAP using it as resistance rather than support. That's not the look I want to go for. All right, back to DJT, printing highs here. Let's see the $0.50. So, okay, so are we printing above the $0.50 on both sides? And by that, I mean the bid and the ask? Yes. So let's see if we can get continuity. I'm seeing 66s now show up on the ask. If we print above 74, I'll get filled. But right now, we're going to have to pack our patience because it doesn't go on my schedule. It goes on its own. I'm seeing 66s and 59s on the bid. If we can move up just a smidge more, I'll get filled, but we'll have to likely wait on that bad boy there. 18.33% to the good now for Donald John Trump. The ticker, obviously, not the person.
Him personally, no, I'm joking.
Yeah, he got a little richer there the other day with the amount of, he has
pockets.
ridiculous amounts of shares in this company. And then with the price action, that what it's been doing, he's a little bit richer there. All right, we're printing 69s here. Let's see if we can get the print. I'm just flattening out here. I'm not going to wait. All right, so that's a good trade. That's a $1.20 winner at the top there. I'm happy with it. I liked it because it wasn't just a random willy-nilly trade. It was based on technical analysis where we used that 67 area as a level of support. It came in twice earlier. We took the long end. Now it's printed to the high side. I could have waited, Adara. Here comes 69. It looks like 69 may break this time. So let's look at how much size here on the book at the whole dollar level. Nothing too big. I'd say probably about 300 lots of what we can see, but it's what we can't see that we should be fearful of because a lot of hidden sellers with these small cap gappers. And as you can see, there's just not enough size on the book to prevent us from ascending further. That means that there's likely an iceberg there somewhere. So yeah, 69 proving an elusive level so far is third time a charm because this will be the third time. And so in how many minutes? In about half an hour. So rejections off 69 for now, Adara, but for how much longer? All right, let's see what we're talking about here. Sorry, guys, I was not able to look at the chat. Magic Mike, any level you are watching in the future, this pierced in the Fed day levels, that is a muddy ground here. I won't trade today. I'll tell you, Magic Mike, you're not going to see me trading the future with the way that it's dancing at 18.4 right now. I don't like this type of trade at all. This is a very undecided trade. I'm going to stay away from it. Nick Dubb, What about W? Adara covered, what's it called, Wayfair earlier. I'll let her look at that again if she has an opportunity. But Mr. Long Shorts just went long D-Nut. What do you think? Sure, let's go. Let's have a look at DNUT. I'm taking IBIO off my...
Banished?
Yeah, it's banished, Adara. All right, D-Nut. What do we got? So this one was a big boy in the trade yesterday. It was an earnings winner? No, it was McDonald's.
Yeah,
McDonald's
it was a McDonald's partnership with donuts.
Thank you for that, Adara. It was McDonald's. Two very healthy restaurants. Excellent food there. No, seriously though, this one, it was a big boy mover yesterday. Let's see what the percentage gain on the day was. By 7 p.m., we were up over 40% from top to bottom by the time this one was done trading at 8 yesterday. Over 40%. That's a great look. So let's go ahead and use fibs. All right? We're going to drag from the opening print, right, into, I'm going to use this as the high. So right now we're doing the dance at the 50% retracement level. Yeah, make of this what you will. Avi fibs, you know, they're a little random. Oh, come long Apple. I have to digress from this. I just got long Apple on a dip trade. Sorry, I've got to digress. Can I send it to you?
Yes, you can.
Thank
You. I also just entered a trade. Microsoft taking this short off the 90 MA. Sharif just did his. Oh, you can see it on this trade. He was very pumped there.
Pamp
at
it.
the pamp. So there we go. He says pamp it. As someone in two shorts, I'm okay. It's what it is. Amazon, though, if we break up precisely above this 65 area, I'm going to have to get out. That might be a bit too conservative. But I don't know. We're going to have to see what we do here because that would kind of be a break above a range. I might get out some here and then see what we do at 75, that earlier pop, because I cannot have us make new highs. That is not what I am about here in this short. But I was really happy I was able to take some profit on this earlier. Shout out again to Kyle Burdett. Thank you so much, everybody in the chat, with all your guidance and insight and wisdom and different takes. I really do appreciate being able to learn from everyone, both here and the viewers at home. Also, Tesla knocking on the door of 180 here. So yeah, I tried to dabble in the shorts earlier, partially successful, mostly got swept up in the bamboozlement that is Tesla. Let's see what we do at 181.60, because that was that area we had the little chop and churn and then quadunk off the open. So TSLA just breaking above 810s. Another name on the NQ continuing to be very strong indeed is NVIDIA. And I say continuing because we did sell off earlier, but we had that 892 bounce, which was awesome. I tried to take a couple shorts off that bounce, so pretty happy with how that went. But now I want to see first what we do here. We're really kind of running into a bit of a hurdle here, a bit of an issue at 902. I want to see a precisely break above 902. We had a little bit of headbutts against this level earlier that we were not able to successfully overcome. So I want to see what we do here at NVDA 902. And then, if we could reclaim VWAP, would be a nice look for NVIDIA as well. Shout out to anybody in this long. I believe Joanna Brewster in the chat involved in this one, so shout out to you. A lot of these names you're getting a pop, including I might have to revisit Amazon, but Microsoft, kind of chilling here, so pretty happy I did decide to get into a short. We do have a profit taker set at this 55 area because that was that area we had that earlier dip. I always like to take out at previous areas of resistance and support on our journeys because you want to make sure you have some profits there for the road. And I think that was my issue with Amazon. I should have taken some more profits when we got down here to 78.20s, and I missed my area by a cent. And with this in mind, I think we have to express ship ourselves out of this trade. Kind of an odd analogy, but it is what it is. We're gonna have to get out of AMZN, unfortunately. So if we fail the 70 area, I'll get back in, but much like the Tesla trade that ended up going slightly against me because I got out on a conservative stop, you have to do what you have to do, right? You don't learn anything if you get out on a stop break and then it ends up continuing to work, right? This Amazon might fall back in. It looks like it will, but I needed to make sure I left just to adhere to my own level. So we'll have to see what happens here. Slightly negative on the day, but overall pretty proud of what I've done with some of these trades. Positive on NVIDIA, positive on ARM, slightly down on Tesla. Right now we're in Microsoft, so nothing to report there. And then Amazon, more or less flat here. Also, we have, it looks like Kyle Burdett and I left Amazon about the same level. So shout out to you, Kyle, and congrats on the profit takers in that trade. And thank you so much for your guidance there. I do really appreciate everybody's insight. Bless you to whoever sneezed. Also, a couple super chats. Yeah. Trader Revolution, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. GCTS halted up again at 26.18. Watching for 30 break potentially. Currently 86% with stop loss set Open mouth smiley face, yay. So shout out to you there, Trader Revolution. Also, Ahmed Amwala with the 729 AED super chat. I'll wait for 70. I think that has to do with DJT. So yeah, shout out to you there. And also congrats on your lovely little DJT trade. How is it, Tim, cooking for you over here?
It's okay. We're about 20 pennies in the money. We got long 172.05. It was a pre-programmed dip trade. That's why I kind of didn't realize I was in it until I looked at the TV blotter. There's got to be a better way for me to know if I'm in a trade. I asked the Katina man this, but there's really no other way, right? Other than stare at the blotter. The blotter open, yeah. Sometimes I don't. Yeah, well, no, it was a dip trade, so I didn't know that I was in it until I looked at.
Does it just show up in your blotter?
Yeah, but the blotter, I'm not always looking at the blotter. That's the thing, right?
So I have a tip for you.
Go, look at the blotter. Yeah, I got you before you said it. I knew you were going to say that, Katina man. Katina man's trolling me. What do we got here? Rock Dock. C-Zoo is strong. Yeah. I saw that. Monster up 70%, 13 million shares. Okay, so this is going to have to go on the side chart with the small cap gappers. What are we going to take off? We're going to take off D-Nut, right? So CZO. I didn't finish analyzing D-Nut for that individual. I forget who it was. In any event, so D-Nut has retraced back 50% fib from the breakout point yesterday. And it's holding it quite well, holding 1550 as a price level very well. I would keep eyes on this 16 and a quarter, 16 and a fifth or thereabouts. That's where the volume weighted average price is. But below that, I would say, keep your eye on a break and hold above 16. So this is the area, this is the crest I'm talking about here. So obviously you tried to attempt to make a retracement into VWAP off that 1550 bounce on D-Nut, but you rejected. You came back into that key level of support of 1550, and now you're making it back into 15 and a quarter, 3/4. So before the volume weighted average price, if you're able to get a higher high, that could be quite indicative, right? And maybe a retracement. Maybe D-Nut is not an intraday trade, but because it's holding up well versus what it did yesterday, it could be a multiple day trade. This could be an interesting swing here if you want to explore that option. Not financial advice, obviously you got to do your homework. So retracing into the 50% on fibs, below the volume weighted average price, had trouble with 16 earlier on, and definitely has support at 15.5. I hope that helps. Now let's go to CZOO. Kazoo Group, Dietz, $52 million market cap, float, 4 3/4 million shares, so very small, not minuscule like we've seen with some of these Chinese small cap gappers that are sub 1 million. So let's find out if there's short float that's important on it. No, about 1% of the 4 1/3 million shares is shorted, so nothing really too big here. Let's put the ticker in for CZOO. This is a good one to keep eyes on. So now, how do we trade CZOO if it is to come back? Look, I'm not going to be chasing this, obviously, at highs. I very much like this 9 to 9 1/4 dip trade. Couple of reasons. One, we have that obvious crest earlier on at around 10 to 10.20, where the $9 area was an absolute resistance level, right? And then we have all these topping tail candles through 9 showing that the shorts were really fighting the longs, really trying to push this down. The longs ended up winning, right? But these topping tail candles are quite indicative of a tug of war between buyers and sellers. So we know for, not for certain, but I have a good inclination that level at 9 will be possibly well defended. So I would put a dip trade at 9. Now, the other trade, if you don't want to wait for 9, if you think maybe, we're printing 10.5s here, a 9 retracement is too aggressive of a retracement, the other level that it's really respecting is the 10 EMA. So ever since, essentially, it did that rounded bottom at 8 and then printed higher highs and higher lows, look at the level, look at the line off which it's magneting, it's retracing to, like that magnetic pole that Obi talks about, but then bounces right back up. That is the green solid line. That is the 10 EMA. So if you don't want to wait for 9, maybe that dip trade at around 9.85, 10 might be worth your while. Not financial advice, but obviously, Tell you the best I can. All right, Apple's coming in right into my level here after taking a nice out on it for a 30 penny winner. It is right back at 172. Apple breaks 172, I'm out.
Yeah, Apple, go Apple, stay above 172. And get Tim cooking for Sharif.
That'd
please.
be nice.
Thank you. Wouldn't it? But it looks like you already have your little beak wetter there.
Yeah,
So
I took the majority out right there. I'm holding a very small piece, so this means not a whole lot.
Yeah, I feel like I'm trying to learn as well, through practice and through time, how big to keep your pieces for the dream, right? So it's like, I think that's a fun little science. Maybe science is the wrong word, but it's something I'm trying to learn a little bit, right? Because you want to make sure that you have enough, you've taken your profits, but also if you have a greater goal that you're saving for, do you have enough to sustain that as well, right? And so I think that goes back to what Sharif said about you're always going to be angry as a trader, because that's one of the biggest things. I'll get involved and they'll take some stuff out too early and I'll be like, grr, I'm mad I didn't have anything else. But it's like you have to stick to your plan, because otherwise things can kind of work against you. And I want to talk about this arm trade here earlier too. We'll ignore the fat finger. I did discuss the fat finger.
Guys,
it was
the chart?
Pardon? Oh, yeah, sorry, the chart.
Them, yeah.
But yeah, other than the fat finger, which we lost a couple cents on, we got right back in. That's okay. We only took out half the position on the fat finger. But anyways, so at first I was like, oh, maybe Adara, you should have kept a little bit more for that 124.30. But that was a planned exit, because look at that little bottom here, these wicks to the downside. And in the end, it was happy I adhered to my plan, because we haven't gotten that low since, right? So obviously it's not always going to go like that. You are always going to be angry as a trader, but you also have to, sometimes instead of having FOMO, you have to have JOMO, or the joy of missing out. As Fabian and Ramin, shout out to them, once put in a poll, and it's something I'm really starting to understand. Sometimes you have to be happy that you missed something. So here, I'm happy I took that profit because I missed out on some of this move to the upside. So there you go. Also, ARM's actually kind of rangy, but in a very penny scalp type way, and with ARM spread, that might not be action I want. Also, Microsoft continues to chop and churn. That's all I have for my trade right now, but I am looking for other opportunities. Boeing still ranging, and also a lesson still afoot.
Yes, ma'am. All right, here it is. We are talking about channel breakouts today. We've been talking about breakout trading all week. So let's get a little bit, let's cover this topic a little bit. So imagine a river, guys, flowing through defined banks. In the trading world, price often actually behaves similarly, carving a channel on the chart defined by the trend lines, right? So, but just like a river can burst its banks, price can break out of these channels, signaling potential continuations. And the example that we gave earlier was, well, let's do another example over here. So CZOO, you could draw, these upper and lower trend lines. You have defined highs over here, defined lows. So essentially what we're looking at here are a channel, an upward channel, okay? With a lower trend line defining the lows and an upper trend line defining the highs. And so whether it's an upward channel or a downward channel depends upon the slope of the lines. If they're pointing upward, it's upward. It's downward, okay? So the channel concept here. Channels are formed by connecting trend lines that touch the highs in the upper trend line and the lows and the lower trend line of a price movement. These lines represent areas of both support and resistance where price tends to bounce back or reject off. There are three main types of channels. There's an upward channel, which slopes upward, indicating a prevailing uptrend. There's a downward channel, which obviously slopes downward, suggesting a downtrend. And there's also a consolidative channel, as you can see over here, displayed where the price is horizontal with defined highs and defined lows, okay? So an up channel you can see in the blue, down channels in the red, and sideways channels there in the black. Thank you for adding that in, Adara. So the breakout itself, let's talk a little bit about the breakout characteristics. So a breakout occurs when the price decisively moves through one of the channel trend lines, right? So this signifies a potential change in the direction of the prevailing trend. So here's the breakdown. The bullish breakout, this is when the price closes above the upper trend line in an upward channel. This is suggesting to you that buyers are overpowering sellers, potentially leading to a continuation of the uptrend. Conversely, a bearish breakout. This is when prices close below the lower trend line, right, of a downward channel. This indicates sellers are gaining control, hinting at a potential continuation of the downtrend. And here is a great example of an upward channel breakout. Look how many times you touch that upper trend line. As I mentioned when we taught this lesson first time around, the longer the resistance level or support level is in play, the more important and the more, I want to say, reliable it becomes. In addition to that, the more touches that support or resistance level has on especially something like the daily or the weekly, the more reliable that level becomes. So in this case, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touches on that upper trend line before we break through it here at 63 and change. Okay. Similarly, look at the downward trend line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the whole bunch of touches here. This is like harassment.
Yeah.
Right?
Needs to back off.
The whole point is you can see the relevance of the downward channel. Now, sometimes you're going to have perfunctory breaks. You're going to have wicks that break below the lower trend line or the upper trend line. Look for the closing print rather than the wicks through that level. In addition to that, one of the confirmatory factors you can use to help judge if it's a fake out, which we'll talk about in a second, or it's a real breakout of the upper or lower trend line, is one of two rules. So the book by John J. Murphy, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets, posits two methods that you can use. The 3% rule or the 3-day rule. The 3% rule could be a closing above the upper or lower trend line 3% plus or minus, depending if it's a long or a short. So if it closes 3% above the price of the upper trend line, that's your confirmatory technique. The other one is the 3-day rule. You're looking for a closing print above or below whatever trend line, long or short, 3 days in a row. You want it to close above that level 3 days or below that level 3 days in a row. Okay, so you can use any one of these or your own concoction if it makes logical sense to use it as your confirmatory tool so that you can weasel yourself into the trade. And here is an example of a downward trend. You don't have as many touches on the upper trend line as you do on the lower, but then you break it with the viciousness, as Adair says. And then I love how this one goes and tests that previous area of support, now acting as resistance. And that's why I always say, extend your trend lines as long as your program will allow you to extend it. So if it doesn't extend it for you, draw it out yourself. You have nothing to lose. And then the most dramatic headline we've ever had on How to Trade, false friends and true signals. Breakouts are valuable signals, but not bulletproof. False breakouts can and do occur when the price briefly touches the trend line, but then reverses direction. Here's how to avoid getting fooled. So volume confirmation. In addition to the confirmatory tactics that I just talked about, 3-day, 3% rule, you should be looking for volume confirmation. Look for a surge in trading volume alongside the price channel breakout. High volume here will suggest to you more conviction amongst buyers, and it is more likely to be a true breakout. Conversely, in addition, price action confirmation. So observe the candle pattern after the price touches a trend line. A daily or a weekly candle closing clearly above the upper trend line in the case of a long, or below the lower trend line in the case of a short, provides stronger confirmation. So keep those little tidbits there. But how do you take the trade? So once you've confirmed that there is a channel breakout, you've defined the channel, you've drawn your trend lines, you've done the analysis, now comes time to actually punch in and put the risk on. Here are some strategies to help you enter and exit the trade. So for entering the trade, we've been positing two different methods. One, you can get long or short on the breakout itself. The example we've been using all week is Apple 200. You could be one of those people who sits at $200.01 waiting for that 200 break to get long. You could be some of the other people who wait for that 200 break to come in, leave it by some distance, and then come back to 200 to test it as support in the same way that we got it over here. So you got the break of that level, and then you had a retracement back into that trend line, and some people may have waited for that to actually get short on that level, okay? So that's one way you could do that. And then stop loss protection goes without saying. Always use a stop loss in order to limit potential losses. For bullish breakouts, place it below the broken trend line. For bearish breakouts, place it above the broken trend line. And your profit targets, similar strategy. If you're going long, you're looking for a clear resistance level above your long that you want to wet your beak and take some profits at, and then maybe save a piece for the dream. Conversely, for the short, you're looking for that clearly defined support level below your entry where you want to take some profits and then obviously save a piece in case it keeps going. Perfect case in point. And again, I'm going to keep shouting you out because these are really good. Look at this, okay? So entry at retest. So what we did here is we broke down aggressively below the lower trend line, right? But we didn't get short there. We waited for the retracement to come back into that lower trend line to reject. And that's when we got short. The stop, it would have been above that lower trend line there, right? Because the lower trend line, former area of support, current area of resistance. So if it breaks above it, the trade may be invalid. And then you're looking to wet your beak, I would say somewhere around right here, owing to these 2 points over there. You know for a fact that we're likely to find support at this $1.08 level on whatever. This is the Euro USD, okay? Yeah, and remember, channel breakouts, guys, are signals. They're not guarantees. Make sure you're conducting thorough research, both technical and fundamental, and make sure you're managing risk effectively and never invest more than you can afford to lose, Adira.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that lesson du jour. We're going to go over it one more time at 1 p.m.-ish. You know, we always have people coming in at different times. So we got to make sure we amplify it there. Also, I don't know what that hand motion was, but whatever. Microsoft as well here. I am
Very
still in
DNA of you.
Pardon?
Have you ever heard of amplification in DNA? You're all about that kind of stuff. PCR, amplification.
That's
I was watching
cool.
Forensic Files yesterday. That's why.
I love Forensic Files as well. Shreve and I have talked about our mutual enjoyment of true crime shows.
Yes.
Forensic Files. I know you like Unsolved Mysteries. I've only seen the bad Netflix one, so
you know why I like Unsolved Mysteries? Because it took place in the 80s. There was no cameras everywhere. You couldn't like
it's a different era.
Yeah, you could get away with a lot of stuff. Everything was a mystery back then.
Yeah,
now it's like
not anymore. Yeah, that was what made the new Unsolved Mysteries kind of mix. It'd be like, oh, we have camera footage of them going there, and I'm like, okay, cool. Also, Microsoft pushing back up here, so I'm going to have to make a hard exit out of Microsoft. And yes, even when losing a trade, I will pun. So we're going to be trying to get out of this here. Yeah, we're out of Microsoft. We took some profit here, and this is, I was talking earlier about pieces for the dream. This is one thing I'm trying to learn here. Adira, your pieces for the dream need to be larger and better planned than your stop losses, right? I feel like I keep thinking, oh, it's okay, I have some of this saved. It's like, or sorry, the opposite. I need to have more profit taking than I'm saving for the dream. And that's something I'm trying to learn. I didn't mind this exit. Honestly, if we make a lower high, I might short this yet again. But I'm trying to make sure I'm timing this a little bit better as well. Also, Fiddleback saying the best part about Forensic Files is having Luminol explained every single episode.
Yeah, I know. It's like, we got it, bro. It makes blood shine under dark light. I know. But you know what? Once you spray Luminol, you cannot analyze that sample for DNA anymore. It taints it, right?
I didn't know that.
It taints the structure of the DNA helix, and so so it's a kind of give and take.
Yeah.
You can find the presence. You know why sometimes they use it? Because they can't find the body. And so what they end up doing is they say the blood that was found is so great that no human could have survived it. Therefore, we can assume that they're dead. Right?
Yeah, that I did know, because sometimes you have to have trials without body. Anyways, we're going down a very dark path. I apologize. They're quite literally.
Sorry.
But also, that's interesting, because I didn't even think about that. But yeah, cool little insight that I learned. So thank you very much to Sharif for that one.
Not just about trading on this show.
Pardon?
Not just about trading.
Right? Yeah, we're all encompassing. It's how to trade and how to luminol. But anyways, no, all jokes aside, I like this. I like the idea of shorting Meta here. And want to know why, though I'm a little bit skeptical, is look at this 5-minute candle, revving to go. We have this big tail to the downside here saying, no, I want VWAP. But Meta, you haven't taken VWAP. So Adira, why the heck are you not getting involved in this short? So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to try to short. Oh, we just got filled. Okay, yay. If we break above this 492.50 area, which coincidentally happens to be above VWAP, that is where I will be getting out. I'm going to be planning my profit takers better, because I just said that's something I struggle with. So if we get to we'll take like about $1. We'll take some at 4.91, and then we're going to be saving. We're going to take equal pieces though too. We're not, taking out a little bit and then saving a lot, because that's what I kind of did with some of these other trades, and that was very ill-fated of me. So Meta, we're going to try to be getting $1 here from the get-go. Then we'll save a little piece here for this little baby curve around that 490 area. Why do I like this 490 area or 490.50? Because A, it was this nice EMA area of support earlier. B, look at this insane candle we got in the 5 here at 490.50. We have this, we close right above it, we rest right above it, we have like a little head perched up on it, but then look at this massive tail to the downside. It shows, hey, buyers are here to go, and the next candle we get, nice green candle to the upside on decent volume. So I think I do want to be cognizant of that. That being said, I'm trying to have a better understanding of it. If I like a setup, don't wait for it to be picture perfect. Get in because you like it. So I got involved there. Speaking of that, I did miss the boat, or I guess missed the plane a little bit in this case on Boeing. I should have taken this short of the 191. The reason I didn't though was because I was worried. We had higher highs, we had higher lows. At the time, I was like, this could be a flat top break. Alas, much like Boeing, it did break to the downside, and I'm really sorry I said that, because that pun feels a little bit, given Boeing's kerfuffles as of late. But Boeing did break to the downside. The fuselage did blow off here at that 190.50. I'm going to wait and see what we do here. I think there could still be a range here. Shout out to Brad Gober, who mentioned this one. I've had my eyes on this one for about like the last half an hour or so, maybe a little bit longer. Shout out to Renata for mentioning this one earlier as well. But I don't want to, I don't want to rush into it. I want to make sure that I have a plan, because I think Boeing is a little bit directionally confused. You could also, again, maybe argue that applies to planes as well, but that's okay. I want to see that VWAP bounce. If we get that VWAP bounce, I'm getting in the long. Also, even this bounce here off this 190.35 area, which I drew previously because we had these little candles of indecision around there, I think could maybe be an area that we just take long to 191s. I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to start trading.
Nice.
Stop, talk, start, trade. So I'm going to get involved there. Meta trying to pop to the upside, which is not great to happen when you were in a short. Boeing also trying to pop to the upside, which would be great if we got filled there. But c'est la vie, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Always trying to see what trade opportunities are in store. I see charts.
Yeah, the Chilean Nightmare letting me know that Lionel Messi is going to team up with White Claw.
Oh.
So I pulled out MGOL to find out what was going on. And well, MGOL is up 11.5%, but it's done like almost only 500,000 shares of volume. And on the 5-minute look, it's not tradable from our sense, but we'll keep eyes on it. I'm not sure that's going to be market moving, but we're going to keep eyes on MGOL. The Messi related, is this still a SPAC or no? It's actually de-SPACed, right? Yeah, the company operates. No, it's a legitimate company now. I'm talking about MGOL, which is that Lionel Messi linked company. All right, I'm keeping eyes on Oust. So this thing is up 36 and 2/3%. It just retraced into the volume weighted average price. Let me show it to you on the 5, a bit of a better look here. So this is the one that we said had a buy program onto it because of the amount of ridiculous green candles in a row. But now we got this sideways move. We couldn't hold on to that 7 break, so we break back down into the volume weighted average price. We get a couple of bottoming tail candles here that break south of VWAP, but look where the closing prints are. They're all at VWAP. I could punch in here and my level could be, the break of VWAP, but we're now looking for the curl, right? So you want to get it on the back end, as Neil likes to say. So is this the right level here? And I think it's a fair entry. If I get in at 84s, 14 penny risk, we have, obviously I would have liked to get in at a little bit better of a price, but I just got eyes on it now. Anyway, I think this is a sound name, especially because of the strength that it displayed earlier on, the consolidation at the hold on level, and then the hold at VWAP, right? So a lot of check marks beside this name. We'll keep eyes on that one. STOK going finally. So how long did we hold this waiting for that break into high day? And finally, we've got to look how consolidative STOK was here. Now the volume's picking up and the insanity is starting as it's dancing 25 pennies at a time now. So we'll see what STOK does. 1640 HOD, but I would submit to you that 16 is a big boy level on it, owing to all the rejections that we've had at 16. A lot of topping tail candles through that 16 level. So STOK getting going again here, up 51 percent and change on the day. So we have some decent small cap gappers, man. I got to tell you the truth today. A lot of them are not giving up the ghost. They're trading above the volume weighted average price. They're maintaining these levels. Again, I know about GCTS. Sorry, guys. I see you guys yelling about in the chat. I saw Jay Lee with that monster short. Shout out to Jay. We can't trade this. Brenkels has already submitted the ticket. So once we get that response, then we'll be able to trade it, but not like I would really trade it anyway. I got to tell you the truth. This thing is just not, yeah, it's halting a lot. Can't seem to stay open. So some good stuff over here, whether from STOK or OUST. Let's pull up a trading screen now and see what we're going to do with this OUST as it's coming back down to 82s here. There are very interesting stuff. Manuel Palma, Google, big volume candle. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. I do see that. That's very interesting. Big topping tail candle there. Usually indicative of news when something like that happens. Not typical with Google. This candle here at 12:30 had 800,000 shares. It's rivaling the candle at the opening print. So definitely hear what you're saying there. Let's pull up Google, find out what's going on.
I didn't see anything.
Neither am I. Not seeing anything here on Google on my blotter. Let's look at Goog. Nope. Nothing yet. As soon as we get nothing on Benzinga either, right?
No, that was what I checked.
As soon as we get something on Google, we'll let you know, but we had a perfunctory break of the volume weighted average price. We are above 150. We're fighting right now at that $150 level, guys, as the volume weighted average price is like 10 pennies above that 150 level. So critical level here. I mean, $50 level, whole dollar level, volume weighted average price, rejecting. We had these topping tail candles into 150 earlier, so we know 150 is acting as resistance on the day ever since we broke it to the downside there into 148.90. So yeah, very interesting here. Look on Google. Not sure what to make of this. And
I found what it was. Thank you, Buzz, for saying Google. CNBC. Brad Gerstner buying Alphabet and talking about it. So we got the CNBC pump.
Gerstner, yeah, he's pretty cool. I like that guy. He sometimes comes on the All In podcast to fill in for one of the guys, but he has his own pod. This guy is big time into TikTok. This Gerstner guy. Again, TikTok not a public company, but he's involved with them, and so he kind of knows sometimes about what's going on and talks about that. If that interests you, Brad Gerstner, good dude. Let's keep looking at the charts over here. AAPL making another move here back above the volume weighted average price, bounced off the 50. It looks like here broke 172 like it didn't matter, and that's why we got out. But it's pumping right back up to the exit that we had. We had that out at $0.33. So AAPL right back there, but lower highs. Keep that in mind, okay? So that big boy pump through 173 that we got at around 10, what was that, 10.05? Yeah, 10.05 or so. That's the high. Then we get this crest over here, this rounded top, lower high, and right now it's a lower high. So we need to keep eyes on this. Otherwise, it's sequentially lower highs and lower lows on AAPL, but definitely outperforming the market on the day, 1.5% to the good, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Google definitely, sorry we couldn't get that right away, but thank you to Buzz or Boz in the chat for mentioning that we did have Brad Gerstner on CNBC. Sometimes those CNBC mentions will show up in Benzinga. This one has not quite yet, but yeah, thank you for allowing us to bring that one. Also, Phony Baloney wants to talk about Tesla, so let's talk about Tesla. Tesla, honestly, continued to climb to the upside. Not much to say here from a chart perspective. So much strength on this name. I don't know why I drew this line earlier. This might have been an accident. But I think I really want to see what we do here at that pre-market open from whence we fell aggressively at 180-140, right? That, to me, that is the area that we need to see some kind of eclipsing of, because we had this topping tail candle here, then that massive move to the downside. Live Trader TV Live saying go long Procter & Gamble.
It's a Ram.
Well, that's Ramin.
Yeah. And she's like giggling over there. Why, yes. Ram? What are you doing with Procter & Gamble over there? Huh? Everyone needs diapers. Yeah, well, they have their...
Oh, Pampers, that's why. Pampers, oh my God, I love that. It's a pun. I love that.
I love it. That is actually real. Okay, I didn't get it. Now I get it. I suck, guys.
Thank you, Ramin. I love that so much.
Ram.
I really enjoyed that pun there. But yeah, so nice. You know, for El Tas saying if I lose, it's Ram's fault. No, we respect Ram in this house. No, all jokes here. All love, and thank you everyone in the chat for your kindness and this great sense of community that we have here. Tesla trying to push 181. Honestly, to me, I think this will get interesting once you break above 181.40. I want to have a good read on this, but honestly, it's hard when a chart is just upside, upside, upside. Not as many green candles as we had on Oust earlier with that 16 or 15 green candles in a row, but certainly a nice look here in the 5. We had that earlier area of resistance that was shortable for half a moment there, that 179 area. We come back to that support at 178.40 and then swoop to the upside. So until we run into resistance at 181.40, there's not much to say here on TSLA. Let's look at the daily chart for potential levels. I know that 180 level has always been really key for TSLA, at least recently. Sean was mentioning this 180, 178 area. That's certainly always been an area of interest. We're actually kind of running now into this previous support we had earlier. And when I say earlier, I mean back to January. We had these couple bumps here, January and then February, of this 180, 185 level. I think we need to decisively close above 185. Then that 205 area, and I remember Sharif mentioned this one in great detail when Tesla was initially dancing with 205. We gapped down from 205 on earnings. So that's also, or not, yeah, I don't think this was the earnings move. But I think earnings were the 18th. Anyways, not the point. The point is we had a gap down, and then Tesla lost its 205 area. So I would like to see Tesla reclaim that 205 for this to be a continued move to the upside. Also, I want to talk about Meta because we are trying to make a comeback. This is on the daily chart. Also, Meta and this double top at 510 on the daily. But let's look at the, I'm just laughing at Ramin in the chat. At Meta, I initially lost in this short. Talk about getting out on top wick in a bad way. This is disgusting. I got out way too early. I should have given this a little bit more room to run. It is Meta. I didn't even give this $1. And I did take an L on this. However, I got back on this short. I didn't let this discourage me. I said, Adara, I still think there's some wiggle room to the downside on this Meta. We still can't decisively reclaim above VWAP other than these little pops to the upside. So I said, don't be discouraged in the Wizard City Lopper. And I got back in the short because I did take a massive L on this. I am not proud of this trade. I'm not proud of me panic selling or panic buying, I guess in this case in the short. Look at this. This has to be one of the most embarrassing candles here. This giant witch in the upside and I got out of the short. But you know what? Honestly, that means all I can do is prove to myself, say, hey, Meta, you will not fool me again. I keep saying versions of fool me, but Meta will not do it again. It happened once, and we're going to see what happens next here. But yeah, Tesla really strong. Tesla now trying to claim 181.20, so good luck for Tesla. Take a quick look at Wayfair. I know earlier Nick W. mentioning this one, and someone else as well, I believe Easy for All Traders. Yeah, I mean, Wayfair really had an issue with that 69 area, chopping and turning around. We fell below. I believe it was Mahmoud in the chat saying that it could squeeze if it got to 70. And we just did not get to 70 was what happened here with Wayfair. Nice VWAP bounce areas, but we're really having a hard time getting up off and continuing our movement here. I'll look at the daily here as well for Nick W.
Go, baby.
Yeah, I mean, trade?
We're in Oust. Yeah.
Nice.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, though.
That was okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying that I still think that 70 area is an area on the daily for Wayfair.
Yep.
There we go.
We're in Oust, 84 for that VWAP bounce. Sorry, the position board wasn't working. I've been in it for a few minutes, and then the Chilean Nightmare fixed that up. We're all good there. So let's see if we get that 7 move. That's what we're waiting for. But there's obviously a tug of war happening here at that 90 penny area. I've been watching this for a little bit. We're having trouble ascending through that 90 penny area, but we're going to pack our patience. OUST, nice double bottom at the volume weighted average price on the 5. And looking for it to curl, maybe retest 7. It definitely had issues with 7 earlier. It's up 38% and change on the day. What else? CZOO keeps going, bro. And it's I don't want to say it's a calm trade because, like, look, we're up big. We're up off that $6 area, $5.74 low a day, $12 HOD. But it's quite predictable in that you're not getting these big flushing candles through levels. You're getting healthy periods of retracement on CZOO, right? It's a bit of an upward channel. We drew this kind of like drunk looking line over here. Let's adjust this. It's not the weekend yet, Sharif. Yeah, no, I haven't drank since November. Since I went to the Katina with the Katina Man and Neil and Brenda. Yeah, that was the last time anyway. This one continuing to print nicely here. I mean, any dip on the 10-period moving average has been absolute money on CZO. So strong has it. It hasn't even touched the 10-period since what time? Since 11:50. So we're almost going on an hour here that this has been so strong. Retracements into the 10 haven't even come in. So CZOO, we're going to have to figure out a way to get into this. Maybe maybe just actually sit on the 10 and take your chances there. The worst it's done is the 20. And that was during this consolidative retracement period. After the retracement, there was a bit of a consolidated period here where we held the 20 quite well. So we'll see. Well, we get there. All right, back to OUST. All right, we printed a couple of prints here above 90. Looks like we're printing 91s, and I'm seeing 92s. Here comes 93s. I'm sitting at 94s. Could we get the fill? OUST, decent day, 39 change percent up on the day. Just looking for that print. If we could get it, we'll pack our patience there. Call in, or sew in. Sorry. What? Okay.
Coin clocking?
Yeah, coin clock tax. Can you look at GME? I'm hoping it can close around 1250-ish area today. Let's have a look at GameStop. Obviously, this one reported yesterday and didn't do as well as maybe some of us wanted it to do. Let's have a look at the price action. So yesterday, what happened here? We're dancing in the aftermarket there, in between, 15 to 15 and a half. We got this algo pump into high 15s, and then we got the Huadunk, right? And how low did we dip? We dipped into 12 and a half. So first and foremost, let's put our GME ticker so everyone can follow along. And let's draw out our trend lines over here. So this 12 and a half area, which we actually broke, but we broke at 6 a.m., so I don't put a lot of stock into that. Now, what I'm seeing here is multiple rejections to the high side off the 200. The 200 on the 5 is what I'm looking at. What do they want it to close? 1250-ish area. So I'm assuming you're short. I'm hoping it can close around 1250. So you're obviously short. I like this 1250 area though. And the reason I like it is because that's where the algo spike went to in the morning. We also held though 250 right there at 830. We haven't been at that level since that time. We've been holding the volume weighted average price quite well. A little bit above, a little bit below, as you can see here. This might not be an intraday trade. You may not get the 1250 today unless we really tank. I think we're a little bit far away from it right now, trading at 1315. The price action hasn't been volatile, so it's not like, we might get a wick off 1250. I'd say you may get 1250, but it may not be today. You may have to hold on until tomorrow or whatever other day. I hope that helps. That's not obviously financial advice, so do as you like. Back to OUST. It looks like we got into 93s, but we didn't cross into 94. So no fill for me yet on OUST, but we'll keep eyes on that. Katina man, what are you looking at over? I haven't looked over your way, bro.
Long Alibaba.
The Katina man is long Alibaba and long Google. And then that same Robinhood trade at 1970. All of it right there. Thank you very much, Fabian. Perfect segue. That right there, what you guys are looking at is more Trader TV. We've been talking a lot about it, not as much lately. What you see there is the OB, the one, the Canobes positions on the left, long Tesla 180.10. And then there's the Katina Man's trades right there. And all his entries and exits. Shout out to the K-Man or the C-Man because it's spelled with a C. There as well, you'll be able to see the economic calendar on the left, thanks to Adara putting that in every day, the top stocks, the reason why they're moving. You can see on the bottom there that we have obviously a ticker, headline ticker, and then the top you see the actual trading ticker. So, and the biggest movers, thanks to the NOS boss and his crew over there at Trade Ideas. We're really proud of that channel. It took a long time for the programmers there on the back end to get that done. And, it was very much requested because when we're dropping hot lines here on the midday or on how to trade, the Neil and the Katina Man's trades, we got to communicate them to you verbally. So we figured this would be a little bit of a better way. You guys can keep tabs on what the big kahunas are trading all day. All right, we're having troubles at 93 here for whatever reason on ELS. That's the second time we made it into 93, Fabian, and we weren't able to break that level. So keeping eyes on ELS here, looking for that 93 print. But for now, gonna sit on my hands there.
Yeah, I should sit on my hands, but I have to say I'm pretty happy we did get a little bit of a meta profit taker here. And I'm trying to be very scalpy about this. I believe it was Hog Rider in the chat saying, Meta isn't an uptrend. I don't disagree, but I think that VWAP projection, which unfortunately I got swept up in the bamboozlement into that false break into 493. Speaking of breakouts, here's a massive example of a false breakout, right? We go to 493 on a wick basis, purely and truly. How many shares do I have in the, okay, perfect. So we're gonna be trying to get out of this Meta then, trying to plan my exit. We're going to be trying to get out here, probably the same area, this 491.70s that we took out some profit earlier, because I like just kind of the idea of being able to scalp. I do not trust how well Meta's holding this 90 MA. I don't like this massive red candle and this massive green candle. Looks like Meta is actually trying to break that 493 with a decisiveness that it did not, or with a level of decision that it did not possess earlier. So I do want to be very cognizant. Also, shout out to both Sean and Obi getting long Tesla, which I discovered through our second channel. Check that out. But Tesla did have a little bit of a moment here at this 181.48. When I said earlier, I said to me this is the main area that I'm kind of interested in with regards to Tesla, is what we do at this 181.40, right? So we got up here, we sold off a little bit, but we came up and we recovered really nicely at this 181 level. So Tesla wants to keep revving to the upside here. So, you know, honestly, there's no reason to suggest it won't. The topping tail candle, a little bit suspect, but the speed with which we recovered here on TSLA, a nice look for sure. Also, I'm in a Boeing long. I had an order set out for this one a while ago, and I'm happy it got filled. So we're taking this. I like the range on this. We're getting out here at, this is a super scalpy move with not a ton of shares. We're getting into 89s. This range is getting tighter and tighter. And so as ranges get tighter and I want to range trade, I have to be cognizant and set my areas of entry and exit a little bit tighter as well. If we break decisively below this 30, I like this 35 area that we had a little bit of a cushion earlier. That's where I'm going to have to say bye-bye to Boeing. If we bounce at, I said way too many words that started with B there. If we bounce at 190.45, I will be adding a little bit to Boeing because I do like that area as the true base for the range there. Happy with that. Meta going down a little bit, so obviously that makes me pleased as punch as well. Honestly, Meta, I'm proud of myself for getting back in. We're still down on the name, just the amount that we got bamboozled earlier, but sometimes you fall and all you can do is get back up, brush yourself off, and make some more trades. How are you doing over here?
Good. Still, geez, man, there's oust. There's a seller at 93, kind of a random area to have a seller. Here comes 93 again. There's the book, and there's not too much size at 93, so why are we not ascending? A 2-penny spread on a $6 name is not the greatest. It's not bad, but it's not the greatest. Now we're printing 93s. You see that coming in there on the book. What does D mean over here? D means ADF regional only to NASDAQ. Okay, so when you guys see these little letters over here, each one is a certain gateway, right? So I'm just trying to see which gateway keeps printing here to the high side. Sometimes D means dark pools, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Thanks, Katina, man. A? Q or T is NASDAQ. Says, yeah, this I think is a little dated, so I have to update that. All right, so we're packing our patience here on OUST. Now, Brenkels did put in the request for GCTS, so let's give that a try because it's up like 10,000% now. GCTS, which is on the NYSE. Let's give that a try. Not yet. Okay, so not yet. We'll pack our patience. Maybe we'll get it today. Maybe we don't. But I'm going to cover this for people because there may be traders who are in it right now. Now we're up 481.75%. It looks like, are we halted here? Let's flip to the 1 minute on this. Yes, we are halted. 38.28. The 100th halt. I don't know. Let's count how many. Forget about counting. There's way too many. It looks like there's 20 some odd halts. It hasn't halted, though, since 12:45. So went 12 minutes without halting. Like, look, in all seriousness, though, this did have an interesting top here at 31 bucks. There was 2 rejections off that level, both of which precipitated down halts. If I can make an observation here, for whatever reason, the dips off the 50 have paid. The 50 is the red solid line on my chart. You see that over here at 12.18, then multiple times over here, but it hasn't touched the 50 too much lately. It did a bit of a dance with it earlier, but it didn't break the 50 even at that time. So the 50 has played an important part as support on GCTS today. In case you're wondering why this thing is moving, it's a microchip catalyst. I'll show you the headline here real quick. I showed it earlier. Here it is. GCT Semiconductor announced Tuesday it became a publicly traded company after completing its business combinations. So de-SPACed, essentially, okay? And that's what precipitated that huge move. Halted 38 28. We can't trade it yet on our system, but we'll keep eyes on that for anything over here, especially if the chat is interested in trading. All right, nice. We got the fill there. Finally on OUST. So this one continuing to incrementally make its way up into $7. It is a VWAP bounce trade. That was really the whole purpose behind this particular entry on this name, but we're going to let that one kind of churn, and we'll see maybe next time we'll take something above $7. Let's flip now to these large caps, see what's popping off in large cap world. All right, so Amazon, okay. Amazon making moves. Now, I just saw a headline right now on CNBC that Amazon, well, something that we already knew though. They put 2.75 more. Thank you, Katina, man. So we already knew that Amazon had invested in Anthropic, which is, you know, a rival AI company to Grok, to ChatGPT, to Gemini. And this is the headline that's precipitating this pump right now through 178 on AMZN. Amazon in investing an additional $2.75 billion in AI startup Anthropic in its largest venture investment yet. Yeah, that's money. The Katina man dropping the money because that's big boy money right there. $2.75 billion. That'll keep the lights on for a little while. Anyway, breaking through 179, dancing with 179 at the moment. HOD on this name, a cool 180 on the dot, but it was a big move up and then dump. So we were curling up there in the pre, then the bell hit, and then all hell broke loose. We dumped from 180 into that low of day that we currently still have, 177 and a third. So a nice $3 or $2 and 2/3 move there. Dancing with 179. I know Big Kyle was in this and he was printing on his Amazon short. Hope you covered everything, Kyle, before that news headline came in on Anthropic, but that's precipitated a nice move here on AMZN, up now 0.4% of the day, outperforming the NQ, which is down 0.05. So that is Amazon. What else we got? Meta curling in to the volume weighted average price, but rejecting that level as a resistance level. That's a second rejection we've got on VWAP so far. The first was around 1030, so Meta below 500 and continuing to sell off on the day. That Google headline, I still don't know what the hell that was. That might be Anthropic. That could have been a response. Do you know?
Well, I thought it was the Brad. We know we talked about the Brad Gertzer thing, but I don't know if that's
right.
what that pop was.
Yeah, no, that I think that. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. So let's just double check the Google thing over here. Altimeter. Yeah, you're right, Adira. Look, it came in.
Yeah, it just came in.
It literally just came in right now. Yeah, live on CNBC. Altimeter is Brad Gerstner announces bought Alphabet Inc. So there you go. What else we got over there? All right. Well, Tesla double top. Missed this completely. Tesla made it back in the high days. Where the hell was I for this? 181.75 double top. Right now, it looked like it got to 91s there on Tesla. Coming back down to the 10 period. Does it hold the 10 period here? But that's a great looking retracement, V-shaped retracement here on Tesla, but coming off that exact level that we got to earlier and precipitating a down move here. But do we hold this level? So we're putting in a hammer-looking candle right now on the 5. So let's see. Let's see if Tesla can hold up here and maybe trap some shorts who got in at that high 180s, 181 areas or just in front of 182. We'll keep eyes on that. But Tesla completely missed this recovery there off the bottom at, I believe, 176.
Yeah, Tesla was, and it's interesting too, because I remember, like, I covered this one. Tesla actually rested decently on this second candle here at this 181.15 area, and then it decided it wanted to rest no more. But speaking of Tesla, we have Randy here hanging out with Sean. How are you doing today, Randy? Sleepy. Randy says sleepy. Yeah, I mean, it's midweek. Totally get it. I also, though, I agree with you, Sharif. I am watching this 180.60. But yeah, shout out to Randy and hello to Randy as always. Shout out to everybody on our team, always killing it. And also our podcast. We have a podcast that you should, I'm just drawing random lines in the chart accidentally. Check out the podcast on Saturday at 10 a.m. So definitely give that a watch and or listen. But yeah, so Randy chilling, Sean killing it. We'll see Obi and Sean again in about an hour. But Trader Revolution here with a super chat about VWAP, or not I almost said
GCTS, yeah.
Thank you so much. I said
problem.
DWAC, then I said VWAP, and neither of those.
Because he wrote DWAC in it.
That's
why. Yeah.
Thank you. I was like,
all good. You're good.
My mind. Thank you very much, Sharif. GCTS is pulling a DWAC 2021 move from 112 to 120, but they moved on merger news. This catalyst is different. Yeah, I mean, it's
distinctly different though.
But yeah, we have to know if it's distinctly different, says Sharif. As per, of course, OB, which is like honestly a great quote. There was the other one today too. The charts are moving. Was that what he said?
Hold on, what did he say? Oh, Josh is not here because I looked back at Josh. We're just like, what?
I think it's
the charts do things.
The charts do things.
He said something like that. It was hilarious. No, Randy. No, we'll get it. Guys, $7 on Elst. I'm flattening out. That's the end of my trade there. Happy with this trade. Not bad. VWAP dip. Go ahead.
Also, too, we do have the bond auctions. Thank you, 7-year note auction. Thank you, Dan Emmons, for reminding us.
Dan
We're
the
going to
man.
have to see what happens here on that 7-year. I am in 2 longs. I am in long Microsoft, just trying to take this into 420/60s. Right now, it's kind of having a hard time getting beyond 10 pennies here. I'm just trying to look for this bond auction. And then also Boeing, we're basically at my point of entry. I have nothing to report there. Trying to, again, scalp that for like 25 pennies. So I feel like I've said too, my whole thing is I think I'm like a little bit too loosey-goosey and I let things ride for too long, and I cannot do that. That is not my style. Sometimes it works, trying to get better at it. Shout out as well to Kyle Burdett talking me through some of those trades earlier with Amazon. But yeah, I think for some of my scalpier moves, I have to remind myself, I called it a scalp for a reason and I wanted to scalp for a reason, so don't overstay your welcome there. Not seeing anything yet on that note auction, but if we do, we shall apprise you all. Also, Microsoft getting into where I want to leave, which is going to be that 420 area. If we don't bounce, that was my exit for the short. If we don't bounce here, I'm going to have to bounce out of Microsoft. But also, we do have our lesson coming up here. We're going to wait and see what happens with that note auction before we get to that. Jack saying nice trade, Sharif. So you're getting a little bit love there.
Can I mention Donald John Trump over here? DJT going yet again, holding that general. Let me bring in the side charts here. That lower trend line held up to the T. So I actually didn't draw this right now. This was drawn before. And look at that holding. Well, let's not call it 66. It was 65.5. And now we just pumped up to 68. So the higher low continues to come in here on DJT, claiming VWAP yet again. So reclaim that volume weighted average price level, but all eyes will be on 69.50. That's where we crested out last time. We did that rounded top nonsense. So we'll see if we can break that level. Now, I don't know how I would trade this. We've been talking a lot about breakout trades, whether to take it on the actual breakout or whether to wait for the breakout to prove itself and then take the retracement. So I really don't have the decision yet as to how I'm going to trade this, but it may be moot at this point because it looks like we're retracing back down to 67.5. But DJT coming off the bottoms there, looking to possibly go again. It was a big monster yesterday, and it's decent today, up almost 17%, was up higher, was up more at the highs there. So DJT continuing to give good entries. Now, I know Adara wants to start with the lesson, so I'm gonna throw it to her in a second. But GCTS halted to the downside, 35.76, I believe that's the halt level off that 42.85 HOD. So a big retracement there. But what I've got eyes on now is CZOO. Reason is it just came into the 20, and we know earlier that it defended that 20. Look at that yellow line. That's a 20 period EMA on my chart. And it's also at that 10.5, 10.25. So CZOO giving you a retracement here. We talked about how we would get on this. And I said, I like that 9.25 level owing to these areas over here earlier at around 10.30, 10.15, then again at 11.30 or so. But it may not give us that level, right? It may not retrace that far south. So we're going to have to wait and see whether this 20 period ends up proving itself as a valid level of support or whether it's just another line on the chart, baby, and it doesn't mean anything. So keeping eyes on CZOO while Adara drops hotlines with the lesson.
Yeah, we just gave that 7-year note auction in. 4.185% versus the previous 4.7327%. So lower, getting lower than the previous bond auction there. Yeah, we're gonna get that lesson started. I'm gonna leave these trades be because they're pretty much chilling here. I'm just going to set my out for Microsoft here. Boeing, we did get part filled. We have 2/3 out, and I think that last third should be out now. We're good to go. Yeah, thank you, much appreciated. Microsoft, you get your act together while I do this lesson, young lady, or I will have to send you to bed without supper.
What's going on over there?
I don't know. I think I'm just gonna get out of Microsoft just to alleviate the
Okay,
stress.
Adira, while you do that, I need to talk about IBIO because
Yeah.
IBIO is flying. We dismissed this one earlier as a nothing burger. Let me load it up here. Sorry, guys. IBIO is going. It was definitely on my scanner earlier, but then it broke below the volume weighted average price. Look at this one right back in to the top above VWAP, and HOD prints a new high of day, $3.44 on IBIO. I gave the deets on this one earlier, but I'll give it again because that was a bit ago. 11.4 million, 11 and a third, okay? Million dollar market cap. The float, 1.989 million share float. Let's look at the short float, if any. IBIO. 1.71%. The float is a little different on here. It's about twice the size that I have on mine, 3.46 million, says Trade Ideas. So keep tabs on IBIO. But like again, when I've been talking about this range per candle nonsense, this is the problem with IBIO. The range per candle is really wide, especially when it gets volatile. And a lot of topping tail candles means that, is this easy to short or something? Do I have shorts available? No, so IBKR doesn't have shorts available. I don't know. I'm probably not going to trade this. It's too rangy and too wicky. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I'm out of Microsoft. Broke below 420. Cannot have that. I want none of that smoke in 420. And the pun very intended there. Evan 11, thank you so much for your 199 super chat. Just with the number one finger up there. So much appreciated there. We got out of that Boeing scalp earlier. I mentioned as well as we head into the lesson. Took about 20 pennies. Pleased as dang punch. I did have to be aware that this range was getting lower, so tried to adjust accordingly. And not too much bad to say about that. Joanna Brewster is saying, how does the auction impact the stocks? I find that it really depends. Sometimes we'll get a move, other times we won't at all. Sometimes it's going to move up, other times it's going to move down. It all seems, honestly, it really does depend. I find sometimes, if anyone knows like a direct correlation, please let me know, because I find sometimes there isn't really any move. Right?
Yeah,
so if anyone knows a little bit more about the bond auctions and how they move, definitely let us know. We had a move lower there and we moved lower in the market, so I'm not sure if that was a correlation, but we will have to find out as well. Also, 420 Bud Monster coming out of hiding here for the 420.
Oh.
And just comments 420. So much appreciated there. Microsoft did not like 420, but we love 420 Bud Monster and everybody here in the chat. And I say that because Microsoft did break below 420.
That's not me hitting the bangs either. That's Ram back
For me,
there,
like
bro.
she raises her hand, she's like, yes, that was me. Good time there. Let's get into the lesson. Hi, Ramin and Fabian.
Ramin.
So we'll do our lesson du jour here,
All right.
which is about channel breakouts. Here we go.
Vamp it.
I'm just gonna get my notes ready here. So imagine a river flowing between defined banks, just ebbing and flowing as it will. And in the trading world, price often behaves in the same way, carving a channel on the chart defined by trend lines. But just like a river can burst its banks, so can prices. They can break out of these channels, which can signal potential continuation. So let's dive into the exciting world of channel breakouts. So first of all, we have this concept of channels in the first place, right? I'm skipping ahead here. Channels are formed by connecting trend lines that touch the highs, the upper trend line, and the lower trend line of price movement. And these lines represent two areas of support and resistance where price tends to bounce back and bounce in between. And there are actually three main channel types here. We have the upward channel, which slopes upwards, indicating a prevailing uptrend, a downward channel, which slopes downwards, suggesting a continued downtrend, and this last one here, which is a sideways channel or a flat channel, where you just kind of have a defined bottom and defined top. Boeing did this a little bit earlier today. I was mentioning that 190 to 191 area, right? But also, I like this chart because we have some examples. We have the up channel, which actually breaks to the downside. Down channel breaks to the upside, then that leads into another down channel, and then a flat channel, right? So obviously, they're not always going to manifest in this way or be so many of them, but this is just one example to show how they might move. The breakout. A breakout will occur when the price decisively moves through one of the trend lines. This will signify a potential change in the direction of the prevailing trend. So here's the breakout breakdown. Bullish breakout is going to happen when the price closes above the upper trend line of an upward channel, suggesting that we have buyers overpowering sellers, which could lead to a continuation of the uptrend. Bearish breakout is going to be the exact opposite thing. The price will close below the lower trend line of a downtrend channel, which can indicate that sellers are gaining control. They're trying to get a leg up here on the longs and hint at a potential continuation of the downtrend. So here is a rising channel. Shout out to Investopedia here. And we break out of this uptrend, and we actually have that move above the upper trend line, as mentioned, right? Downtrend, I love this one, and shout out to Shree for pointing this out as well. We actually retest the bottom trend line, and then we say, nah, and we continue to go to the downside. So I really like this example here of a break of a downward channel. False friends and true signals. Oh, I just realized the pun of this. Like, the friends are false, but the signals are true.
There you go.
I love it. I love it. So breakouts are valuable signals, but they're not foolproof, because you can have fake friends in the form of fake breakouts or false breakouts, fake outs, what have you. And they can occur when the price briefly touches the trend line, but then reverses directions. So here's how to avoid getting fooled or hoodwinked by these trades. Volume confirmation. You want to look for a surge in trading volume alongside the breakout. High volume can suggest a little bit more oomph or more conviction behind the price move, which makes it more likely to be a true breakout. Price action confirmation is also really important here. You want to observe the candle pattern after the price touches the trend line. A daily or weekly candle closing clearly above the upper trend line, bullish, or below the lower trend line, bearish, can provide stronger confirmation. Taking action on breakouts. Entering the trade. Some traders are going to wait. You have to think of how you're going to plan this once you have your breakout, right? So here are some strategies, including entering the trade. Some traders are going to wait to enter immediately after the breakout, and some are going to wait for the pullback here. If you wait immediately after the breakout, you do risk a little bit more, but if you wait for the pullback, it gives you a lower entry point and comes with the risk of missing the opportunity. So it really depends on what type of trader you are. Both can be valuable as long as they're part of your trading plan. Stop loss, also really important here. You always want to use a stop loss to limit potential losses. For bullish breakouts, place it below the broken trend line, and for bearish breakouts, place it above the broken trend line. Profit targets. You want to make sure you secure your gains by setting profit targets. Look for potential resistance levels above in a bullish breakout or below in a bearish breakout to lock in some profit. So here are some examples here. I really like this from FX Open. We have this continued downtrend. So they give one example. You could enter at a retest here for the short, and this would be a successful short. You would set your stop loss at the previous high. So this gives you a range for your stop loss and your profit taker. And as you can see here, they show you a nice little risk reward as well if you take this, right? So nice look, and definitely, of course, always make your own trades and understand why, why the plan is the way it is. But I think this is a cool little demonstration and diagram there. And that's the last slide here, but we have some other reminders. You want to make sure to remember that channel breakouts are signals and not guaranteed, because they can be fake friends and they can fake you out. Conduct thorough research, manage risk effectively, and never invest more than you can afford to lose. A bonus tip is to combine channel breakouts with other technical indicators, like moving averages or RSIs, for a more comprehensive trading strategy. Also, before I pass it over here, shout out to Comp SRX having this medium hot salsa with tortilla chips. Not something that I can enjoy, but I'm very happy that you are enjoying it with your lemon to the salsa for a nice zing. That just sounds amazing. If I were to have salsa, that sounds really nice. But yeah, I shout out to you. Shout out to everybody here. Know some mentions of Robin and Hood and Mara, so I'm going to try to take a look at those in a moment. What are you looking at?
I'm long AMZN for that 179 defend. We had that Anthropic headline come in, and it popped this bad boy up about 0.5 percentage point. The market then started tanking, so then we had that move down on AMZN. I'm long 06s. I'm looking to wet my beak at the $0.25. And, if you're just joining for the first time, wet my beak means take profits. I'm sorry if we have these adages and sayings and stuff like that. Yeah. Randy said that right now? No way. Randy said wet my beak. Hey, if Randy adopts it, then it's popular culture, baby. He hadn't heard it before. I see. Okay. All right. Here, Amazon nicely in the money now on this bad boy, looking for that print above the $0.25 to take some profits. It was an aggressive dip trade there on that level. Let's see if we get the print. We're printing 23s here. Come on, bro. Don't make me wait. Let's go. Well, we'll have to wait. Yeah.
I like that.
It's frustrating. Sometimes you just want to lock in the profit so you can move on to something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in any event, that's not the way that works around here. So let me tell you about the futures trade, and this is why we precipitated, guys, that down move on Ram. Chart. It's all good. We precipitated that down move because we rejected 18,450. Look at all the wicks into 18,450 and then another rejection. So we make a big move down. Amazon tanks with the overall market. Not really surprising there. There we go. We got the fill, baby. Bang, 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 bang. Nice little 20 penny winner right now on AMZN. Still holding the piece. Let this one go for the dream. If we can come into higher days maybe at 180 bucks, that would just be please as punch. We put in a bit of a hammer candle right now on the future. I'm not going to put too much stock into that because it's been very weak, kind of subdued day on the future. So hammer candles are awfully bullish, and I don't think we're going to be awfully bullish today on the future. So we'll continue to wait. We'll trade the strong names. I am more long bias of a trader in general. I do take shorts from, from time to time, but I find myself taking a lot more longs than I do shorts. And so, I always tend to seem to look for the strong names rather than the weak names. I know some other people that don't do that. They look for the weak names, not the strong names. And that's fine. Hood, sort, baby. Let's look at Hood, because a lot of people have been asking me about Hood. And we're going to do that now. Shout out to Scott H. IBIO going again. Shout out to Big Scott H. We don't have a name for Scott H. And, him and I have been talking in the chat for a long time. So, Scott, your nickname's coming up, my man, soon.
Great Scott? Some people say Great Scott.
Okay. I like your ideas. I think you get the creative juices flowing.
But you are like the nickname, king of this desk, so.
I like to give everybody nicknames. It's a very Egyptian thing to do. Give everybody a nickname. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Trust me. I have plenty of nicknames. Anyway, IBIO Scott, great look on this chart, man. Every dip into the 50, and I made this point earlier, has held up. For whatever reason, IBIO feeling the 50 today. Maybe the algo that's trading this is programmed on the 50. For whatever reason, it's respected the 50 very well on not once, not twice, but 3 occasions. 1, 2, 3. And then if you believe in the institutional prints at 8 a.m., well, that got bounced off the 50 as well. So IBIO, great look. Personally, I don't have a trade on it at the moment. Let me just look quickly what Amazon's doing. Okay, cool. The other one that I wanted to look at, we're going to remove, which one are we going to remove? GCTS, because we can't trade it. Let's look at Hood. Okay, Robinhood making a nice move there. Okay, the Katina man in Hood, baby, spinning the money. Shout out to the Katina man, staying true to his trades like he always does. Hood now breaking through the volume weighted average price, which was around $20, and 10 cents. Now pumping, closing in on that 20 and a third. Maybe we see the $0.50. Technically, HOD. 20.55, but we were up way higher than that in the pre. We got up into almost $21 in the pre-market. Then the big boy Huadunk ended up coming in there when the whole market tanked. So good luck for Hood. In case you're wondering what's going on with Robinhood, they're offering a credit card with multiple benefits, and kind of like the gimmick about it is that if you refer 10 friends or 10 whoever, they could even be enemies, doesn't matter, you get a real gold credit card. Now, we have some questions about that on this desk. The Chilean Nightmare brought up a good point earlier. Is it plated? Is it gold plated, or is it solid gold? What kind of gold? Is it 10 karat, 14, 18? It's not solid gold. There's no way it could be solid gold, Katina man. But we can joke about it a little bit. The point is, that's the gimmick that they've got on the day, and that's why we're up. What are we up today on Hood? 5.5% today, and looking to break through the $0.50. It's a great day for Robinhood. I mean, they've been doing well. Lately, they reported better than expected trading revenue. Their trading volume is up because everybody's interested in crypto again. Deposits are increasing. They were doing that. Remember, they were doing that promotion If you deposit $1, they'll match it with $1 or something like, was it 50 cents?
Something
what
like
was
that.
it?
Yeah, I'm
right?
gonna look this up.
Yeah, they were matching deposits for a little while. They're trading, their interest income is still high because people are using margin to buy stocks, and you pay interest obviously on the money that you borrow on margin. So they're making money. It's a lot better than what they were doing in 2022. Remember that? When that was a tough time to be a Robinhood fan. Look at Amazon Go, bro. I did not even notice this, Katina, man. We're at the $0.50. We're almost 50 pennies in the money here. Bang, 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 bang. Sorry for yelling, but I'm excited and I'm taking that trade out.
Yeah, I also have an NQ long that got a little pump there. Pamp. I don't know. Yeah, we got a little nice move there. This was a planned little beat quitter here. 419.80s, just shy of 420. I got involved here because look at this base earlier. This is a nice little range, and I wasn't getting involved in how dare I. So I want to stay here. I would like us to decisively break above 420. That would be my look. But also the other reason I was motivated to get into this long is look at this. Oh, I said 420. That's why. Shout out to Neil. Hopefully having a great time in Florida to watch the Jays. So shout out to Neil there. Yeah. Also, some people were like, "Oh, like where's Neil?" Neil is still here. Obi is doing a great job subbing for him. Shout out to Obi. But also, yeah, Microsoft here. I like this kind of hammerish candle here, going down into not low of day, but close. And then we kind of wick right back up. I guess that would have been low of day. Yeah. And then we come right back up here and we say, nah. So I like that. I like the reclaim there. I want to see what we do at 420. If we break above 420, we're going to be getting out for, let's do like 420.20, because why not amplify the power of the 420 there, I guess. So that'll be the goal. Let's see what happens here. Microsoft break above that 420 with a viciousness. Also, NVIDIA, incredibly rangy here. Like, I love this. We have this base of 899.50. We have this top of 903, but the top is getting a little bit lower, which I don't love. If I take NVIDIA, it's going to have to be what I did earlier today and just do these super scalping moves. Oh, I forgot I had a resting order here set in the Tesla long, so got to go check on him. I liked this because I like that we had this kind of rest here at 180, very similar to my thesis with the Microsoft. We have a candle showing we're breathing after a bit of a downtrend, then we continue up. If we break below this 180, I am outie. Which is to use another car brand there, I guess. But, and you know, I don't know if we're going to hold because I just realized we could be rejecting off this 9 EMA. This might have been a bit ill-fated, but we're going to try to get, we're going to scalp this to 180.64. Because why not? I like the 180.65 level, but I also like to give an extra penny of breathing room because I do not trust these Mag 7s to land at the areas you want them to, right? Also, I agree. It would be nice if we had like a little like ding when you get into positions. But as I think Kyle Burdett was saying in the chat, if we have that for some of the big desk trades, we'll get like these dings every second because Sean and Neil adding, taking out, scalping. So yeah, I think it'd certainly be ding central.
Today maybe not the best day to ask a Tiedemann, but how many fills? Okay, he's trading right now, so he'll get that back to me. But like a regular day for him is a few hundred fills. Yeah, 201 fills. Ooh. So you'd be hearing a lot of bells, guys, right? That's the thing about that. I've heard that suggestion in the chat, and it makes a lot of sense. And then you actually come to put it into practice. Anyway, we'll pass it on to the powers that be and see what they say. What else we got here, Adara? I really want to weasel my way into this CZOO trade, Rim. It looks really good here. I mean, we got a break of the trend line, right, that we had drawn. Okay, that's fine. But does it hold up above the 20? Yes. And how about the price action? That $10 area. Look at that hammer candle that dipped through 10. Then buyer said, no, you don't. Pumping it right back up above 1050. My only concern is that example that we gave in the lesson today where something broke down below the lower trend line, curled back into it, only to reject off that level. That's why you extend your trend lines as far as you can take them, because you never know when they're going to act as resistance or support again. So I'm going to keep eyes here on CZOO. It's been a really good stock that I've been wanting to trade. I haven't been able to weasel my way into it. I've been fixated on this 9.25. I may not get that on the day. VWAP now has moved up a little bit above 9.16 or thereabouts on this name. So we'll see. CZOO, great look on the day, but I'm having trouble weaseling my way into this trade. What else we got over here? Hood, okay, still at 20 and a third. We got Donald J. Trump right back above the volume weighted average price. But look at this, Adara. Lower high, lower high, lower high. So it's kind of like the Apple look, where we had that big pump on Apple, a not so big retracement, and then an even smaller one. So are we getting that compression pattern where we have higher lows but lower highs? It looks so at the moment on DJT here. So extend these trend lines, you see what I'm talking about. You're making higher lows but lower highs. So that's a compression pattern. Typically what happens with a compression pattern is it resolves in the direction of the trend. There's really not a discernible trend on the day on DJT, but when you look at the preceding days, well, we know we got there. So we'll see. I'm more inclined to take some sort of trade above this high just so that we can have that higher high rather than trying to guess of which direction this one is going to resolve in, because compressing at the moment. Yeah, I'd like something above 69. If it can break above 69, maybe come and test that level again, that would be my ideal situation. We'll have to wait and see whether that pans out or not. Wow, there goes CZOO. So this one held 10 nicely and right back in. Okay, so now it's at the trend line that we were yapping about. Okay, so now does it reject off this trend line? And this is a good area to get short, right? If you were waiting for the short, now number one, I wouldn't short this because above the volume weighted average price. Small cap gapper above VWAP, I'm not shorting that. But for those who may want to short it, who don't have that VWAP rule, you break down below the trend line, the bottom trend line, then you come back in to test it, and that's when you get the short. I won't be doing that, but I think that fits with the theme of the lesson today. Anyway, let's flip back to some of these large caps, see what's going on here in large cap world. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot here, Dara. A lot of stuff is sideways or, not really moving with any vigor. What are you punching in over there?
Oh, I mean, sideways. My type of trade.
I know.
We got into this NVIDIA. We actually, it's kind of frustrating. We got in and we held there, just kind of hung out. Then we dropped a little bit lower. I'm going to give this a little bit more wiggle room. By wiggle room, I mean about $1 each way. I want to take 902 with the most of it. So I'm actually going to change what I wanted to do here. I think we're going to fall below though, but I need to be really cognizant. The true bottom of this range is 900. So if we bounce 900, we add a little bit. If we break below 900, we out of all of it. So that's what we do here on NVDA. I love this range, and the reason I got in here earlier below the true top of that range is because we look at these like little wicks to the downside showing, hey, we do not want any more sellers around these parts here at NVDA. We want to keep going higher. So that's why I like that area. We're going to scout some of this out at 58 because I noticed that was an area of resistance on the short term. And then we're going to save a piece for the dream. And it's a bit of an ambitious dream, but I don't think it's insanely so. And that's going to be just shy of 902s. But however, NVIDIA, you're going to have to stay above 900 if you want me to stay in here, So we're going to have to see what happens there. NVIDIA, what are we doing, girl? Okay, we're staying above 900, so we're going to let her do her thing, 21. It's actually a very nice bounce there, NVIDIA. You better keep bouncing like that. Also, we did not get 420s, unfortunately, on Microsoft, but we did get 419.96s. It looks like it's still running, but I just did not like that move back down. I said, Adara, clinch the profits. Well, you still have profits to clinch. That's what I ended up doing there. NVIDIA bouncing pretty nicely. I might actually have to do that reload that I was teasing earlier. Meta also. So Meta is also in a heck of a range right now, but I think we might be breaking lower. I did take these shorts earlier that I was kind of scalping in and out here around that 9 EMA. We're still down on the day though, because this initial short, talk about getting out at top wick. This is one of the most frustrating edits I've ever had. I got out because we popped up here, and then we popped right below. Like this candle is one of the saddest candles.
Entry. Yeah, that's bamboozlement central.
Yeah.
That you can't account for that. Adara.
I know. I'm trying not to be too hard on myself, and I'm happy I got back in and took some profit.
Good.
But I see what you mean. Like I can't beat myself up over that, pardon?
So you had guts to get right back in.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You can't let the stocks beat you down. They're just numbers. And you are a person who wants to make trades. I don't know why I'm motivational speaking to stocks, but NVIDIA bouncing back up here, so let's hope she keeps running. How are you doing over here?
I'm good. Have you pushed any trucks down a hill lately?
Oh, I know where we're going with this.
Ram.
Our pal Travis or Trevor at Nikola?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Nikola's having itself a decent day. Shout out to Igor. He wanted me to look at NKLA. And the thing we joke about Nikola is because they did push a truck down a hill, sadly. Yes, this is the hydrogen fuel or hydrogen, I guess, truck maker. They're trying to be that. They are delivering like 2 or 3 trucks at a time. Randy, any updates on Nikola? Anything good or bad about them lately? Anything? Nothing. Nothing lately. Okay. They haven't pushed any trucks down the hill lately? No. Okay. That's all right. They're pretty quiet these days. Okay. He follows them here and there, says Randy, but nothing that he's hearing too much about them. Katina Man says they can't find a hill steep enough anymore to push down their trucks off. Igor, I'm just kidding. You know, I hope you're not invested in anything here. We're just having some fun shooting the breeze. But NKLA having itself a day. 7%. It's up to 87 pennies. It's been holding the 10 period beautifully ever since we reclaimed the 10 period at 11:10 p.m. We started off a little zigzaggy. We popped up, we moved down, but this has been uninterrupted to the high side here, and I'm not seeing anything. I'm seeing nothing. Zigzaggy. That's the word of the day. We're low on the standards around here, but it's all good. No, seriously, I'm not seeing anything, guys, on Nikola on the day. I'm not seeing anything from yesterday either. I'm looking at the 25th. I'm not seeing anything from the 25th. I don't know, Adara, are you able to check Benzinga real quick?
I haven't.
But I don't think there's anything on Nikola to account for this up move here. It's been, it's been a beautiful dip trade off the 10. You don't have anything, eh? Yeah. Adara as well. Nary a headline. Anyway, coming into high of days, 87.80. We're at 87.84. I'm talking about pennies, not dollars. Igor, I got to tell you, I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what's moving this, and I don't have a way to trade it. It'd have to be a dip trade. My level, though, on the dip would have to be somewhere around 83 or 84 pennies, and that is because of yesterday's high and this IB high that we had earlier around there. I just, the other idea that I would have for a trade on this would be a pullback into the 10 EMA, and I would take it with light sharage only because I don't see a catalyst. And Michael Noss would be like, so what, right? But Michael Noss likes to know that there is a catalyst, right?
That's true.
He just doesn't care about the nature of the catalyst, right? He just wants to know one's present. Okay, cool. Let's now look at the technicals. So NKLA doing its thing. I probably won't trade this until it does come into that 84 penny area. I do like that 84 area. Jay Lee, we really all want a Randy auto sector show, just like 30 minutes every week, please. You heard it here. The people are asking for it, Randy. I'm just reading what the people are saying. What else we got over here? Jay Lee again, Sharif, Sean. Yeah, I just read that. Thanks, Jay. I got you, brother. I got you. The Katina Man's got you as well. There you go, sir. Yeah, I mean, Randy constantly drops hot lines. Anytime I want any information about a car, the first thing I do is let me ask Randy when I see him at work. Yeah. Let me ask Randy when I see him at work. That's really what I do. Yeah, he knows we always shoot the breeze because I love cars and he loves cars even more. So, a lot of confluence there.
There we go. I was not prepared for what was happening there, but I was like, I thought you got printed, but there was no printing. No. So I was like, but no, I think too, yeah, shout out to Randy. I know he and I were talking as well about the auto show with that, that VinFast Wild, which is a really cool looking vehicle. I know Randy went to the auto show. Like I said, I'm not a driver, but I am an appreciator of cars. Yep. So it's always really cool to chat cars with someone who knows as much as Randy. Yeah. Also, Sharif has a lot of car thoughts too, guys. I will say, I want to pop up your Pamp, Sharif's car knowledge as well.
Yeah. No, I have my, my moments, but definitely not Randy level. And he is part of a group that maybe I won't mention it because, it's not etched in stone yet, but maybe I just find my way into that group. Adara, have you had eyes on Fisker today?
No.
It's down 84%. So I was talking to Randy back there as well. Now let's bring in Randy again. I asked him, like, Randy, so now Fisker, they're going concern. They're down to 2 pennies. They're trading at 2.07 pennies right now. What happens if someone bought the Ocean or whatever other car that they had and they have a warranty issue, they have a repair issue? Are they, out of luck, or is somebody going to pick up this, the IP of the company, and by extension of that, anybody who has a Fisker. He's like, no, what typically happens in these cases is someone will buy it out from bankruptcy. The administrator will have, there'll be somebody to pick it up there. And usually that company is the one that's going to service anybody who's bought the Oceans. Because, I mean, it's a brand new car. We already know it has issues, right? We all saw what Marquise Brown, what's his name again? Marquise Brownlee?
Marquise Brownlee, yeah.
Yeah, Marquise Brownlee, the video he did on it. Say again, Katina, man? Randy's ready to go, baby. So we're going to bring in Randy here. He's going to drop hotlines about this issue that I'm talking about right now. Wait for me. There you go. Dun, 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 dun.
And there's existing customers and a customer base, and they need service and parts and everything else. There's in the industry what's called goodwill, and this has happened with a bunch of different car companies before. The one example I can think of is when Saab. I don't know if you guys remember Saab, when General Motors owned Saab.
Yeah.
Saab went under, but you still needed that supply of parts and service and the know-how to fix and protect and make these cars still work. So they would farm that out to another company, Sharif. They would find a third party who would be able to provide what they call goodwill, and that goodwill would continue on just to avoid lawsuits and pissed off people in the whole 9 yards. You got to have industry goodwill, despite the fact that somebody else may not pick up the actual the IPL for the actual products, but the goodwill, I think, and the design technology is still there. Again, you've got a customer base. Cars have been delivered. So you've got to continue on with that, and they would find somebody to handle the goodwill for them. Maybe it's another auto manufacturer, maybe it's another service manufacturer. It depends on how they structure it. But I would see some goodwill there moving forward.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Jay Lee was asking there, or Elon, I think. He's like, well, do they have any IP? Yeah, Jay, they've definitely got some intellectual property there. It may not be the best because it didn't survive, and the market I think it's the best decider of who has a legitimate right to be in business. Who is it? I'm going to go back to what my old man always tells me: you don't have a right to be in business. The market will decide whether it wants you in business or not. Right, and I know that there's that whole, philosophy and sociology and political science, but the market having its own internal logic and people having disagreements with that. But whatever, that's not my problem. What are we looking at, Derek? Because I think everything is super consolidative right now. I'm not really getting a read on things at the moment.
Agree.
Right? I mean, what do we got over here? Okay, let's talk a little bit about Tesla, because we're getting a 180 defend on TSLA. It was a bit of a V-shaped retracement twice today, once from the bottom and now from the top. So we top out right at that key area of resistance at 181 3/4. We come down to the 50 period. Now we're doing the wick shimmy dance from the north side of the 50 period. This could be an interesting area here on Tesla if it can, number one, hold the 50 period and print a nice little retracement there through 180. 180 being that $10 level, there's going to be eyes on it. So interesting area here for TSLA. I just don't want this to be a 10-minute couple of green candle retracement and then huadunk we go, breaking through 179.75 or 179.50 on our way down maybe to the volume weighted average price at almost 179. So Tesla has been, I would say, the least rangy on the day of the Mag 7 names. A lot of zigzagging here. It's both good and bad because, you may find yourself on the wrong end of this trade and get wiped out. So I'm watching here. Tesla 180 could be interesting for me here, Adair.
Yeah, I tried Tesla 180 and I died Tesla 180 because I think it's because you're right. It wasn't that bad, but it's because you're right. Like, it is definitely one of those names that if you want a range, you didn't have it in Tesla, unless you were trying to play this range earlier, which I got into too late. And then you had the really nice range of 179 where I had a meta style bamboozlement and got out a little bit too early, but was really happy where I got out in the long run. But yeah, I mean, honestly, this long, all I can do is look at this and say, Adara, why'd you go long here? A, I clearly bought into a falling knife. Look at this entry point. And B, I bought against the 90 EMA. So you know what? All I can do, sometimes you just have to laugh and be like, laugh at yourself and do better. You know what I mean? For me, I think if we break above that 90 EMA, that would be a nice look as someone who took a fallen knife. against the 9 EMA. That'll be my big look. But yeah, I mean, I think I'm enjoying some of these Mag 7 names, but that's also, you're right, because they're a little bit rangier. It's a little bit more my type of trade. However, I do want to talk about NVIDIA because I don't think I talked about this long, but I was pretty happy with this. I was pleased as punch. We got involved at this 901 area, and like I said, I was going to give it to 900. We bounced off this 900 beautifully, and I was like, wee! I should have added some, but I didn't. I was going to try to add it $100.50, but by the time I was ready to add, NVIDIA's like, nah, we're not looking back now, girl. You wanted your ad? Bye-bye. We're going to the upside. So I was able to get out some at 901.60, saved a piece of the dream at 902. So I was pretty happy with this trade. Honestly, NVIDIA is the name that I've had the most success with today. Right. And it's kind of, thank you, I appreciate that. It's kind of odd to say, but I think it's because with NVIDIA, I know it's so volatile, so I have very well-defined trades with very short time spans and very clear limits. And I think that's what I see Chart doing with all the stocks. I need to treat every stock I trade like it is as volatile as NVIDIA. And so, you know, you have to, in order to be in something like NVIDIA, you have to stay calm, you have to not lose your head, and you have to have very clear, defined plans. And maybe if I start trading everything like it's NVIDIA, other than feeling bamboozled all the time, it could be an effective strategy. So I think that's something we have to think about because I was really proud of what I did in this stock in a day that otherwise for me has not been the best. We're up on the day in ARM, we're up on the day in Boeing, with my little baby scalp there, but not very much. We didn't lose anything on Boeing, it just wasn't enough shares. But we're up on the day in, it was just NVIDIA, ARM, and Boeing. And also, I want to talk about Mara. Mara I got involved in because we get a little chop and churn. I thought this could have been a flat top break, but knowing that it's Mara, I trust it not at all. You know, we just talked about false friends in terms of those breakouts, and I mean, this is a false friend. It's a crypto name, and especially it's Mara, so I want to be really careful. I drew that 2190 as my hard stop. Why? Because A, look at this area we had earlier. We had a little reload of the long. B, look at this area we tested again. We go to 22, we have that little tail wick down into 2190, and the buyers are like, continuing to the upside. So I really like this level. If we keep bouncing off this 90 MA, I might add to this position, but I will be outie with the entirety of my position at 2190, trying to take some profits as we get to 2210, as we hopefully continue to pop to the high side, but little faith in Mara. You never want to be on hopium, especially when you're in something that moves like Mara moves. So trying to be cognizant of that. Also, Microsoft kind of rangy here, but it's very. I'll show the 1 minute to kind of show what I mean. But it's very, you know, here and there. You have that bottom of that 419.90 of the top of 420.20. But talk about 420 confluence. You got it there. But it's not really moving kind of with the swiftness you would want it to for these 1 minute scalps. So definitely something I'm not going to stay in. I want to look at ARM as well. Shout out to Elon saying that ARM earlier was the perfect example of a breakout. And yeah, I mean, I definitely, this was a fun one to trade earlier, trying to take that flat bottom break, but it faked you out. You thought you were broken out and they continued to swoop to the upside. Right now, kind of continuing to peter up here is ARM. If the spread, actually the spread's like 7 cents right now. Do I want to take a 50-cent scalp on ARM? I do. I've decided I do. So we're going to deal with ARM. Mara, we're hanging out, and I have no reason to leave Mara right now, but I think I am going to try to put one leg in or one toe in ARM.
Oh, I thought you the Cybertruck. I thought you were going to say Cybertruck.
Oh, I know you're in the side. Or you were.
I was. No. It didn't hold my levels. Very small losses. I'm talking about 5 pennies or so. It had to hold my level, so it didn't. And right now, it's making lower lows and lower highs. I was looking for a 180 hold on TSLA. We didn't get it. So Wes wants me to have a look at MRDB. Mariadab? How do you say that? MariaDab? MariaDB. Yeah. It's a cloud database company. All right, Deets, $28 million market cap. Float, 35 2/3 million. Here's the headline. MariaDB shares trading higher after the company received an offer from Progress Software Corporation, trading under the ticker PRGS, in case you want to know more about them, to acquire all issued and issued share capital for 60 cents a share. So this is what we call a buyout here on the floor. The offer signifies a 216% premium to the closing print on the 5th of February of this year. I guess that's when the cutoff date in the contract was. Also represents a 9% premium to the possible offer of 55-cent shares made by another company by the name of K1 Capital. So there you go. There's the headline, and here you got the move. So this bad boy came in yesterday on the closing show, the recap show, baby. Make sure to check that out with the Katina Man. That came in hot and heavy. They were at 410. It shot up from 23 pennies all the way up to 60. It's been making lower highs and lower lows since that time, though. We are very much an inside day on MRDB. We're kind of ensconced from the high side and the low side with respect to the price action. But when we look at it on a more narrow time frame, Wes, it looks like we triple bottomed at whatever reason at 39 pennies, and now we're pumping back into 42. However, we don't have a higher high. We kind of just stuck looking at this 47, almost 47 and a half pennies, that double top that we put in there, and then we came right back in and broke VWAP. I got to tell you, Wes, I don't have a good read on this stock, mostly because it's a buyout, and buyout trading strategy is completely different than how we trade momentum. It's, I would say, more akin to range, where you're taking a lot of size at one level, you know, and then looking to make money off rebate trading, which is when you add liquidity into the market, as well as to take, you know, that 1-2 penny difference that you get with really big size. That's a trade that some people do here on the floor. Neil likes that kind of trading as well. So, you know, that's not my style of trading. I was never good at it. So I just, remember, chart. So I just got to tell you that right offhand. Okay, this is a buyout trade. There's a specialty type of trading called buyout trading here on the floor. I don't usually participate. So, you know, my levels may mean nothing to you. And I got to tell you, I don't have a good read on it. There doesn't seem to be any, you know, obvious areas of support, of resistance, even going back to yesterday's high, right? Like even the low yesterday, like look at this. So look at that drop yesterday in the aftermarket. So this is a trough right here, right? So usually that's a good level of resistance. Well, it's coming into play, or it looks like right now. So maybe there is something to be had here at 43 pennies. It's a tough one for me to look at, Wes, just because of the nature of the beast. But I hope you do well on it. Goes without saying, I'm cheering for you. And yeah, let me know how it goes. Scott H, watching to see if Reddit breaks out over VWAP and buying into a smile. If it does, let me know, Scott, what's going on with Reddit. I see it's down 10% on the day. I see the VWAP break, though, Scott. I see a 59 move here. So Reddit, a bunch of higher lows, let's say from essentially noon onwards. Reddit's been putting higher lows and higher highs. So let me know how that goes, Scott. Tag me so that I can see your comment. Jay Lee. MariaDB is a great software. Eating much of Oracle's lunch, FWIW. What is that?
For what it's worth.
For what it's worth. Thank you. It was overvalued in my humble opinion, but still a good company. Thanks for that, Jay. Definitely didn't know anything about the fundamentals about it. I appreciate you chiming in. Shout out to Jay Lee. David Stadler, Sharif, Adira, can we have your opinion on WBA earnings tomorrow morning? Thanks. Do you want to have a look at that?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. WBA, which is weirdly on the NQ for some reason. Let's look at WBA. That's one that I for some reason, I'm like, why is it on the NQ? But yeah, this WBA massive flagpole here in the morning. Do we have any catalysts beyond earnings tomorrow? Was it? I know sometimes analysts like to give their 2 cents before we get the earnings. Could that be what's happening? No. So we had some upgrades yesterday. Or not upgrades. We had lower price target for Morgan Stanley and BofA. So actually the opposite. So it could be what did we do yesterday? Let's look at the daily chart. Yeah, we'll just do the daily chart in general here for these earnings. So we actually had, this is our second candle to the upside here. But I mean, to say Walgreens isn't a downward channel is, I mean, yeah, I was going to try to find a way to say it, but it's just accurate. We're in a downward channel. Lower highs, lower lows. We're sort of at the local floor, right? We're at this area of this like 21, 20 area. We don't have very much lower to go. The only place lower I would say would be like 20 even, because we're just shy of 21 right now. 20 would be an interesting base. I think if we break below that, that could be a little bit dicey, because that was that was the October low. That was the November low. Weirdly, we did not have an October low for Walgreens. They were special. They did not have an October low. They had November to remember low. This massive pop to the upside, and interestingly enough, the top here, just shy of 27s, coming into that previous little bounce, baby bounce we got in late August. So Definitely seeing some of repetition here in Walgreens Boots Alliance. I wish I had levels for you, David, but honestly, this is just a very weak chart. Lower highs, lower lows. I think if we can make some higher highs, that'd be a nice look. Specifically, if we could break above this 21 decisively, then that 2150 is interesting. I actually also like this 22 area because we had that pop earlier, that previous test. But to me, the biggest level is going to be 23. Why 23? Because we had this pop here into the shoulder. We had a little other pop here earlier. I think this 23 area is good. But honestly, in general, it's really hard to read levels in a chart like this one. It's just down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. But less fun than that. Down,
baby,
down,
are you down? Yeah, you and I know a lot of the songs, despite the fact that we're big variance in age.
Yeah.
You punch outside your weight class. I've told you that already.
Yeah, we have similar tastes in terms of songs we reference. But yeah, this I wish, honestly, Walgreens, David, I think the biggest thing is we need to make higher highs if we want to break out of this downtrend. If we fall below, look for support around 20s. Also, really quickly, I want to talk about my Mara trade because I was pretty happy.
Kill it.
And it's also not the type of trade I normally take. I got out of this around high of days, which is normally something that have me like quaking on my tiny boots. We did go higher. I got out around 15s. We got to 18s. We pulled back. I said, Adara, if you get 15s, you'll be pleased as punch. We did. I got out some of this initially at 22.10s, planning for a reload. We had no reload. We only had upside here. Mara looking for a blue sky setup on the day, up about 9%. Pretty happy with this. Usually, like I said, not the type of trade I take. A, crypto name and they're really volatile. B, high of day type trade, but I liked the range and I got it on the range. I was happy with how it worked out. I still have a resting order in ARM, but I just canceled that because look at what ARM's doing. ARM initially we had 50 pennies up range here. Now we've got maybe 20, and with the spread, it's just not something I can manage. So bye ARM. Not really something I can play with. Meta also interesting, but also a very spready name here. We do have these tops of just shy of 492s. Making to the base of this 491. But honestly, of the two of them, and I do like them both, this is the range I want to take. So we're going to take ARM short, or not ARM, we're going to take Meta short, heading into the last 10 minutes of how to trade. Also, I see someone getting into that beautiful NVIDIA momentum here as well, an NVDL.
Hold on.
Oh, never mind. Not quite yet.
Yeah.
Not quite yet. I can keep yapping here too.
I gotta get out of this trade.
Yeah, Elon. Yeah, I just went over those WBA earnings, so hopefully people kind of saw that. They're tomorrow morning, actually, not tonight. They're going to be coming tomorrow after market close. Definitely probably feeling a little bit of heat as well is WBA with that Dow Jones removal in favor of Amazon.
I just put 10 times the amount of shares that I wanted on that NVDL trade, so I had to get out.
Okay, you're all good.
Yeah, I'm good. But a good thing I did, I noticed exactly the amount of shares that I had there because it dipped down. So NVIDIA broke VWAP, guys. Did you have more to say before I go on?
Not much.
Okay.
No earnings. Yeah.
Yeah, NVIDIA broke VWAP to the high side, so I was looking at NVDL, but I was going to give this super tight stop, and I'm out of that trade at the moment. But I want to talk about the other trades that people are taking. Reddit, Scott H. pumping it on Reddit. Let's bring in the side charts here because Reddit is on the way up. Let me load up the side here. Let's get rid of Hood, RDDT. Yes, there goes Reddit to the high side, baby. And that is a nice rounded bottom. Shout out to the NOS boss. I think you've got a nice area of retracement here, Scott. If you can get lucky with this one, and I know luck doesn't have a lot to do with it, but this bottom end area here that we had yesterday, that double bottom at 63 1/4, and it ends up being the bottom in the pre, yes, in the aftermarket as well yesterday, and a little bit of a bottom in the pre. So Scott, if this one breaks and holds above 60, I really like the look into that 63, 64-ish area. Again, due to these technical reasons, the double bottom there yesterday that we talked about, and that aftermarket low, as well as the pre-market range low. 64 was the pre-market range low. Shout out to you, Scott. I hope you print on that. It was accumulating aggressively into VWAP there. That's what you call accumulation, baby. Higher low, higher low, higher low, all with that flap top at that volume weighted average price. This could be a parabolic trade if it gets going here. Still down 8%. So, counter trend trade, but that rounded bottom, the break of the volume weighted average price, we'll have to wait and see what we get here. Putting a bit of a topping tail candle into 60, but if this goes, it could easily see 63 and a quarter, 64, owing to the price action we have today on Reddit. So let's see how many days has it been since our IPO?
So we IPO'd last Thursday, so this will be its 5th day of trading.
Right, that's it. Okay. Well, good luck to anybody who's taken this. And yeah, let's see what else. Oust bouncing back off that volume weighted average price. So I'm going to get in on Oust. I'll send it to you.
Nice, yeah. I'm getting in on Oust. So we shout out Sharif there. Best of trading luck. I did get short Meta, and then Meta was like, I'm going to pop back up here. Honestly, though, I'm going to be patient because I did get swept up in that Meta bamboozlement. And yeah, thank you, Sharif. I appreciate you kind of saying here, like, sometimes you get bamboozled like this. We got involved. It was honestly, the impetus for the short was not bad. We did have this rejection earlier at VWAP. We rejected at VWAP. I liked what I saw. I got in. It just, we flew up higher, right? I was considering reloading here to this short. If we break decisively above VWAP, I'm out. But honestly, you know what? We're holding pretty well here. We're going to add a little bit to this position because it's not a giant position. My thing, though, too, is I say this quite a lot, but I only trade during the midday. So once we're off the midday, unless I have like a position currently running I just want to get out of, I don't take any new trades, and I generally try not to hold trades because I have other things that, you got to get done. But yeah, I don't think we're going to get that reload. I think I was probably a little bit too late on that, but that's okay. I'm okay with staying in this. The one thing that makes me nervous, though, is I feel like we could be resting a little bit, and especially after that doji and using this 9 EMA as a little bounce opportunity. That being said, we've been languishing below VWAP for quite some time. I have to say I would have loved to see that pop up and fail as confirmation had I not already been in the short. But I think to me, that candle, once I looked past, my sadness and despair at losing that trade, I was like, you know what? Honestly, Adara, that's a clear confirmation candle that Meta wants none of the smoke above VWAP right now. So realizing that was kind of like, you know what, you gotta just kind of relax and be okay with that. So that's what's happening here right now for Meta. I'm gonna have to change my outs because I have a little bit more of the position here, but I'm getting this out. We're gonna get some out around 50s, and then some out. We're gonna save a piece for the dream at 30s. I don't know if we'll even have a dream to dream. We might be waking up a little bit early here because it looks like we are getting a bit of a push to the upside here in Meta. But again, if we can't break VWAP, I have no reason leaving. And I really am trying to get better at defining my trades and being like, hey, you have to stay in. You don't have a reason to leave. So trying to hold myself hostage in the trades a little bit more, if you will, within reason. If I don't have a reason to leave, why the heck am I running out all panicked? So
true.
There we go. And as I say that, Meta's like, oh, here's a reason to panic, and pops up. But we're gonna see what happens with this candle because I got bamboozled out of that earlier, so I don't want to be too hasty. You know what I mean? And then Meta pumps a bit more, but there's not a lot of volume on this. We're gonna try to breathe a little bit. If we break kind of back into that 493, 492.60 area, give this about $1. Gonna have to get out. Also, shout out to Igor Lil, having a great time here. Vin saying, Adara, that laugh, LOL. I don't even know how I laugh, but thank you there. Also, AMD still pumping, says Joanna Brewster. Not one I've had a lot of eyes on today. It is actually still trying to pump, and it's actually at that previous area of resistance here, support that we dipped down to at 830. 178.65 area in the pre. So let's see if we continue to push higher. I want to see what we do here, but that is clearly a nice area of support for VWAP. I am guessing you are long the chips, Joanna Brewster. So great job to you on that. Happy I didn't get involved in the ARM because that range has gotten basically this thin. But let's see what we do here at META. We're pulling back down. It's 4 minutes left. What a day. You're in 2 trades over here.
I am. I like the fact that NVIDIA is holding at VWAP. I don't like the topping tail candles. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword with respect to this trade. I like the fact that it accumulated at the volume-weighted average price. It put in higher lows to get there, and then you have a break and hold above VWAP. I'm talking about NVDA, but I'm trading NVDL for obvious reasons, just to be able to manage risk. So keeping an eye on NVIDIA, looking for that hold above the volume-weighted average price, cognizant of the fact that it is a counter trend trade both on NVDL and NVDA. NVDA down 2.15, NVDL down 4.39. So keeping tabs on this one, also keeping tabs on Oust, looking for that VWAP hold and a curl back up. That was a trade we had last time. That's a trade I'm trying to weasel into this time as well. We'll keep tabs on this. How much time do we have left? 3 minutes. Wow, that was quick on the show. NVDL giving me problems still at this level because, well, it's doing the consolidation dance at VWAP. So it's not going to go in the direction of how I want it to until it breaks above the local high there, which is, I want to say the local high on this candle takes us into 906.99. Right, so right now we're at 905 and a quarter, 905 and a third. So we'll see exactly what we get with NVDL flat on it at the moment. Here, looking for that VWAP hold on the Mag 7 name. I'm talking about NVDA. Let's see what we're doing with OUST. Nothing doing here. Like 3 pennies on the money on this. Trader Revolution, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. GCTS broke HOD again near 44, sending home profits to y'all. Love. Yes, we very happy for you. That goes without saying that we're always happy for any of the viewers who do well on a trade. Let's see if we can pull this bad boy up. We had Brenkels, the floor manager, put in a ticket for this one. No, it's still not available yet on our system. So we'll pack our patience. I'm sure we'll have access to it at some point. So maybe just not today. Right now, NVDA, there goes 906 on NVIDIA. Okay, so let's see if we can get that print. We're waiting up there near the whole dollar on NVDL. There we go. We got up into 95s, 96 I'm seeing here, but it's probably stopping in its ascent as, yeah, we're still doing the dance with no pants here at, well, near the volume weighted average price on it. So we're not going to get filled. It's probably going to come back down now. Yeah, there is a bit of a lag here between NVIDIA and NVDL. Really? So, yeah, there is. So if someone can exploit that to their advantage, I'm sure there might be a trade to be had here. What are you looking at?
Honestly, now I kind of want to stare at that long enough to figure out if there's that way to exploit, because I like patterns, so that might actually be a project if I ever have some time. That's interesting. But yeah, we're going to hope for an NVDW and then NVDL trade. We want to be saying NVDA to NVDA. I just had to get those in there. We have about 10 seconds left. I can't believe it. What a great day. I hope you guys had as much fun as we did in this wildly entertaining market. But for now, you're going to have to be visiting the big kahunas. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. For now, though, Brendan's at the big desk.
See you guys. Sorry, Fabian.
Welcome back in. A couple hours left to go here on a busy afternoon. I was just keeping my eye on Coinbase, reading a note, essentially the U.S. securities regulator winning a court battle with Coinbase. Looks like they're the SEC filing court case against Coinbase is going to be able to go ahead. So Coinbase didn't really move on that. We are headed back to the downside here a little bit. It's down 3% anyways on that. There was more on this morning. CEO Brian Armstrong actually came out and said that he felt like it was going in their favor and thought there was a lot of indications that they might end up getting a ruling that was in favor of the company. But looks like the SEC is going to be able to go ahead with this case against Coinbase. Yeah, this one, IBIO, still absolutely monstrous today, up 183%. Big volume candle there on the downside, however. Back to 320 right now. There was a filing, some debt raise this morning from IBIO, so still moving on that. A little tiny short, or not a little tiny float on that. There's a short percent as well. Pretty green board right across the entire thing right now. Banks actually leading as far as individual groups are concerned. A lot of strength in the banking sector today. Manufacturing stocks also to the upside. Some of the consumer names also having a pretty good day. Amazon upside to the tune of 0.5%. There wasn't much on that AI note, or wasn't much reaction on that AI note with Anthropic out over lunchtime. TJX, Home Depot, PG, Pepsi, Coke, all positive on the day. NVIDIA, Broadcom downside, Apple to the upside, standing out today as relatively strong against an otherwise pretty weak-looking big tech group right now. We are still chopping around here at the bottom end of the range, however. For the NASDAQ overall, let's jump into a little bit of a look back at what we were talking about this morning if you were with us in the pre-market. One of those names to kick things off here was Tesla. There's a couple of different notes this morning on Tesla. Back to the upside currently, but wow, what a flush we got out of the open there, guys, this morning for TSLA.
Yeah, hey, what's up,
guys?
Obi?
How's it going?
Welcome back. What's up to everybody out there as well? Good midday show. We're glad to be back as well here. with some hopefully decent trades. We're short the TQQ again, but yeah, no, we got run over, made a little bit back there on Tesla early. I like the long, but unfortunately, what a move down for Tesla. Beautiful bottom there at 176, made its way back up. We just tried to short in there around 181. That didn't work out, but that was real small. Now, of course, it would have been fine bouncing off the 200. Look, I really like Tesla. We've talked about this name. Up 1.2%, which is nice against a negative market. But here we go. We're short the market again now. So we're, what worked for us yesterday, let's just do it again. I mean, what I'm noticing here is because this is triple levered, we get little moves down, and it's basically perfect for me because we're able to scalp these out, take big shares because it's an ETF. You could literally take tens of thousands of shares if you wanted to. Oh, yeah. We're not at that level yet, but those are some of the things that we're talking about right now with the TQs. So nice downside move, but yeah, what a great move in for Tesla to the downside, and then a complete recovery, man. You had a great trade on Tesla as well, boy. Going long. Yeah. So that was an oh boy right there.
Yeah, a little bit of a move back to the highs there. I'll speak about it. That 76 comes in, and I'm like, all right, well, I didn't really observe all of this. Again, that's a little fault on my part. But when it does get close to that 80, I'm watching it, and I think Sean also was talking about it, like, oh, Tesla's coming back up, and I did pull it up, and I was like, okay, well, 79 broke, we held VWAP, and yeah, recovered all the way to the highs. Funny enough, I got a little greedy. I was like, all right, I got initiated the position going into the 80, right? Holds the 80, great. It's holding the level. There's clearly consistent buying kind of happening through this break here, and maybe it started earlier. Who knows? I wasn't really watching it here, but yeah, there's consistent buying happening over and over again in and around that 180, and then it just goes all the way to 182. I take some out at 180 halves, and then leave the rest at 182s. It goes all the way up to 181, and I think 90s is the high, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, 92, 93, something like that. Yeah, maybe don't sit at the whole dollar when you're not at your desk. I left the stop just above break even, and when it did come back down, it stopped me out, and that's perfectly fine. It is kind of holding that trend back to the upside, so interesting little V shape happening on Tesla today. That bid is quite strong.
All right, let's go to DJT. I almost said DWAC. DJT on day 2 has been, let's be honest, a little bit boring today. Test higher, test lower, comes back into the middle of the range. That's about it so far for Trump media.
Yeah, there wasn't much to talk about. No new headlines specifically. Just a whole lot of, dissatisfaction in linear television about the valuation of this company, saying, it's not worth anything and that it would be a penny stock if it didn't have Donald Trump's name attached to it, this and the other. It traded decently today, still up on the day, Brendo. Nothing really to add here.
I mean, I think that's the story. It's still pretty impressive as far as the strength is concerned here. Still sitting at 66, guys.
Strength.
DJT.
I mean, I'm still obsessed with this TQQ trade right now. We're in this again. We'll see if we can get an epic fall back in. But DJT, okay. I marked it down in my sticky note, but yeah, it's just kind of like a day 2 play. We didn't look at DWAC too much. We had this, I mean, we talked about this epic fall there. I would say, if anything, I'm still in Alibaba here. I'm just, I want to make sure that I have some bids out for TQQ because we're going to the downside right now pretty nicely. So I always think we always want to use VWAP, and that's kind of what we look out for right here. So it was following VWAP until it finally broke it all the way to the downside. A retest right there, golden. Again, takes it out, upside move into $69. That's been the top, drop down now, as Brendan said, not much happening. So for me, again, this does have memory because this is DWAC. So we can go back and try to find some key levels, but honestly, up 15% sounds pretty good to me. I would be shorting in here around 69 and probably waiting for the long and not even looking at the long. I'd go short DWAC in anticipation of a potential flush again, then get it going into the aftermarket or tomorrow morning. So for me, DJT continues to be a nice push to the downside, even though we're up 15%. We said yesterday the shorts were actually probably better than the longs. You had to have one long there. This long was good, but there's the short. And then there's a couple reload spots at 69. I still think it's a good one to that downside. We're now down here at 10. So again, like trade your own book, but here we go. This is a nice move back in for TQs. I'm at 07. Did we just get that, Phil, or what? We're at 07. So I'll put an 08 bid, see if we get that and cancel the 07 right now. But here's come on, NASDAQ. Here's a nice move. Come on, NASDAQ. There's a nice move down. Let's see if we get that bid in on... there it is, on another short here today, heading into the close. You liked it yesterday. Let's see if we can spin it here again today.
Yeah, I did like it yesterday, and it was pretty decent of a mover yesterday. Whether you had it in the morning, this midday session, kind of a pop off of this pre-market levels, or even in the end of the day when you kind of had that whole market flush going into the close. So definitely lots of opportunity it had yesterday. Today I wasn't necessarily, I was looking at it, but it didn't really do as much as I was looking for, right? I wanted to see some test of these day highs or maybe even some of these lows. And yeah, sure, it did hit those lows, but didn't really go anywhere from there. So maybe just a little bit of a sideways day. No trade for me on this one today, but DJT definitely holding prices higher for sure above this 60. Let's see where we go. Again, it is a shorter week. It might consolidate, who knows, but it seems like prices are holding a little bit higher and the chart is definitely building up nicely with a decent amount of R-vol as well.
All right, GameStop rolling over here a little bit once again. 13 ends up holding. Both aftermarket yesterday and then a couple of times here so far today as far as support is concerned. We're right back there once again. Q4 earnings, though, I mean, let's be honest, not good.
No, Brendo, revenue fell 19%, $1.79 billion. The street was looking for over $2 billion worth of revenue there. They turned a profit of $63.1 million, but the street was looking for more. So we'll have to see how they do. I mean, it's been a tough look for them. They haven't been able to shift their business model like Cohen said he would change the company. So yeah, much to be decided.
Yeah, it was huge volume after the close yesterday on the actual earnings report. But if you just zoom out even and have a look at the last quarter, you kind of get an idea. Not a lot of participation here today on the volume side for GME.
Yeah, we didn't even look at it in the morning. It didn't hit any of my scanners or anything like that. We were looking at a $15 move to back up to the upside. Bitcoin 68.6. I see what you guys are talking about. What's up, Rob EV there in the chat? Well, we can look at a monster. MicroStrategy in a minute. All right, so here goes GameStop. Whoa, all right, so there was a little bit of a get-go here on GameStop. It happened early. We did mention that there's going to be a short squeeze potential in this name. There's Carnival with a 9% shortfall. We'll get into that as the show goes on. They did have a report. Probably we could be on the board there. There's GameStop. Just want to double check it. 22% short. We talked about that at the beginning. Obviously, unfortunately, they missed on EPS and they missed on sales. There's no conference call. There's no analyst action, nothing like that. There's very few analysts that even cover this stock anymore. GameStop not putting out any guidance. It's just one of those stocks, man. It's been beat up for a while now. Did they have a reverse split? Let's see. If they did, it would have been back. Yeah, there it is. So all the way to the downside. So from 163 all the way down there. I guess that's just a clean move. But there was something that doesn't make sense. Was that 4-1? Anyways, nice downside move there. But we'll have to wait. I mean, that $12 bottom, I think that's just what you want to pick on. Go long down there and hope and pray that GameStop gets it all sorted out. I mean, I asked you the last time you've been in a GameStop, and it was years. So I just don't know. I don't have too much more faith in that anymore. Peloton,
well, I might not be the right crowd to ask, right? I think it caters a lot more to the younger crowd, I think. I don't know.
Sorry? I was just listening to the Peloton.
The GameStop. It's like, yeah, I might not be the best person to ask that question. Sure, I might not be going into GameStop stores.
Yeah.
But
well, no, this is not an extensive channel check. I mean, I'm just asking you. But we can ask everybody in the chat. Like, honestly, if you're a gamer,
who goes to GameStop?
yeah, let us know. Like, when's the last time you've been into a GameStop? And if honestly, not as a shareholder, but I'm talking about like as a investor, is there a reason, if you're a gamer, that you believe to hold GameStop? That's all. I mean, they got into that NFT store selling NFTs, but that kind of was there and then not. Now I haven't heard anybody. I mean, I still have some NBA Top Shots and stuff like that, but all that stuff looks like it was just for fun. We did get into a new position here with Peloton. Apparently, some kind of a deal now where they're able to. No, it's not a deal like that. You're able to use your healthcare spending funds or something like that to help pay for your Peloton membership or maybe the bike itself.
Oh, interesting.
I just heard it in my ear, so it is interesting, but unconfirmed kind of stuff right there. We'll go baby long and see if it holds somewhere around 30 and just see if we get that spike up. But I just heard that in my ear. It doesn't look like it's doing much. Peloton continues to be beat up, but again, another name similar to that of GameStop that's just hovering around the bottom. So, yeah. All right, yeah, people are up 5% on AMC. Yeah, you know what? I think if you're an AMC kind of guy and GameStop and a meme trading, then yeah, I think GameStop's probably worth a shot there. It's at $12. I don't see anything wrong with that. Yep. Let's take a piece out here. We'll ring a little bit of a register here. It's a little bit of money. I mean, it's only a $4 name, so we'll go up 5 cents. Take a piece out right here. We're long at 33 on Peloton, so we'll take a piece out, see if it goes back up to the upside. Big volume, but worth taking some out here as we're not playing this for an investment.
Yeah, that GME, I did have it on watch today as, again, earnings day one. It doesn't necessarily do too much, but I guess some of these consolidation highs did hold as a resistance off the open. You can see that even in the after hours, kind of a wick off of that 13.5, another wick off the 13.5 with the 4 a.m. opening candle, and then the 9:30 opening, kind of maybe not the first candle, but definitely the second one. This is a 3-minute chart here, so within the first 5 to 6 minutes, you kind of you attempt to break those levels and then come right back in. So I think that for a quick scalp that might have been nice, but I wasn't necessarily watching it. It didn't do too much off of the open. We're still trading sideways on GME, so not too much there for me.
All right, let's talk credit cards here. Robinhood comes out with a brand new gold card, like actually gold card today randomly, that actually has decent returns. Like you were saying, 5% on balances.
Yeah. No annual fee.
And all you have to do is refer 10 people.
Yeah. I mean, look what it says, guys. It says solid gold credit card. So, I mean, there was a lot of speculation. Would it be plated, this, that, and the other? We'll find out soon because people will start getting them. Yeah, 5% cash back on purchases, no annual fee, no foreign transaction fees. I'm not selling for them. It's a good look to get new consumers. They've been doing better this year. Let's see, traded well today too?
It's right here. The prize is either a 10-carat solid gold Robinhood gold card.
There you go.
For gold card account holders or $1,100 cash prize.
Okay.
So that's the referral incentive. So you either get a card that's actual gold or $1,100.
Food.
That seems, we're long Robinhood. It's been a good name for us. But that seems, I don't know. I mean, you refer 10, get $1,100. I guess they're trying to give like $100 per sign up, basically, including your own.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like a lot, but yeah, good deal there. I mean, I'd like to sign up for that. I take the $1,100. Screw the gold card. I tap everything anyways on my phone. What do I need an actual card for? But I think that would be pretty cool. All right, so we got a great move in Robinhood, man. We got basically the low of the day. So it fell in, we waited for it, we bid that level, we got it, we're long at 70. My best out is only at $20.10. It did rip, that's VWAP, it did rip up to $20.40, which again was the pre-market levels that we should have potentially got out of, but we were kind of lazy. We didn't get that out. We're still holding just our last 10%. But Robinhood, again, another name on the sticky note. It hasn't been on here in a minute, but it's on here now because of this news. So I think it's absolutely fantastic. Robinhood's a double up in 7 weeks. We talked about that. There's the minute chart for the market. Here's the daily chart for Robinhood. A double up in the last little bit. So I would say sell this, but hey, new products, more customers. I mean, that 1,100 seems a lot. Like, I don't know what their cost of acquisition is for customers, but like $100 a head, maybe that's fine. And especially if they're younger and they're going to be there and use their platform, conduct business. Because remember, I think a credit card gets what? Just a little south of like 1% or something every time there's a transaction. That's why these cards can give you those points and give you the cash back. So we'll see what the deal is here with Robinhood, but that's a very, very attractive card. And I would love to use that here because I don't really care. I mean, cash back is cash back. I'll take that 3, 4, 5%, whatever. I wish there was something like that here in Canada, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that $100 per person, I find that a little interesting as well.
Seems a lot, no?
If you understand the stats, I think it's a win-win for them, I think, because they get a client base, and more often than not, they're getting all that back and more. So, but Hood off the open, quite strong, flush back into some previous levels right here. We can see that this previous week high, and then this week's high as well, in and around that 19 and a half, and we kind of just slam back into some of those levels, start to go sideways off of that. So I didn't really have eyes on it throughout the day, but it did the majority of that momentum move just off the open, and it's just been kind of sideways consolidating chop since then on Robinhood. So.
I'm in a new position just quickly before we go back here because we didn't really talk too much about chip names here yet. I'm taking this against 179. It looks like it's going to get higher here and go. But I was just trying to take AMD. I tried to give it a little bit of love against that level there. So that's what we're in right now. My stop order is 20 cents. So I have a bid down here for 20 cents. If it goes great, we'll get part filled up down there, and then we'll see if we can hold for a bigger move. But my idea here is basically 20 cents one way or the other. But now that I see this, maybe we could take 10% out for 10 cents and just put a little bit more down here in case we do fall in. So we're trying this right now with a look at NVIDIA because NVIDIA is still north of 9. So this is the play for me. It's shorting one or the other. NVIDIA is under VWAP. It has a 900 tune to it. It's down a lot more than AMD, so we could have potentially picked the wrong one as AMD's up and NVIDIA's down. I didn't even realize NVIDIA was green. So yeah, we may be in trouble here, but we're planning this trade. We've got a decent idea here, and we've got more now on the TQs. All of this could completely fall apart, but our stops are really close on everything right now as we wait to see if the short's going to come in or not.
Yeah,
we can go back. Yeah, let's go back to the desk and talk China.
A decent move down across the board for ADRs this morning. Market taking out the highs here for the overall futures. Decent move across the board here for ADRs. This one we kind of picked out and picked on. NIO comes out adjusting their delivery forecast to the downside this morning, so it did give you a nice opportunity initially, but here we are almost back to highs for NIO today as well.
Yeah, I feel like that may be ubiquitous to a lot of these Chinese EVs right now. We saw Li Auto do that a couple of weeks ago, and we saw the precipitous move on their stock. But NIO, no different here. They expecting to deliver about 30,000 vehicles. The market was looking for a lot more than that. Bernstein analyst Eunice Lee basically saying that she doesn't like the look of it, contracting market share there from 5% of the Chinese EV sector down to 2% despite increasing volume, Brendo. So not a good look. We'll see how they do.
Yeah, Alibaba as well, same sort of story. We got the gap to the downside today, closed that gap, and now we're headed back to the upside as well.
All right, so yeah, Alibaba's been actually my number one. Well, NVIDIA's my TQ. Okay. Take that all back. Okay, we have a couple good stocks here. A couple bad stocks as well. We got some out of AMD down there as it broke through 90 and got some 88s. All right, so Alibaba, look. I mean, the only time we were trading this live. That was a mistake where we got out there. We weren't playing the right level, and we got right back in. We got stopped at one time there. We took a lot of profit on the upside of Alibaba, but the thing about this name is it's not moving. It's not doing anything, and that's kind of typical in the afternoon on some of these names. So we'll have to wait to see if it gets going, but we were buying the dips in this name. It was a long. We liked the long here today. I actually thought it would have been up more than this. It really got going early and then kind of stopped. We identified all this, but let's just see what happens here with Alibaba into the afternoon. Pretty small trade left, but we're going to hold out to see if we can get a little bit higher, 71.50. I've talked about, sort of China and what that's meant for Alibaba, and I just don't. I like the name. By the way, AMD is almost about to come out as it just took off a little bit to the upside as NVIDIA went back to 905 here. AMD making a move higher. All right, well, here we go. Just broke outside a little bit. We'll take a little bit out if it comes back in here because we're now above 179. I was really trying to go short against 179. So let's take another piece out here for flat if we can. We've already taken some out for winners, and this is a very, very slippery slope. We're already short the market and not really loving the fact that we're not able to get too much more out here as this has been quite the trade here with AMD today. Positive despite, this might be the first time, man. Like we have NVIDIA down 2.5%, AMD almost up 1%. So I was sort of thinking reversion there, but yeah, maybe this is the one to short. AMD still, or NVIDIA is still having a problem up there at 904, 905, not hitting that VWAP and now pulling back in a little bit. Oh man, off the 50 period even, this is not horrible. We're probably short the wrong one here with advanced micro devices, but I didn't look at NEO yet and you have it up. So why don't we talk about that as I try to work my way around this AMD trade?
Yeah, so we talked about this NEO in the morning with their deliveries kind of news coming out there. Off the open, straight flush, and managed to kind of hold on to 445. A little bit of opening low as well, right? Look, this is a 3-minute chart, so opening range low right there at that 445. You come right back into it. It holds quite well, and then you kind of slowly grind right back up towards or even past that opening range high, which also is this kind of pre-market level as well. Not necessarily a pre-market high from the earlier session, but going into the open, those pre-market highs as well. And it seems like as of right now, we're holding about 5 pennies above that level right there on NEO. So a little bit muted, a little bit sideways overall on the day, but some decent move right off the open. And then if you kind of caught that slow, steady bid back up, then yeah, it could have been something as well, but it wasn't necessarily on my radar. It doesn't seem like that delivery kind of catalyst moved this around too much here today. Definitely doing some ARVO in the pre-market though.
All right, guys, we've been talking about breakout trading all week. Tomorrow we finalize the last lesson. We talk about understanding continuation breakouts. So make sure to check that out with Adair and I on how to trade tomorrow at 11.
All right,
Thanks,
we're
Ram.
getting... Yeah, thanks, Ram. We're getting close here to just getting taken out here on some of these names. I mean, we just got that bid at 179 flat there as it came back in. So taking 10 cents or so, I mean, you can see it's 10 cents. We talked about that. Well, 9 cents. We're short at 99s. And then we just got out for flat there, so that's a 1 cent hit. We're still going to hold on to 2/3 of this trade, hoping that it can work out for us. But again, I don't know. I mean, NVIDIA is still below. I think that's going to be the one to short. You were on Intel before, no?
Today, yes.
I believe.
I think I was. Yeah.
You looked a little bit
totally
into
forgot
that. Okay, just while I'm waiting for AMD to actually do something here, Peloton made a move up to 40s there right now. My TQQ trade is just, it's pennies away from getting stopped out. But again, this is it's not going to suck. We're basically going to be flat on the trade, but it is taking out these highs right now, 61.50. So we'll get stopped out. We're at the wrong price. Oh no, where's my TQ stop? Okay, that's okay. We did get stopped out there, but it was against 50s. That's my bad. Let me just I meant to change the stop. So there we go. 61.53. It need to be up here, that level right there. So yeah, it's basically the same thing. Okay, so we're about to get stopped out on that one. That's not going to be good. But Peloton was one that I wanted to look at because it's a new position. We just put it on, and it's starting to get back up into this 40 level. As we just put an offer, and you see we just got all that red action just came through there as soon as we put our offer in. But we'll punch a little bit out there at 39 and sit at 40. This is going to be a good trade at least, as AMD was okay. We didn't wind up losing that much, but there it goes, taking out the high again. As NVIDIA is not doing much, I'm guessing, Obi, it's NVIDIA is the one that we need to look at. So there's the TQs. We did get stopped out higher. We did talk about that. We'll see what happens now as it's still holding these highs at 61.50 as the market right now. TQs is the market. So we're at VWAP and we're right at these levels. NASDAQ zeros for the day. It's 226. Let's see what happens here, the rest. But not a great move here. on TQ. We're flat on the day on it, so we'll need this to come back in. AMD was, I guess, not a short, but
Yeah.
I feel like I gave it 20 cents with the amount of shares. I was pretty fine with that. Maybe we'll get back in. Peloton's starting to go now again. Peloton just took out 41s. Nice move to the upside there as we'll buy some Peloton.
Yeah, that NQ bouncing off that 18.4. I was watching that in the morning session there before lunchtime, and I guess we managed to kind of hold that level. And now we're pushing a little bit back to the upside there. So 18.5 is right there, about the halfway mark for this strong flush that we had, all the way from 18.560s, 18.570s, all the way down to below 18.4s right off the open, and then we kind of consolidate. So maybe a little bit of a reversion move happening right there. I'm watching Tesla as well. Tesla is holding above its VWAP. It kind of reclaimed that 80 level that I like to kind of, I was looking at earlier. And yeah, take a look at that. Previous kind of level holding as of right now at that 179 halves on Tesla and pushing into 180 halves on Tesla. So let's see if that market tailwind can give us a little bit of a push. I was looking for that 82. I don't know if Tesla's going to make it to 82 today, but yeah, definitely ARM, not ARM, have ARM up here on the side. But NVIDIA, definitely one to watch, as Sean just mentioned. We talked about that 900 area being a little interesting here. UPS, I got chopped up on it pretty bad, and yeah, I'm just gonna stay a little patient. I tried the short in and around here, and kind of blasted up. I tried to short again, and I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna try this, and I'm gonna give it up to here. A little wide for my liking, but I'm like, all right, well, I'll keep it a little wide, and it kind of goes all the way up there, stops me out. I'm like, well, damn, I accepted the risk, fine with that, but I was not expecting it to kind of actually hit it, but that's perfectly fine. Hits the stop, got to reassess the trade after hours, and kind of this consolidation is interesting on top of this 146 as well, so I do want to respect that. A little bit of flat sideways action, so no idea what UPS is going to do today, but I was interested in it due to the move that it had yesterday, quite aggressive to the downside from the highs, from the open, from the pre-market highs into into the close, printing some of the lowest prices on the day there on UPS. So yeah, let's go take a look at Intel. Intel, this is what I was doing. Yeah, I did trade Intel in the morning, as Sean just mentioned. Not really in sync with it, as get long on the drive. Comes back into VWAP, get out, try again, get out, and I'm like, all right, well, we're below VWAP, so let me get short on a pop that doesn't follow through in and around that 43. Doesn't work. Try again, doesn't work. Did I try? Yeah, exactly. I did try again there, and that was the same one. So a little bit of an add, and then right away when it kind of breaks, I'm out of there. But sideways since then, holding VWAP on Intel. So I guess the long was definitely a little bit of a better idea if you had it from the opening drive there. The opening price on Intel being, let's see what I have here, 42.54 on Intel. So 42.54 is in and around right here. So yeah, if you took the open and you took it through the 42.5, or even if you took it into the 43 here, it might have been a little bit better. The pullback much nicer for the push in, but a little bit of a tight consolidation relative to some of what some of the other chips are doing on the day. Again, you want to be looking at something like NVIDIA. That's also in a pretty tight consolidative range, right? But the range is many, many points versus Intel being just a few pennies, right? So a little bit of a discrepancy in terms of magnitude of range there, or if that's the right terminology for it. But I think you guys know what I'm kind of trying to say there. But people in the chat were mentioning CGC, so I did pull it up, and I was like, okay, well, I did have this on watch a couple days ago when it had this crazy strength coming back in on Monday, and I was like, all right, well, look for that continuation, because I wasn't here on Friday. Look for that continuation, a little bit of a FOMO. Didn't really work out, and I really like this $8 level right here. You can see Friday high comes in, Monday morning high The second day on Tuesday, you attempt to push, it doesn't really get through, but we do hold above half of this action here, and then you hold that once again off the open. And I'm not really looking at it today. It does hold that 8 level and kind of trends to the upside. So we are attempting to push the week high, pre-market highs, as of right now, 47. So we're only about 10 pennies away from that on CGC. What's the volume doing? Let's take a quick look right there. So kind of flat, maybe a little expansive into this push. Let's see if we get any sort of interesting volume if and when we do break that high at 47 on CGC here. I'm not really trading anything as of right now. I was watching Tesla. I really like that 80 level there, but like I said before, I left the desk and kind of came back to the position being stopped out in the money. Right, I got in at 10s, got out. I had to stop it at like 25s, I think, 25s or 20s, and then comes right back in and stops me out. But that 82, oh boy, nice little wick action into that 82, closing at that 81.5. And then flushing back down into 79.5s there on Tesla. But bigger kind of trend. It is holding some of these lows. It did make higher highs and higher lows here, and we're still kind of making a higher low relative to the previous one, now above VWAP as well. So looking pretty strong on Tesla going into the end of the day there. Got about an hour and a half left for the trading day. What you guys trading, let us know. I know that Apple's been kind of an interesting ticker today. Let's go take a quick look at what Apple's been doing. If I can pull up the right chart here. Where am I looking? Here's the thing. I kind of shifted around the order of my tickers in terms of because I usually kind of sort them by market cap.
Yeah, okay, sort by market.
Sort by sorry, not by market cap. By actually, yeah, I guess it is by market cap, but more of like a constituent order.
Honestly,
in NQ. What's going on with AMD?
Nah, this is just like the story of my life. Isn't that a One Direction song? Like, look at this. Look at this chart.
Damn. It just, yeah.
It's supposed to be
I hate it when that
TikToks,
happens.
and I have to look at charts like this. Like, look at this move to the downside right
Yeah.
here.
That's what you were
Bouncing
looking
off.
for.
It's frustrating, my guy.
Yeah.
Okay, but the thing about it is, it's a good thing that, okay, look, honestly, it sucks that we took that L there on that TQQ position, but we had the wrong stop there. We got right back in. Now it's coming back in. So TQQs is going to be, we're right back. I mean, we made all the money back again. So that's going to be something there that we're going to have to watch out for. But that's frustrating. All right, we did get some good outs on Peloton. We're almost out of that one. Only 30% left. We'll wait to see if that goes on. Here goes Alibaba finally. So let's go on that one. A little bit of a celebratory rate there. All right, what is this question here for Trade Ideas? Hey, Sean, may you ask Michael from Trade Ideas about moving average, is that what MA means? VWAP chart, outline blinker, or something like that. No, Almog Mazor. You can ask him that because I don't understand the question, but I would still like to help you out. So what you want to do is go find at Michael Noss CMT. I'll call this up for you in 1 second because the guy messages me literally daily. Hold on a second. Here it is right here. So this, and look, we have a deal with him. I mean, it's not a deal. He's just a super nice guy. Go message him immediately. First of all, I got to get out of some of these TQs. But this is it right here. At Michael Noss CMT. Go find it. He has 9,000 followers. It's going to be the right one. I'm following him. Tell him that you asked me on the show. I sent you over here. Just sign up for a BS Twitter account or whatever. He's also on LinkedIn. So if you're on LinkedIn, that's there as well. I believe he is on Instagram. So just go find him and send him that message. And I don't mean to be, I just honestly, like going through the Trade Ideas platform, I could break it down for you, but I'm not going to sit there and do that just because we're doing other things here, to be honest with you right now. But good question. Thank you for that. And if you are looking for Trade Ideas, go Trader TV 20. Grab 20% off of an official Trade Ideas account. Look, I am a little bit pissed off, honestly. I mean, I don't know, like this was a good trade. I thought we hit that. But again, just to stop by 5 cents kind of sucks. But again, that's trading. You mentioned that example on Tesla up to 182, missed it by 10 or 15 cents or less. And then you come back in and realize your stop got triggered. How much lower? Did you have a trailing stop?
No, I didn't have a trailing stop.
Right,
I just
see,
had a
that's
stop just
worse.
above my entry. I wanted to take like a break even roughly after that first exit there, and yeah, so I did kind of move it up just above this 180. I think I had 180.10, so I think I stopped out at that 180.20, and yeah, I did have to leave my desk on that one. So. Yeah, a little bit. Could have been a little bit closer of a trail there. Maybe something off of a moving average there. Do we have a moving average stop in the system there? I don't. I don't think so. But like I know we have some sort of like trail. I know we have some sort of trailing tools as well. Here comes the NQ kind of flushing to the downside. So is the ES as well. Let's see how far we kind of get there. Did get a quick little short on Tesla here. Like I said, it is kind of strong, but I do kind of want to feel it out here if we're going to make a little bit of a lower high. What's up?
All right. So I've been here 20-something years. I should know how to use this software, which is why I direct everybody to Michael Noss, and I'll try to handle these questions right now. So the stop orders that we have, again, we have different keys that are available to us. You can open up your keyboard here on PPro, which is the platform that both Obi and I use and everybody at Real Trading uses. And all of these options are available for you in TMS, which is our trading mode, or in live. You could see ARCA, EdgeX, BATS. I have tons of different keys. There's that EDGE route. There's my flatten key that you often see me, well, not flatten position. It's a stop order that does flatten you. I always talk about that. So more to come there potentially. But no, right now you can put in hour stop. You could put in a bracket order, a flatten position, a timed stop.
Okay.
So you talked about that, I think, before, that you were looking for those type of things. You could use a trailing stop, and then you could use references, midpoint, bid, ask, or last price. So depending on, I use last price, but sometimes if the spread is spready, you may want to take the bid price breaking or something like that, or midpoint like we showed you. And then the trigger could be this, man. So you can do percentage. So if it goes back a certain percentage, you can trigger on that, or tick size, which sometimes I don't ever use that. I know that you've filtered out ticks and stuff like that, so you could potentially get out on a tick size trade. Like if you see 1,000 lot, but with the dark pools, I would not recommend that at all. But you know what I do recommend?
Dark pools printing all sorts of sizes.
That's what I mean, and it's not real. You know what I mean? It's kind of like
could be delayed, right? Yeah.
Not just that. It's just like, yeah, it could be delayed. That's another point. But it's just, do we really care if someone did, for example, 500,000 shares in the dark? Obviously, it's going to hit the tape, and it may matter. I haven't studied that trade enough to be the guy to tell you that, yeah, that is something to look at. So there are people out there that are dark pool like fanatics. Yeah. We used to have some on the show, and I wasn't able to see any validity in those. But if you guys have stuff like that, tell us, man, because we chart everything. I actually take them off the chart. Me and Neil have had that discussion before, where there are traders that prefer to see the dark pools because there are some indicated levels there, like especially in the morning. I mean, here's a good example here, right at 8 o'clock. So you can see here on the TQs, if you come over to the screen, you'll see some dark pool trading right at 8 o'clock. This will happen on many different names. So, you know, like it's just trading here at 62.12, dark pools down here, and then the market fell off open. So maybe that's indicating something. So, you know, you can, if you study them enough, and you, like you said, man, you put in the reps and put in the work, you could probably understand anything. But for right now, the only thing I understand is more profits. So look at this. There's the waterfall back down. We did get stopped too early. I tried to cancel my stop immediately, and I wasn't able to do it, so we got right back in. But there it is. Nice move to the downside for the Qs. So it's going to be now NVIDIA is still my number one stock. You can't take a $10 winner on NVIDIA or $8 and it basically not be your number one stock. But there's the move down on NVIDIA. And this was not the crying game, but we were wondering about life at some point there because we got short at 9.19.
That's why you asked that question, right? Yeah,
I know. We got out at Porsche 911, and then it just went all the way down to 8.92. Bottom of the day there for NVDA.
Yeah, that NVIDIA flush off the open, oh boy, was that something to behold. And yeah, it doesn't really get anywhere further for the rest of the day. It's almost like, okay, yeah, I've done my move for the day.
Tesla just got smoked. And then Tesla battled back, NVIDIA
Yeah,
battled back off those levels.
Yeah.
The market, my friend,
Tesla a little more than NVIDIA.
is
all the way
pretty
back.
resilient.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, is there a better word to use right now than resiliency in this market? I mean, we tried to get down. We were down yesterday in the afternoon. We battled all the way back to those levels and higher off the open. And now maybe the fade game is back on, and we'll see if it can hold some of these levels. I do choose short here this afternoon. I'm going to get out another piece of Alibaba here if we can. And then we almost had the high tick there on Alibaba in this afternoon. We got a 44, 45 print. It goes as high as 50. Let's take a piece out here at 41 if we can. And then we'll just watch out for this one, as we're hoping anyways that this market can start to head back down. That is the TQQ. So this is the NASDAQ. Triple levered, Obi. So we'll get a little bit more juice coming through here. And then honestly, guys, thanks to Michael Noss, as I just looked at his beautiful face on my Twitter account, we do have Mr. Kunal Desai. Oh, I just tweeted this out. Where's Sharif at? Yo, Zuckerberg's wearing Sharif's jacket right here. We got a little black leather jacket right there. What are these two? I don't want to say clowns because I said legends. But like, aren't they not inside here? Like, I don't, huh? They swapped the jacket? Yeah, I get that this is his jacket, and but what I'm saying is, like, they can't take the picture outside. Like, what? I don't know. I just feel like you're inside here. It's a nice, cozy area, and they look like this. I get it. They switched jackets. But how many Blackwell chips do you want? All of them, says Zuckerberg right now. Nice to see he's recovered from his torn Achilles. There it is. Oh, IKEA monkey. Do you know about IKEA monkey?
I think it's like it was like popular. It became viral.
Yeah, it was like
a
10
while
years
back,
ago
yeah.
or something like that. So
Someone took their monkey
this guy
into
looks like IKEA monkey. If we could, oh, by the way, check out this. So look at this. This is, yeah, this is
stacked.
Yeah, stacked.
That's
Stacks
a
on
stacked.
stacks.
That's a stacked parking lot.
So I think this is Germany. Someone said, where is this? I'm not sure, but looks like no demand. Yeah. So that was another thing. So these are just all Model Ys, I guess, here. And then a bunch of Cybertrucks just lined up. So anyways, just a quick, fun little look there at the Cybertruck starting to get packed up. And Tesla, I believe, and I wasn't sure because I made a video today. I think, Derek, maybe you could double check this. I think it might be the worst performing name in the S&P 500 this year. Does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, relative to a lot of the other tech names, like it's been pulling back.
Yeah, not relative to anything. The least, just plain and simple, the worst performing stock in the S&P 500. It's going to be the worst performing stock in the Mag 7.
Yeah, that's what I mean to say, yeah.
Oh.
I don't know about the whole.
Actually, I have a hot take on the podcast. I'm going to save it.
Okay. Gotta watch that one there.
Very hot take. Like, so hot, I can't even say it now. It's that hot. It's coming. Oh, that's what I meant to do when I was scrolling down. We filming the podcast. There's no market recap show today, so boo-hoo on that one. Your boy and Brendo. And, hey, there's Chris Bretcher, handsome gentleman. All right, so there it is today. We have Kunal Desai. I'm going to see him in person before I call this guy handsome. There it is right there. What's up, Kunal? A lot of people are very, very excited for this to come through, man. Look at this. Looking to be a great show. Thank you, Kyle. What's up to Bears versus Bulls? People saying they cannot wait for the collab between Bulls on Wall Street and Trader TV Live, and the relationship starts now because in 2 hours after the market, and we filmed the podcast. It'll be great to have Kunal on there, and just to discuss more stuff, man. I mean, he's a day trader, prop firm. We'll go over his bio. You guys can go find that out. We're pretty excited to have him on.
He has a prop firm? He has his own prop firm?
Bulls on Wall Street, so he created that. I think it was in 2008 or so. I have the notes. Is that right?
Yes.
Huh. Press myself, just not with the trades. No, so yeah, and he runs basically, it started off as a kind of like a bulletin board and a chat room, and then it just opened up similar to like some SMB stuff and things like that where they're teaching things. So yeah, we'll talk to Kunal about all that and get his ideas on some interesting things, hear his story, and then I'm going to ask him a couple fun things, and we'll find out what that guy is all about. Kunal Desai, find him on our podcast.
I've seen a couple of his videos. I'm not too familiar. I didn't know he had a whole prop firm and stuff. But yeah, that reminds me. I was somewhere on this weekend,
It's not a prop firm. Remember, just teaching.
Okay, okay.
I don't want to say this guy has a prop firm.
Okay, all right. I went to an event over the weekend. People were asking, where'd you go? So I just want to give a quick shout out. I met some awesome traders over the weekend. I went to New York for a trading summit held by SMB Capital. So I got to meet some of those traders and talk to them and listen to their presentations. It was really cool, and a good networking event, and met a lot of other traders from all over the world, and obviously the States and New York as well. Great presentations and good relations as well, like good connections.
So give me the one. I mean, I'm sure you have lots of takeaways, but give us.
Yeah, I'm just like.
What was one that maybe opened your eyes to something?
I think it was like specificity. I think it was their hiring manager. I think Jeff Holden. Nice presentation. I really liked that scalping presentation as well. But specificity. I think that was a big kind of general concept, being really specific as to what you're looking for and things like that. So that was a kind of a game changer, because I thought I was being specific. Nowhere close.
Not specific enough.
Not specific enough is what I realized, and I was like, okay, well, so yeah, a little bit of invested in some self-education over the weekend and some networking, and it was great. And there was their first annual summit in New York at the Marriott Marquis in Times Square. Kind of a funny story, a little side note. When I got there in the morning, so I was living with a friend. I was staying with a friend in New Jersey.
Yep.
And then so I had to take the train in the morning. So took the train in. Pretty nice transit system. I like it. Pretty
NYSE?
clean, smooth. Yeah. Got from
So
New
many
Jersey to what is it called?
These guys would know the A train.
Penn Station, and then walk to Times Square.
Penn Station gorgeous too?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Union Station is pretty hype now here too. Now that they've redone it, but yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I get to the event, like the hotel, and then get on the elevator. The event's on the 9th floor, right? I'm like, okay, cool. Hit the elevator. Whatever elevator opens, me and another attendee that was there.
Those guys couldn't afford the penthouse. What kind of a thing are they running?
No, the one of the rooms was on the 9th floor, right? There was so many events. There was like a huge kid event going on. There was kids everywhere because it's March break.
Oh, Comic-Con or something?
So I don't know what it was, but
yeah.
anyways, the elevators were packed. So we hopped into this elevator right away. The elevator moves for not even 40 seconds. We get out of the elevator. Somehow we're on the 30th floor.
That's right.
And then we're waiting for another elevator to go back down to the 9th floor. We talked to the people there, like, yeah, some of the wait times can be up to 20 to 30 minutes.
Yikes.
And the event starts in like 5 minutes. I'm like, oh boy, we gotta make some moves. I'm like, at least it's down the stairs. We just ran down the stairs to the 9th floor. I was like, all right, yes.
You get to get your focus.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Met some great people. I think it was well worth it. Well worth it.
Well,
so yeah, guys at
that's
SMB,
a fun time for sure.
great event. Shout out to you guys. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you for everything that you guys did.
Did the streets of New York smell like weed, or is that just Toronto? Someone's asking in the chat. By the way here, so we just had, sometimes I just want to say sometimes the CN Tower has to go down for repairs. So right now in Toronto, the CN Tower is they're cleaning it a little bit. It's kind of hard to get to and stuff like that. So there's the CN Tower right now in Toronto, unfortunately being looked after for repairs right now. So no, of course not. That is not real. Anyways, pretty cool. The stuff you could do with AI, that Sora AI and things like that right now.
What does Sora do?
Oh, it's an addition to Chat GPT that it's like an add-on, and it just. Brendan was talking about it, I think, either on the podcast or on the show, where you can, so you have to prompt it. It's apparently, I've never used it, so people in the chat probably will, but you have to tell it like, oh, I want to show, like for example, maybe a trader running down the stairs, getting ready for a meeting. You can actually do things like, no, seriously.
Yeah.
And you could tell it to stuff like, that's why that came up.
Right.
You could say, show a video of the CN Tower falling, something like that. So anyways, scary stuff, to be honest with you, about how it can influence people's opinions on things. Like I remember,
you got to be able to parse that information out. But when it's so visually,
I worry about it in not just war times, but just like as if NVIDIA's at AMD's at. Man, oh man. Okay. No, I worry about it with false information is what I'm getting at. It's just like hard to know what you can trust and what you can't trust. That's all.
Yeah.
Just double check all of your sources and things like that. And of course, we talked about Reddit being relatively new for a news source. That's the kind of stuff that I wonder about training large language models on stuff on Reddit, if it's going to be hard to kind of figure out what's real, what's fake. But we talked about that with Randy earlier as well. Okay, so what do we want to do here? I'm still mad. I mean, I'm mad. As a trader, you're never... I mean, we talked about that. I have that thing on there that has like 30 or something thousand views. I want to thank everybody for that. But it was just about, being able to control your emotions sometimes when you're trading, because like this, I think, was a good trade. It's just, you put your stops in, like I was short at 179, I gave it to 179.20, only to know it went as high as 179.30, looks like the high tick there. So stopped out by basically 7 pennies. Well, let's call it 10 pennies, because our stop was there, and then only for it to drop down now where we would be 80 or 90 cents in the money. So yeah, that kind of stuff does suck, and I hate that, but that's trading, and if you have issues like that, then you are a trader, and which is great. And if you are, just go read this. There's been a lot of people, 36,000 views already, man, 166 likes. It just talks, trading is more than numbers on a screen. It's the journey that defines you. And actually, Obi, you and I actually talked about this. This is just derived from a bunch of stuff that I read. But anyways, at the end of the day, it's when you're on a prop floor, like we're doing, you're really trading for yourself. And you have to find, you talked about specificity.
Yes.
And, the story's never going to end. Oh, no. You need to find yourself where you're going to get these better results from and sort of create your own destiny at the end of the day. And we can't have FOMO about trades, just positive vibes. And that's the big thing there, because all I do now is when I look at that and I say, you know what? Actually, nailed the idea. It's just you're going to get stopped out of some trades. And if you have more decisions that are right than wrong, I feel like you'll be able to get paid off on those. And I feel like a good example is this. I mean, now this is going to be my number. Like, we made way more money on this than we lost on AMD. We played the short, it held it, we got back in, now we're taking this out. So it's just like one trade leads to another. But stay positive and keep those vibes going. So that's one thing for me that I have to do right now. Robinhood's still 30 cents in the money, and we did get filled on, we had an Alibaba tick higher. Let me offer that. That's why that is showing purple, because we had a higher tick there. So, all right, we'll wait for Alibaba to get back up to the upside, and let's go over to Brendan.
Get as much as 50 to 1 leverage when trading Forex at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offers 0% and $0 commission trading using a Forex account at IG for a limited time. Traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
That sounds like a little Robinhood. They get all these bonuses. We like that. Shout out to IG and Mr. Frank Caberna, of course, who should be on. He wasn't on yesterday, but maybe scheduled for tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if he's coming. But shout out to Frank and go find those guys out at IG. Hit the QR code there for certain. All right. Well, obviously we're now 50 cents in the money. I mean, this trade is a fire trade. Let's see if we can hold it now. We saw a major move down yesterday. Pay dirt, man. Pay dirt. Like, big time. Let's see if we can do it again today. We erase all those sham wow trades before and see if we can get it back in here. Let's go to 60.90, 60.80. Let's put some bids down here, see if we can get back in to the low of the day again here on some of these names. This will just be the NASDAQ. I'm honestly wondering, you asked me that question earlier, Obi, and it was actually more of a fantastic one than I could have even thought that. And that was about trading an ETF versus the physical equity itself.
Right.
I mean, that's back-to-back days where NVIDIA is still my number one trade, but this is, or P&L was. But this is right there right now. And we're trading technicals, we're trading past levels, and it's just working. So maybe there is something to be said about sticking with ETFs, playing that kind of momentum with maybe bigger size on the ETF because you can trust the play and you don't get that single stock risk of getting just blown out. Like, I don't know if you saw Amazon. I think you're in a meeting there with everybody.
Yeah.
Because you guys still do that. Amazon in the middle of on this volume announced another 2.75 billion into Anthropic.
Intraday news?
Yeah, so all of a sudden it just, climbed up there a little bit, only to now fall back in. But that sort of got it going back up there to the upside. So again, if you're trading maybe an ETF, I mean, a lot of ETFs have Amazon in it, but a retail ETF or whatever reason you're trading Amazon for, you may not have had to withstand that, and then the true play would have came in, which would have been the long anyways. So that's just a little bit of a talk there. I think that was a good play for you earlier when you mentioned that. Robinhood still doing nothing, sitting there at these levels. My eyes keep going up because I'm just looking at trade ideas. I'm looking at different scanners that come through as well. Gold, maybe I see some people talking about that in the chat. Gold has, I think it was since 1920. Do you know what the annual return on gold is?
No, not off the top of my head.
0.9%.
Okay.
That sound like an investment to you? Answer is no.
No, not really.
No, it's not. That's not an investment.
As a day trader, that doesn't sound that good.
You know what inflation is? Average?
Yeah.
So it's a losing proposition, gold. But breaking out now, we've talked about that. Maybe we'll look at gold and we'll talk about that on the podcast as well. More hot takes coming.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited for that podcast. Let's see what Kunal has to say. And I think it's his first time, right?
It's the first guest ever on the podcast. First time we've seen Kunal in our Trader TV Live environment.
Nice. Yeah, that should be definitely interesting. I'm gonna be. He's coming in on a call, right?
He'll be in on a call. Yeah, we'll be doing Zoom or something today. It should be a lot of fun. And he's going to have so much fun that he'll probably be coming back.
Nice. Yeah,
we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. It's our party.
I'm looking at this Tesla right here. Kind of got a little wick action to the highs and then comes right back in there. Market testing or trying to go back to that 18.4. Let's see if it can actually get there right now. But I don't have too much on watch here. I am looking at some of these charts. Don't really. Let's see. My plans were, I guess, DNUT, UPS. I did have some ARM and RDDT.
AMD's $1 now.
AMD's $1 in the money. Yeah, AMD's been.
Not in the money.
What's the AMD up to here? Okay,
because NVIDIA.
That 180.
We screwed that up because we talked about NVIDIA. And honestly, NVIDIA's the one, right?
Yeah, NVIDIA's
so when we were getting slapped around there, we did not get slapped around. We lost a couple, couple matcha lattes there. The idea here would be is that we had noticed NVIDIA was not breaking here. I wasn't here, it was right here, sorry, that's not that high. It was right into here where we were shorting this, right? And then around 230, what was actually under VWAP, under everything, under the 50. This should have been the short. All right, let's go. Ooh, I like this one. There is a note in here, I'm just hearing in my ear. I'm going to go long here quickly on Amazon. There's a note about internal leaking that they may have be able to save some money on some office-related expenditures, cuts, things like that. So obviously, we've heard some stock. I'm going to wait for that to be reported. We'll take a baby position against this bottom here, 178.50 for Amazon. Just hearing cost-cutting rumors in my ear. We'll bring it to you. But nothing, just saying Amazon shares increase activity, so we can clearly see that. Let's see now what happens with Amazon. Small position here, maybe we make a little bit on this, we'll try it. Up to 70 would be nice, and then we'll analyze it from there. Into the 200 would be good, and then more upside, because hey, look, even if you have 100 shares or whatever amount of positions you guys have out there, or nothing at all, interesting to see. So, it's kind of like a new part of the show, actually, Obi, for me anyways. I'm always watching the news, but I just kind of want to, because I've taken positions before where the story's nothing. It's tough to analyze, because when you're playing breaking news or anything like that, you really have to be careful on what that actually means for the company.
Yeah.
Is it an older story? Are these, and this is just from Benzinga Pro, and it completely responsible for all the trades I make. I'm not making this for any reason other than that. Amazon's been strong today, the market's down, but you have to be careful that some of these stories are rehashed stories.
Yeah.
So they're just on the wire right now. Good short on Tesla that you have, by the way. They're just stories that are being rehashed. So you got to be very careful with that. But we'll hold on for Amazon, which is why I have a take here for about 70 cents. Watching out for some of these bottoms to break. Let's give this back into 40 or so. It feels like they're, even without this news and nothing else, it came into VWAP. I kind of like the long. We're getting closer and closer to being out of our TQQ trade. And Amazon down here should have some kind of support back into the 40s. So I actually don't mind this trade, but it is the story that got me involved. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, I did kind of. So you guys know I was short on Tesla. I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna try to feel it out there. We pushed that 180.50. Lick grabs a consolidation high, stops me out. I'm like, oh boy, not without me. As it comes right back in, I'm gonna get right back into that short below that 180 half, and then it comes right back in. Let's see if we can get that reversion down into VWAP being at 179. I don't know if I'm asking for too much, but we did attempt to push that 181 half, and we are making higher lows. So I'm only looking for a quick little scalp there. I know I'm kind of against the trend here, but that action was I like what I saw there for a quick scalp. I'm just still trying to figure out how far I can really take the scalp in the long run there when I see that kind of action there. So this consolidation in and around about 20-30 pennies there. So let's see how far we can get to the downside, high being 81 halves where this candle closed, and then the ultimate high being 81.90s as well. So a little reversion to VWAP going into the close. We got about this going into power hour actually. So there's some size on the bid getting eaten, but it is a name like Tesla, and I've been watching it for a little bit here, and any sort of size that kind of comes up either way, it's more than capable of taking it out, is what I'm trying to say there. So nothing too outlier in terms of size that showed up, even with a couple hundred lots there on Tesla. But let's see what we do here on with the rest of the market here. I know that Nvidia was pushing to the downside, so let me pull up the chips real quick. And yeah, so chips right here, Nvidia below that 900 now, 898. So we couldn't necessarily get past that 907. So those shorts that you had never would have been out of the money there, Sean. So those definitely, that just goes to show those were great prices to sell, right? Those are great prices to sell at, and it continues to kind of even consolidating for over a few hours there, with only about an hour left in the trading day. It's still kind of attempting to push towards its lows there. ARM, we talked about the plans that I had. ARM, I was looking for a hold of this 122, 123 level-ish, and I definitely missed that, as the low of day was right at that 122 there. Sean saying Amazon is going. Yeah, that Amazon catalyst. I wasn't really here for that Amazon catalyst, but I can see that the volume
right now.
That volume came in. You're talking about this one.
Oh, that
earlier,
one. Yeah,
right?
yeah. You weren't here for that.
I wasn't necessarily here for that.
That was just Anthropic. So what they basically came out and said was, and by the way, here we go. We're at 78. Can you not give me a 70 damn 8? Wow. Nice. All right. Well, there's the Amazon hot off the presses story. Move over, Adara and Brendo. We got Benzinga in our ear now. But it was just a quick one there. It's now being picked up by Bloomberg. There it goes. Nice little move to the upside on Amazon. We're just taking this back. Also, the futures went there. So this is why you have to be very, very careful. And this is why I just joke about that. You know, Brendan and Adara, once something is published on something, that's when it's better to bring it. Like, I'm just literally hearing some of these little pieces in my ear. I'll bring it to you, whatever I can hear. But it's, again, been wrong. Not been wrong, but, you know, there's lots of stuff that happens in the market. So if you're attached to anything, go get it. It's Benzinga. I believe it's in our description. You can grab the QR code, and then they do have little live squawks here that I'm connected to. So I think it's a great opportunity. Here we go. So I'm hearing something about Lucid right now.
What's happening with Lucid?
I don't know.
Yeah,
they're just saying a spike in Lucid right now. So there it is. Look at this. A little bit of a move up right there. Yeah. So there it goes. You know, I'm not hearing a story about it. And this is why when I was telling you, we leave that kind of stuff to breaking actual news, because if there's a story here, that's a completely different idea than something gapping up and then completely stopping. So we'll wait for that one. We'll wait for Amazon. Amazon's trying to go. I mean, I feel pretty good about this trade. And then the TQs, we've just been emptying out the clip, man, to the point where we only have about 20% left. So that was another one. I mean, we hit this the last couple of days and been pretty proud about it. So good trading here on the TQs for sure. I think we've learned a little bit of something. We can go back and start to trade the futures if we're a little bit off put with some of these stock actionable events on stocks themselves. Amazon makes a move all the way back up, Obi. There we go. We'll take out some at 77 again because that move just happened. We corrected back in. We went right back up. It's Amazon, and we're long this name right now against some of that. So yeah, and there he says in the chat, a lot of stories are just rehashed all the time. 100%. That's why it's buyer beware.
Old news.
Literally all of the time.
Yeah, I think that
like Lucid came back down off that spike.
Yeah.
Anyways,
so it's news that's been out from before, right? And I think those can provide for great opportunities as well, where it's like if a move happens, like a euphoric move happens, and you're like, oh well, this news has kind of already been out, and then the move doesn't really follow through. I think it's good to kind of look for the fade on that kind of move there. And what was
well, that's kind of, yeah.
It was kind of similar, I guess. I always talk about this one trade that I had while I was retail at home.
Okay.
One of my better trades.
That's fine.
It was Kodak.
Yep.
You remember Kodak?
Of course.
Of course, it got a little bit of the Trump seal.
It was a Trump seal for sure.
What happened? I remember in the morning. What happened was Kodak had that news.
Yeah.
Right. It was a good move off the open, and then a beautiful all day short into the close. Right? They were talking about how Kodak has the infrastructure to bring drug manufacturing in-house. This was during COVID and everything, the COVID fear.
Story.
Oh, yeah. This is engraved in my mind. This is one of my better trades. I was like, okay, well, it got a little lucky, got a lot lucky. But so in the morning, take that short, nice clean fade, get out of the trade. I know for a fact there are people that are swinging this short big time. And I'm like, okay, well, I might not want to swing it like that. But the short is on. It comes, here comes the close, and then I'm chilling out. The market's done. I'm kind of taking a break. I'm outside. I'm scrolling through YouTube. All of a sudden, breaking news. Trump has what are they called? The
NFT?
Presidential
campaign?
No, announcement or something. Like an impromptu press conference or something, right?
Yeah.
So. It did RVOL. It was in play. That was day one, and then he comes out in the after hours, being like, okay, well, we've been kind of, we see how the situation is. We're going to be bringing drug manufacturing in-house. He doesn't even say the ticker's name at this point. And I'm like, there's only one ticker that had this kind of news today, and it was shorted like crazy all day, and a clean fade. I run back to my computer, right? It was in and around $7. I just punched the ask. I got like $9, and it just slowly, boom, 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 in off the open. It's trading at 50s. It pushes up into 50s.
First.
No. Well, I was short on the first day.
Right.
I took the short. I took a quick short trade.
So you were out at this point.
I was out of it. In the morning, it opens up. I'm like $9, nice. You know what? It's got the presidential seal. This has a high probability of squeezing. Lo and behold, come off the open, and we're squeezing past those 50s. And I'm like, holy!
So what?
Absolutely wild squeeze.
So what was the end result? I mean, this whole story. You got long 9, 7.
Yeah. Got out in the 50s.
Oh, 50s.
Yeah. It was like 40s
I was
or 50s.
waiting.
High 40s and 50s. Yeah.
Wow, great trade. Maybe your best trade ever.
Wild. Yeah.
On the retail side.
Definitely.
Good job, man. Well, congratulations.
Little story there.
You take
little
those.
presidential pump or seal from the DJT himself.
Weren't those days wild, man?
Oh.
I mean, I think we all remember those for sure.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, shout out to everybody that was trading back then. Wild days. Okay, so just and those of you that know, that's for sure.
That's when I realized like how powerful the offside trade can be.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Going the opposite way of.
No, clearly the majority or like a significant portion of the free float or the traded float is trapped in that situation.
So that was
right?
like maybe one of your first experiences with short floats potentially.
Not necessarily, but I was like, this is very likely to squeeze
Right,
because I liked playing squeezes because anything and everything would squeeze. There was a time where like high short floats were in play, where it would just they would have some crazy squeeze action if they got trapped. And I was like, yeah, this is a classic kind of like a trap. And it was the fuel for the trap came from the president.
Right.
Well, the bid or whatever.
That
right?
fuels a lot of
I
ideas.
mean?
That is for sure. You know what's fueling right now, though, is the market. The market bringing money to the shorts. And guess what, man? I mean, I misuse that Brittany, we did it again thing all the time. But where's Brittany at? Because honestly, like we're not even going to say oops this time. I mean, this is exactly what we did yesterday. It's the exact. Nothing's ever exact back-to-back days, but this is the short that we called, man. We were talking about this. Let's go. I mean, here goes the TQQs, man. We were talking about getting this into the 80s. We lost a little bit of patience by getting some out there at 10 and then some right now at 61, but here we go. I mean, these are the plays we're looking for. So now let's do that, man. Let's just put a bid. We're only 7 cents away from getting this bid anyways. So we'll put a bid in there, and there it goes, man. Let's go. That's a chicken dinner winner. You do not have to like chicken to like this winner. That is for sure. Nice move down. Shout out to vegetarians and everybody alike. That's a nice move right there. And what a upsetting. Good vibes only, my guy.
Gotta have the vibes.
As AMD just goes all the way down, and we got stopped out for a 20-cent loser, which of course now is cash money, down $1.50 from that. And there goes NVDA right now as the market is losing steam. I have no idea why I'm thinking short all the time into the close. I just honestly, I'm not finding too many positive catalysts in the market right now. All right, because we're still away from earnings, right?
Nvidia is about to push day low.
I actually had Nvidia up right now. That was what I was going to look at. I was quickly going to go over to Tesla because Tesla had such a dramatic move earlier on that if we can catch something like look at that trade on Nvidia. That was our trade earlier, guys. Like, I thought $9 was diamond hands. Not even close. All right, 892, and that diamond hand thing is pretty crazy. There it comes into the low of the day for NVIDIA. We actually highlighted the fact that it was down while it's, compadres, it's whatever you want to call these guys, competition maybe. AMD was actually up on the day. So we thought we were maybe the wrong way on that trade, but it's still falling back in again right now.
What's going on? What's the
Okay.
this is a good one.
No, Netflix is tanking right now, but I laugh because I just heard in my ear, and shout out to Kevin Uterin, he works for NASDAQ Canada. He was on the show for a while when we used to have some of our people that are brokers or working for exchanges on the show, so on and so forth. We don't have that anymore. He came on looking like Tiger King one time, and it was absolutely hilarious. I don't know that dude's name in Tiger King, but it was a topic of discussion on the show because I was watching it. The whole freaking world was watching it. I think it still might be the most ever watched series of all time. Tiger King. I know that's going to sound ridiculous, but trust me, if you look it up, it's in there. Anyways, I just heard in my ear that Netflix was going down because it was facing some sort of a suit about them producing Tiger King 2 or something like that. So I have no idea. It was some sort of a story about Tiger King 2. But anyways, Netflix to the downside, and I just want to talk about that because we had just mentioned stuff about news stories, and you get a nice little bit of a move down. Obviously, the market's moving down, but there's Netflix down another 3%. And again, how the mighty will fall. This is not. I don't think this is a hot take. All right, the market is going to revert.
Remember when Netflix was all the way at its lows? That's what we're looking at.
That's
right
the only
now,
time
right?
I bought it.
I was watching this ticker, or I was looking at this ticker last night, and I was like, and then we talk about kind of how what was it? Meta did kind of a similar move like this. Amazon's doing a similar move like this, and now we're seeing Netflix push a move like this as well. Kind of a V shape on a weekly, or even pull up a monthly V shape on a monthly. Absolutely wild there. Kind of recovering. Look at that quadunk. What was this? Happened in the span of what is this? 3, 6, 7, 8 months roughly. We hit the lows. 7 months we hit the lows, and then it took quite a while to kind of come back. We're not even back at those highs there, but that what is that? November 21. So first November 21 marked the highs for Netflix, and then we come in with that strong flush. Nice little reversion happening. Netflix?
Yeah.
Because it's like, how some of their shows are just they're
got it, got it. Yep.
Yeah. So it's a little play on words. I like to call them Netflix. So they make some good shows. They make some whatever shows, but I like that. It's like
Yeah, I remember so Netflix actually they produce shows themselves, that's for sure. I mean, Stranger Things and things like that have been
There's some good ones, yeah.
And shout out to someone in this chat was like Joe Exotic. That was a dude's name. That guy. That was a hilarious show. I mean, we used to have some fun with Tiger King around here. I feel like we had things to show that were Tiger King related, but I don't see any now. That was so long ago. But they buy content too, right? So they'll buy
them up and put a stamp on it.
That's Squid Game. Like something that was really popular there. I think is that Korean? But anyways, really popular show there, and they buy the rights to it and then get that all figured out. And that's been, we're almost done. I don't know if anybody's watched The Gentleman, but that's a Guy Ritchie thing on Netflix. It's really great.
I've seen it.
I've seen
like the trailer.
Have you seen the series though yet? So we're on episode. Well, we have episode 8 tonight, or at some point that'll be the last one.
The Gentleman is the one. The movie is the one with. Here, let me.
Yeah, you look it up. Yeah, it's Guy Ritchie did both of them, I believe. Brendan brought this to my attention that there was the movie originally, but now there's a series on Netflix. So it's really great. I think it's the same actors.
Yes, The Gentleman, the movie I have seen. That was.
Oh yeah, it's Matthew McConaughey.
Yes. Here, I'll pull this in right here. That's from IMDb. So
it's where they run the weed farm in their back.
Yes. Yeah. It was good. Nice little. It's a gangster movie?
Yes. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Gangsters.
And so if you want to see a series, it's 45 minutes a show.
Okay.
So that's really reasonable.
Related?
Yeah, like that's not fall asleep level for me. So, like I have a problem watching movies, unless I'm like really into it. If we're watching it at home or something.
Yeah.
And especially if it's like as if I'm going to stay awake at like 10 o'clock to watch like a 2 or 3 hour movie on like a Friday night or something like that. Because like the kids go to bed, whatever, let alone if I have like a glass of wine or something. Okay, enough story talk. All right, Peloton, we've already got a little piece out of that one. TQ's now 55 cents in the money. We're watching out for that. Let's find some more trades. All right, so we said we'd look at Tesla quickly for that to see what happened there. What happened to Amazon? Oh, okay. So we did have a small piece of Amazon. I wasn't even paying attention to this because, again, most of them out here at 73 and then at the 50 period here. Let me just tell you guys, so we did lose on the last 20%. I actually forgot that we had this as I was going about this. I was just watching TQQ and so on and so forth. But okay, so right now that's working out for us. Peloton, Robinhood, and Alibaba. We have a very small piece of Alibaba left. That's not doing anything. I would say get back into some of these longs, but with it's 318 now. I think we're just going to be looking for some shorts. So that's why I kind of got off track there because I wanted to go talk about Amazon, Tesla. So again, if we're going to go long on something, excuse me, let's go long if something pulls back into VWAP. That's strong. So this Tesla, we have to wait for 179. So that's not that far away right now. Generally speaking, in the past, again, I'm a changed damn man, including this right now. Let's go. We get that print in the TQQ here. So yeah, man, we're just shorting here as the day goes, but there's a nice little print there on the TQQs. As you can see, it's a nice move to the downside right here to end the day, hopefully on this name. But we're shorting the market here. Let's see if we continue to fall down. So that trade I'd be looking at would be Tesla down here in and around that 170. What was the level I just gave? 178? 179 actually, down into here, 179. Let's put some bids there, test this long if we come into Tesla at 179.
Yeah, I like that as well. I'm sitting short here, 180 halves, looking for that 179 to come in if that'll get there. But yeah, kind of coming into the downside with only about 41 minutes left till the bell, and the NQs are testing or attempting to test some lows there. Nvidia pushing to the low as well. Softy recently printed fresh lows in the previous 15-minute candle as well. So yeah, a few of the big boys kind of printing lows. Apple on the other other side, we kind of talked about how it might be opposite day for Apple. Apple's attempting or trying to push for high a day there. High a day being 173.12, trading at 172.80s right now. So only about roughly 30 pennies away from high a day there on Apple. So interesting kind of move there as the market kind of comes in. Apple's a little disconnected on the day, and it kind of showed us that it was disconnected in the morning, right? It was like, all right, well, I'm going to do my own thing here relative to some of these other large cap constituents in the NQ and the ES there. Is NVIDIA in the ES? I totally blanking out, but definitely in the NQ. No, as constituents. I'm blanking right now.
I know. What was the question?
NVIDIA in the ES.
In the S&P 500?
Yeah.
S&P 500. I mean, NVIDIA is the third
one,
largest company in the world.
Yes.
It's in the S&P 500.
Brain fart.
Yeah, brain fart time. Right there. But okay, so it's just funny because that name has just risen to epic levels this year alone.
Oh, yeah.
So,
The AI bid, right? It all started off with the AI bid. Semiconductors are kind of running all year. If you went long NVIDIA or any of the chips at the beginning of 2023, you're sitting pretty right now, right? So definitely a lot of this action, a lot of that bid, I think was part of that bid was definitely that AI kind of move, that AI hype that brought us in with the chips leading the way.
Okay, Marriott Marquis.
Yes.
Chef Joe is where his restaurant is, top floor, Marriott Marquis.
No way.
He said he would have hooked you up.
Wow.
He said he had no idea you were there.
Wow. Yeah,
He's
we're on the 9th floor at
shout out to Chef Joe.
the ballroom. Okay.
Yeah, he said he's also on the 6th floor in the main kitchen for the entire hotel.
Oh, I ran to grab some lunch.
Small world,
I ended up going to the little store there because I was like, okay, the next lecture is starting soon. I just got to go grab something real quick. But yeah, no, sure. Next time for sure, I'll hit you up, Chef Joe.
Yeah, he had mentioned that to me too. He's like, oh, the next time you guys are in New York or whatever, give him a shout. So there it is, man. A man true to his word. Shout out to Chef Joe. Again, we always talk about having the best community. Shout out to you, my guy, and for all that too. So there it is, man. Chef Joe at the Marriott Marquis. So that was kind of cool. All right. I hope he was okay with me saying that. I mean, I don't know why he wouldn't have been. All right, so
I still have to go touch the bull, so
you're going back. You're going back.
Yeah.
You're going back.
So, Chef Joe, we'll meet soon enough.
You will meet the Obi at some point, and you'll meet me at some point.
Yeah, let's go. Let's make a trip.
No, I don't pay for anybody to teach me something about how to trade, my guy. Right there, that is for sure. I should be speaking.
Go for a visit.
Go for a visit. Yeah. I'll go to New York for sure. Right there, but okay. Now I just want to say that Apple coming in.
I need all the mentorship I can get. You know, I'm trying to be a sponge.
No. I didn't mean it like that. I'm saying you can get as much. That's what it's all about. You just said be a sponge. You could not. We already talked about this. You could not read enough, get enough information,
meet enough people,
meet enough traders, find different trading styles.
Yeah.
That
was interesting as well. Like how differently everybody kind of trades. It's very, very interesting and unique ways to trade as well. So definitely, I've been marinating on that information over the past.
No, I've been invited to do the money show and different things like that throughout. It's just we're trying to figure out what we want to do here and if we're going to do stuff like that. So what's up?
Might be going to Vancouver in a couple of weeks for another kind of trading thing as well.
Want me to get you a free pass?
What's that?
Want me to get you a free pass?
To Vancouver?
Where are you going? What show are you going to? Let me know.
See, the thing is, I don't know him too well, but yeah.
I don't know him at all. Okay, so, all right. I think you should go, man. Yeah. All right, so you're going to go in there in a couple of weeks.
Okay, we'll
take some pictures, man. We got to take some pictures.
Yeah, I'm not really much of a pictures guy, but yeah, sure, I'll take some pictures.
Okay, yeah. Well, take some pictures of the food you're going to have then at least. Vancouver, man. Have some nice sushi over there for sure. All right, Alibaba, Hood. So we're not really into anything. The market did bounce up. We did not, obviously, get close enough for us to buy anything there. Down lower on Tesla, so that came into 179 and change. We'll find out what that's going to happen down there on that downside. We looked at Rivian before. I know it's 325. We're going to get those updated numbers in a minute, so hopefully that will be here for sure. Rivian 1105. You know what I was actually thinking about doing is, especially if people are in the GTA, I was almost thinking of like meet and greet on the golf course and things like that. Like I think that would be a lot of fun for a lot of traders, and just fun things like that. Because Neil, when he was here, and I'll have to talk to him when he gets back, he had said to everybody that he was going to be organizing some kind of a meet and greet. So maybe when he gets back, that will be on his mind, because again, he's on vacation, so you got to plan that, and then when he gets back, we'll talk to him about that. All right, so again, Rivian, we talked about this earlier today. You know, greater than the market, definitely gets going when it does, and that little break there, we talked about it at 11 o'clock. I don't know if traders remember if they were on when that was happening, but we had mentioned a possible top break there of Rivian, and it's never seen that again. So Rivian still, nice move up 4%. Looking at names that are like this, that they're greater than the market, and Rivian is one of those names today starting to get going. One name that we didn't look at was Meta, though. Okay, well under 500 again. See? Kind of just like this. This is why I go over and choose pain on the market instead of on individual stocks. Like if I'm going to short something here, Meta, you could just get wicked out like right there. Like if you went short 493, that looks like a trade that I took. Then you get wicked out and then the drop happens. This is probably the same time as AMD. But then look how smooth maybe. You asked me about SMH. There's still SockXL and there's other stocks like that. But again, like it's the same thing. Like everything is the same levels. It's just you might not get like that random 20 or 30 cent spike up, because that's not how ETFs work. You know, you can get nice spike ups on, like, see the wicks here? They're not, where are the wicks at? You know, if you're going to look at a stock like NVIDIA or something like that, now watch this blow up in my face.
What the hook gonna be? You remember that?
No, but that must be from, what's that from?
I forget who it was by. Hold on.
This guy. But there it is. Like, look at some of these higher. See, so if you're playing off this, like this wick alone on NVIDIA.
Murphy Lee.
I still don't know who it is, but
okay.
That is funny. Okay, just the way you said it was great. But there it is. So there's just different wicks, what I'm getting at here. So like if you're using this area as a stop, basically 900 or so, you get that wick up that just kind of like rant, goes up about $1, gets stopped out, and then this tank happens. Just less of those on ETFs. So just something to take in consideration, because you asked me that great question earlier, and I didn't have the greatest answer, but I feel like that's another one that we can add into our portfolio. Trading ETFs, less chance getting extended out on either an individual stock story or a quick spike in the futures. You don't get wicked out as
not
easy
as wicky, for sure.
on that. So
lots of liquidity as well.
That's why I feel like when you're using the TQQs, I'm giving it like 5 or 10 cents of extra space just so I don't get involved in something like that. But it can really hurt you on NVIDIA, because those wicks can be $1 or $2.
Okay.
What's up, Fabian?
Yeah. I think, he might have just been looking for something. I remember the name now, Bear Bull Traders. You ever heard of them?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they're having a summit in Vancouver.
Yeah,
that's Andrew Aziz. I think I saw him once at the Money Show, but like I said, I don't really watch their content as much, but I have started a little bit just to kind of see who these guys are. Tesla's kind of bidding back up into that 180, so you know what? I'm just going to get out of that one right there. A little bit of a different change in pace of that tape, but yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. And there's a Traders for a Cause event afterwards as well.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
I've always wanted to go to the one in Vegas, but I'm like, all right, let's start off with the one in Vancouver as well. But yeah. Good opportunity to talk to some traders and kind of meet and greet some people, ask them about trading style, and ask them about how they trade, how they trade, things like that.
Yeah, there's good work there too. There's charities and stuff like that.
It's gonna be my first one.
Traders for Cause and all that stuff. Yeah, I think that's great. We actually, I'll get it pulled down, but Real Trading, again, big sponsors throughout Toronto and GTA and throughout Canada and throughout New York as well, sponsoring many different things. I'll get the website up in a minute and have a quick look at that. Hey, what's up, Candy? Let me find out what's going on. Hey, $5. Thank you, Candy, for that. I don't know what that's for, but awesome. Thank you so much, Candy. Right there. Okay, let's go. Okay, yeah, we're not going to do that. All right, so we'll move on there. Shout out to Hugo there in the chat. All right, TQQs, Peloton back up, Robinhood still there. Alibaba, nice battle back for Alibaba. This is probably a good area to think about getting some out right now. Again, you see some of these wicks I'm talking about, like boom, nice wick to the upside right there as well. But Alibaba has been a money-making name for sure today for us. We only have one trade, and this was on the last piece of this right there that we wind up getting out. Buy it back, buy it back. Nice upside back into today's high is where I'm thinking. Let's put an offer at 71.60 there for Alibaba. If we're able to get that, great. We only now have less than 5% left or so of the TQs. We put an order down here. We talked about having 20 or 30%. We got out of about 10%, then about 15 or more down here because we're trying to hold to make sure that when we win, we win. So that was a good hold. We have very, very small piece left. Potentially looking to short again if we get back up to 61.50 on the TQQs. Whether or not that one comes in or not, I'm not too certain. Carnival. You had a good trade, or you had looked at one on Carnival Cruise today.
I mean, it started off as a decent one, but the way I exited the trade and the lack of aggressiveness when I did see things that I liked didn't really turn it into the best trade. So yeah, I can talk about it if you.
Before you do anything, Obi, we're not. I mean, look, 4,000 people watching right now, 361 likes. Come on,
gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
We got Obi in the building here. Like, you guys kidding me right here? I mean, let's go. So Obi, please, they're gonna have to listen to my voice until that gets to 500. I'm gonna force these people, if they want to hear some good stuff from Obi, I mean, come on, let's get this going. I will check back because the thing is that there's a little bit of a delay. Oh yeah, right here we do this sometimes in Toronto, Ontario, because again, if you're taking the same trades as us or looking at the same opportunities, sometimes there is a little bit of a delay. So right now it is 3:32:07, 08, 9. All right, Obi, the mic is yours. We just got, and I want to say thank you to everybody. We just doubled our likes right there.
Nice.
So we used to ask for it.
Yep.
It was 357.
Yep.
623 in less than 1 minute. 668.
Sounds
right
like
now.
one of your trades. Quick double up in.
Yeah, quick double up, quick, cut your net in half, stuff like that. Yeah, great trading. Yeah, it feels like that was Tesla, except for going up, not going down right there. 700 damn likes. We double it in a minute just by asking, but we can't do that without having everybody on our side. So I want to say thank you to everybody.
Thank you,
Obi.
everybody.
All right, man. Kill them with kindness, man. They're paying for them words.
Okay, yeah, the CCL, right? All right, so yeah, let's talk about that CCL.
Wow,
I really like, okay, so I do have to kind of continue watching my Tesla, so I'm going to pull that chart over here so I still have visuals on it. All right, maybe not on top of the tape that I'm watching for it as well, but okay, cool. So yeah, CCL, I liked the reasons to buy that I saw that happened on top of this $16 level here. A little late on the entry, but I did kind of get involved and was quite aggressive back in. So I did get involved. I was looking for more places to kind of get more. Didn't really get out much in the 17s. Comes back in, holds again. I'm like, all right, well, that's kind of what I want to see. I like the tape around here as well. It's starting to get a little aggressive. So I add a little bit more to that. And then it starts to reclaim VWAP. I think I can be getting more in here when we do reclaim that VWAP and start to hold. I think there was some stuff on the tape here. I was talking to Sean. I was like, okay, well, there's a lot of size on the ask just getting taken out. 1,000 lots on the ask at odd prices on the way to 17, getting taken out. I'm like, all right, well, if we break and hold 17, I want some more. And then we break and hold 17, and I do take some more. And then, but take a look at this exit. Absolutely disgusting, in my opinion, with this exit. No real reason to sell. I'm holding because I like the buying down here. Sure, your average is maybe in and around, I think it was 16.6s, so your average is still well below VWAP at that point. We're in and around VWAP, so it's like, all right, I'm risking down to VWAP. That makes sense. Why am I selling over here? We're still trending. We're still moving to the upside. We're holding this previous high, and we're attempting to push higher and higher. So this exit for me, absolutely disgusting. Entries not so bad. Can get a little bit better, maybe a little bit more aggressive, getting involved on the dips here when it does come in. It is trending here a little bit, and then it starts to hold that VWAP. I think I can get a little aggressive. I did get aggressive here. And I think that's why I kind of got a little jittery and just punched out. And I was like, okay, well, might be a little bit of a sizing thing there, but the move does continue, and I can do so much better by just having some structure to the sell rules, which I do have. But then getting a little emotional with that aggression, I kind of just jitter and punch out when it kind of just looks like it might be coming back into that 7 there. But it ends up holding a little bit of strong buying all the way back up to 16.7s. But yeah, CCL. Day one earnings, quite a nice move there off of this 16 and some change, 1630, 1640 base that it made on CCL. So yeah, still a couple more weeks till we have earnings session or earnings season in full swing again. But some of these names still kind of giving us opportunities going into the end of this earnings season also. So good opportunities nonetheless.
The opportunities really don't stop. I mean, whether or not you get stories, we talked about some of the news in China going through. Okay, here we go. So the triple Qs are making a move back up. So again, it's just back into VWAP again, into the end of the day. I'm just going to take a quick little peruse here of the imbalances just to see if there is potentially a bias one way or the other. Like if I see some big, huge names, is Walmart still above 60, by the way? Hold on a second. Okay, hovering. Actually, I did not buy any more or any Walmart whatsoever at these levels, but this is a good trade that I've liked. Walmart, interesting. Okay, anyways, a buy for Walmart, 1 million shares. All of these will get paired off. It's just, we've had this before on the show where we've showed you some of these interesting levels only to be able to find out that, if it's all sell, then that's when we'll be more influenced by a potential move that's going to be happening at 350. So we'll get those imbalance numbers. We used to get a total number from Brendan or Adara, whoever's on the desk, just about what that has been. But our source there, which was Financial Juice, thank you so much for that, Adara, has stopped reporting that. So we'll just bring that news when it comes out, but that's going to be at 350. Okay, so we'll pay attention to that. All right, so other than that, right now, the TQs, we are thinking about a reload there. We can do this. We still do have our same stop order in, which was at a break of 50s up there. So we could take it. I mean, again, we've made a lot of money on this idea, and I always feel like you want to go back to the well. When there's a money-making idea, you want to be able to be there, so we're going to do that with the TQs. We'll try it one more time. We faded into this. It is a little late right now, so let's take some more shares a little closer. We'll try to get almost the same price that we have right now, 46s. So I'm just going to wait at 46. There it is. So we're short now. We have our stop up here. This is 7 cents worth of a stop. I like the risk here again. We've already seen it pay off. Let's see if we get it again now. Because we've made money on this trade, and again, like this is just trade it for however you guys want to, but I think it's worth holding on for a little bit. If we can get something back to VWAP, that could be a good spot for us, 10 cents. That's about the risk. We're actually taking less than that into this close. You don't want to stand, Obi. I don't know if you just made a trade there.
I got out because NQ is ripping, ES is ripping.
We're out
short
too.
Tesla. Tesla bounces off of VWAP. Does aggression on the tape, kind of coming in confluence with that market tailwind. Yeah, I kind of want to just get out of that one.
Okay, good. So again, we'll slap a fail. We'll flush down, but again, still my number 2 stock, which now it's hovering around Apple. We were up much more, not much more, but Apple's going to be, this is an early trade. We shorted that really crazy spike there. Boom, right?
Boom.
On Apple to the downside. That seems to be a really good trade. And then my number 1 trade today is early. It's NVIDIA. I'm hearing right now in my ear that Johnson & Johnson is getting another chance to defend their position. And again, this is just a news story. Here it is. So I have it on Benzinga, so we could talk about getting an opportunity to defend their position in their talc case, which has been a real bad bad headwind for them, man. I mean, I think Johnson & Johnson would be absolutely mooned without some of these problems. But, okay, so there's more. So a chance to contest. So that's always good. Obviously, these guys are, I mean, the lawyer bill that Johnson & Johnson must have, I mean, it's probably public. Obviously it is because they're a public company, but it's ridiculous the amount of money and effort and everything that they've spent on this. And for good reason. I mean, look, ovarian cancer due to some of your products, it's a nightmare, man. We've seen companies there with the asbestos has bankrupt many companies as well. We had, it wasn't Caterpillar, it was 3M with the masks. Anyways, interesting there, 53,000 lawsuits relying on whatever these judges say here. So it's not, I'm not laughing at the cases, it's a very serious situation, but for J&J, this has to be good news for sure as they look to defend their position in that. And again, pretty choppy right now. I feel like they settled, I forget, it was something at 7 billion or something like that. I feel like there was some positive reports from them, but there's still so many individual cases on that. So Johnson & Johnson, again, a piece of my portfolio, but would rather be in a safer name right now, maybe like a Merck or an Eli Lilly or something like that. But right now, Johnson & Johnson, good one there. All right, so that's that. So we get stopped out of our TQs, and it's a good thing we did. We got stopped out on that break of 53, it was, so we actually get 54s. So again, very little slippage there in the TQs as volume can hold us on that. So that was a good one. As
wow.
Is AMD
5,300 on the ES just keeps on slapping up there, and the NQ as well, trying to push for that 18 half. So yeah, that strength is absolutely wild. That's what I'm saying. Apple fresh highs, Softy kind of ripping up as well. Nvidia back at 900. Nothing too crazy there.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Yeah, no worries, Adair. It's all good. Okay, so I just went right back to the name that we were upset about in the past. AMD is right back. We could get it again, but man, have times changed? And yeah, no. With this movement right now, I'm not going to stand in this way of anything. There goes AMD right now. So yes, finally pat ourselves on the back. We did not short in front of this train. We did reload our position in TQQs, but look what's happening right now. It's Alibaba, right back to today's high. We're sitting here right now. Let's wait to see if we can get that. Maybe we're getting too greedy waiting for a 65 print here on Alibaba. I'll just assess this and see where we can go. But that's a good move off that bottom. You see some of these takes down there, 71.30. I mean, those were good. The only time we got stopped out was right there, and we bounced off the 200 period, got back in, and then now we're in this trade again. So let's put an offer at 60 on Alibaba. We just bounced off there. That's close enough to that level of the high of the day, and another bouncing off spot right there for Alibaba. Now that I see this market trying to turn around here off of another key level, man, look at that 18.5. Come on. Yeah, like that was probably getting close to a short. The only problem is here in the end of the day, do you really want to hold something 50 points against you? So right there, that's 15 points against you. That's what you'd have to do in my opinion. So if you're going to short 18.5, I feel like you got to leave it to here. If there's enough room in your account to do that, this is not a horrible idea in my opinion. Going short now against that, but again, nice little move upside here in the market, giving me some kind of ways. So we'll wait to see what happens. But for right now, it's a nice long. We'll get out of some Alibaba. Peloton, right back to highs again. This was just a quick little trade. By the way, AMD fell off of that level. So AMD just came right back in again. Could be something there for sure on AMD. Let's just empty out everything on Peloton. I was going to wait for a bit higher. Let's just get, sorry, hold on. There's Peloton right there. Let's just put something out. Depending on what prints, we may or may not get it. There's some different gateways printing off here. So a lot of those D prints coming through and whatnot. So we'll wait for that. Robinhood still 16 cents. Anything you're working with? Tesla almost got down to 179.
It actually bounced VWAP. There was aggression that came in off of the VWAP.
Yeah.
And I did kind of, again, a little cheeky long off the VWAP. Now finally trading with the trend a little bit. But that 179 bounce, nice little aggression off of that VWAP as well. And you have the market tailwind pushing up into some of these levels, 5,300 and 18.5 as well on the NQ and the ES, or ES and the NQ respectively. And yeah, so that let's see if we can actually get a bounce off of that VWAP on Tesla, or is it going to kind of do its own thing? CCL is still holding that 17 level right now. Nvidia trying to push towards that consolidation high, 902 as of right now. Oh boy, look at this strong one. Both Google and Softy ripping very, very aggressively. And look at the spider. That's definitely climbing up the spout quite aggressively as well. 522 halves on the spider.
Dude, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I might, depending on how your trading day is going. Let's just wait to see here what's going on with CGC. I mean, again, I really did. Like, we've been talking about CGC for a minute here. I did buy some more here before the split into the 50s, which is now almost a double up, because I thought, didn't it go 10 to 1? So we went, I think it was 60 cents. Yeah. So now you're really starting to go, man. You are starting to get, honestly, pun intended, you're getting heated up right now in these marijuana stocks. I mean, well done to the upside. I'm going to actually look at it on my e-signal chart, because we don't go the split adjust right here. So let's just have a quick look again at what this looks like on a split adjusted chart. So there it is. Huge move up right now, just happening. The low was 275 basically, and now you're up to 9 and change. So we just made this low. Wow, that was not long ago at all, Obi. That was 2 weeks ago. March 15th, 13th, 14th, that was 275. So that's 4x your money right now, almost. Let's go 3.5 times your money, up to $10 almost. Great move for CGC. And honestly, I feel like that it's cash out time on these plays. What we'll lose on Fisker, we'll make back on this, no problem. But
are you still holding some of those from
Fisker?
No. Some of the cannabis names.
Yeah, man. Like
nice.
No, not nice, man. Not nice. They've been nice now because they're battled back. But this is Tilray, Obi.
Yeah,
this is we got killed. You want to talk about CGC as well on a daily chart? I mean, we are nowhere. We're not even close. But yeah, nice hold. I have to say that. So I'll take that for what it's worth. Nice move up for CGC, and now at day's high. So for anybody that is potentially partaking in the longs, congratulations. CGC definitely rocking to the upside right now.
A little bit of quick scalp off of that action off of VWAP. I was looking to get more on the pullback. I think that 179.5 pullback was nice, but then I'm kind of split between, like, when do you add to a position that's kind of a loser. I know there's a saying by the great Paul Tudor Jones, losers average losers. It's very famous, and I'm like, all right, well, there's a good reason why that's a thing, because whenever I'm averaging into my losers, more often than not the best trade. But I think there are some times that specific times that can warrant that based off of the action. There comes the 180. That's what I was looking for. The 180 test off the 179 rip on the Tesla. So yeah, I got out of the short because I saw that aggression off of VWAP. Then I switched long on top of the 7.9 and then I added more into the 80s for the push into 180. And when that 180 doesn't come right away, I jumped out of it. But that's something I need to work on. Clearly, my exit game is not that strong right now. But that 180 does push, and we are pushing that 180. But I like that kind of push, that aggression that does come in at a place we were looking for that, right? We were talking about that 179 had that confluence with VWAP, and you get that quick bounce with that market tailwind into the imbalances, right? So a little bit of aggression going into that 180 on Tesla. I did not hold into the 180 like planned. So lots to improve on. Definitely UPS wow, yeah, it's a good thing I gave up on the short on this name because I was fighting it multiple times, and then it's continuing to push higher into the close there. A little bit of a reversion, it would seem, after a really strong sell-off yesterday, as you guys can see, very, very aggressive. Now, I don't know what the news was. I think there was some news in the pre-market, but I don't think anything that really warranted this kind of thing. But what do I know? Maybe somebody saw that news. They were like, all right, well, that's good enough for us to start selling. So I have no idea, but the selling definitely came in strong yesterday. We're getting that nice reversion today. Not even a 50% reversion. Is this 30% yet?
We have 15 seconds right now. Candy, I got your question on IBIO. I will get that in a second, and thank you again for the super chat. It's Candy again asking about here, I'll put it up quickly. Asking us about IBIO. So we'll do that. Thank you so much. Fifth super chat. We'll drop that down. Thank you so much. I swing at this level, please. Okay, we will go over that, Kenny, but here are the imbalances out. Right now, it's 350, so we'll wait to see what that number is, but TLT with a nice little bid there. Lucid with a sell of 1.4 million. So remember we had that news where Lucid kind of gapped up right there? Well, that was the gap, and then absolutely no follow through on that. I'm not seeing any major NASDAQ names. I mean, obviously we see one of the biggest here in Apple. That's a sell, but that's still going higher. Good news for Apple shareholders, I feel like, as they've really battled back from that crap that happened yesterday or 2 days ago on the DOJ investigation again. You know, Apple, they definitely need to get investigated for making what the DOJ calls a superior phone. That's a problem. You never want to be a company to make a product that doesn't, make anybody leave. You always got to give people the chance to leave your environment. Anyways, all right, we'll talk more about that as well. But yeah, so not much on here, not much happening. The number is 650 to buy side right there. So thanks to Adara for that one. It doesn't look like we're super excited about anything right now. Alibaba did not give us that level, Piton did. So we got 41s on Piton actually. So I was waiting at 42. I put a 41 there into the imbalances. We got it. I mean, let's go. Let's spin it. I'm happy with that trade. I don't know. Nice. All right, IBIO, Candy.
Solid. Because if I got it off the news, right?
Yeah.
So
there it was. It was about
that.
healthcare, potentially getting involved in the insurance side of things there for Peloton. So I think that's a good idea because whenever people don't have to spend their own money, like if you could put something through insurance, more likely.
Yes.
And there's a lot of products like that, including the Apple. Today we got the Panerai on, but the Apple Watch and stuff like that, because if they have that blood oxygen sensor, I believe.
Yeah, that's what they had the issue with, right?
Yes, and they had to get rid of that in the new one. Was it the blood oxygen? Yeah, it was. I believe.
Because it's like, you're tracking personal data, which is usually like, I don't know, when it comes to like healthcare and stuff, you're not really supposed to be giving that kind of stuff out. It's private information, right? So I can understand what the issue there is.
But with the blood oxygen, it was actually the sensor from Massey.
Okay.
So they didn't have the rights to use that technology, and they said they stole it and blah blah blah.
Okay. That's
Anyways, they'll get that all figured out. Then Apple's just like, okay, well, we'll pull it off our watch until we get it figured out. I just heard something drop down there, so I'm going to wait. Are we ready to go? Okay, we'll wait. So quickly before we go, because we do have a question on IBIO. So let me do that, then we'll go to Brendan. So, okay, Candy, look, we already been up here. This name reverse split, like 20 cents, reverse split up to $4. Now you're getting this move today. I like the out right here, right now. Honestly, like that's a reverse split level. It came all the way back in. Today, IBIO to the upside. It's on our watch list with news. I think it's an out there. If you're long at 270, I'd put some in your pocket. If you think you want to hold for tomorrow or anything like that, I cannot blame you, but there's been a lot of stock and there's probably people in our chat that could help you out. This is only a 3.5 million share float. Obviously, if it gets running, then you've already got it, man. You're up 200%. I would put some in my pocket on these levels because that $4 level, you could just zoom out and see that. So I'd be very careful with IBIO here, and I think profit is always a good thing. So put some in your pocket and hold the rest. Why not put 75% in there, hold 25% for that dream? It's all a dream when Brendan's speaking, so let's go see what he has to say.
Alert. There is a huge Easter sale on right now at Trade Ideas. If you haven't done so right now, scan the QR code, bottom right corner of the screen. Yeah, that says 20% off. It's actually 25% off. But as this says as well, prices go up April 1st. So go take advantage right now, 25% off for Trade Ideas.
Thanks, Brendo.
Wow, yeah, I mean, that's a great product. We use it all the time. They have the anchored VWAP on there as well. And another great product. And thank you, Michael Noss. And again, you also have direct connection to Michael, who's helped build that platform and knows it like the back of his hand. And I actually got to say, thoughts with Michael Noss as he's expecting his second born.
Oh, wow, nice, congrats.
So he dropped that on the show. I think he's mentioned it before, but that's either this weekend or next. So we're really excited for Michael, and I won't be able to get the smile off my face because kids mean everything to me, anyways. And so shout out to you, Mr. Michael Noss, and congratulations and a safe delivery on that one. So shout out to my good friend, Mr. Michael Noss. All right, so only 55 right now. These could pair off. Thank you, Candy, for that. I don't have any stop orders. I'm just making sure. We still have got Alibaba. We talked about that. We've let this name kind of drift back up to the upside. We'll take a piece out here at 55 if we can and cancel our 60. Put a 55 back in there because that did not fill. And then we'll go over to Robinhood. Our last trade of the day will be Robinhood. As, by the way, AMD's back up to 180. We looked at 181, 182 today. Let's see if AMD can dance for us tomorrow. I like AMD at those levels, so we'll see about that. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Robinhood. So it did fall back in a little bit there. These are unfortunately going to be like the levels that we got it out at. So we're long down here at 1970. We do miss that opportunity to get out there. I was watching it. I thought we could have broke that high. And then obviously I wasn't watching it close enough because the out should have been right there at the 50-period moving average. So the minute that was broken, we know better than that. We should have been out. So we'll wait now, but $20 might as well just punch out of Robinhood. And there's the out. Alibaba, we just get that out at 55. As you can see, it breaks through. So a good trade there for Alibaba. And not much else happening right now, just trying to get out of Robinhood. And you're in no positions as well. So
I got nothing.
A quick look
right now.
Imbalances. Ooh, Intel showing up out of nowhere. So that's a good one potentially for a trade here on Intel. So we'll look at that. We'll get out of Robinhood right now. Intel with the bid. So you can see that move continuously going. $44. I mean, I guess they finally got going there.
Yeah. That 42 consolidation, I think that was like that breakout. I think that was the trade.
All it needed was for me to be short into 40 for it to bump up to 44. So remember, we had that the other day. I think you were here as well. This is a very confusing name, man. 3 straight days of the upside. Like, this is Bizarro World. Again, obviously, it's news related. But when you have Intel up 4% and NVIDIA down, which at one point was down 3%, now down 2 and a bit, that does seem a little strange to me. But with only a few minutes left, I feel like we need to be buying these dips on NVIDIA. And once again, you missed it. But I don't know. I still think there's a pretty decent pullback coming in all of these names. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
we got time on our side.
You
have more of it on mine. That's for sure. Do we have the earnings board? I know we hadn't talked about it too much because we do have the podcast and no market recap show tonight. But I guess I'll be put back to work tomorrow. It will be back tomorrow, March 27th. So, all right, we already had Carnival today. After tonight, big market cap name. So let's go after market. Oh, wow, that's right. I talked about Rumble on the podcast and forgot that it was now. I thought it was Thursday for Rumble, but okay. RUM, let me double check that with Trade Ideas that it is today. I almost thought it was Thursday there. It's postmark. I have postmark at the 27th, which is today. Okay. So I've really liked Rumble, and we talked about this on the podcast. Some levels here for Rumble back in, and since we talked about it last weekend, it's been a nice move up, man. I like this level back in here for Rumble, trying to change the way they dealt with advertising and streaming. I like Rumble down here. Let's see what happens. It's going to be more about the guide. Interesting to hear them talk about subscribers, what they have moving forward, if there's any new podcasts or any new streams coming to their platform. So there's Rumble. We like that. All right, what's on here that interests you, Obi?
Just Rumble. I think RH is kind of a familiar name, but I'm kind of forgetting if that one is that's not Robinhood, but it's the other one, right? It's like the what is this one? Hold on, that's Tesla News. Retail trade specialty stores. What do they do? Yeah, so this one is reporting tomorrow morning as well. Let's see. With 5 billion market cap, okay, not too bad. Let's take a look at the daily here. How much volume does it do on average? Average volume is about 500K, so not really too much there on that $300 ticker as of right now, just underneath that $300 level, kind of in the middle of this range that it's been making on the daily, I guess the weekly as well. Over the past year, we've pretty much been inside this. What is this? The low extremes being in and around 207s, and then kind of the high at 406, with kind of some of these highs being in and around these 300. So yeah, nothing too crazy there. I think I remember past couple of weeks.
10 seconds.
There were, okay. And once again, I have talked too much. So thank you, Sean. We'll count it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. Thanks for joining us.
And we're done.
Yes, sir.
So that's that.
How was your day?
Fine. Could have been better at the end of the day. I mean, I feel like...
Same. I have the same answer.
Yeah. I mean, we had some good plays, man. I mean, the Apple top, I think, was a good play there. I'm still a little bit... I'm not shook by this, but I feel like this could have been that would have been a nice pop up there to have that. We missed the AMD trade there. But I feel real responsible about this because back-to-back days, we really hit the cues really well.
Yeah.
Took advantage of it, got this piece out at the end of the day, then just took it out, should have reversed long. That's the one thing we're going to have to work better on. When key levels are broken, think about why they're breaking and potentially go the other way. So the NASDAQ ends the day up 0.32. I used the word resiliency earlier on in the day, and it seems like the NASDAQ just says, yeah, man, we are, and I agree. So nice move back up to the upside on that one, man. I'm going to go drink some more water, get ready for the podcast. But yeah, I haven't been here too much at the close.
Yeah.
We're always at the desk.
while.
Feeling good, man. Reminds me of the good old days. All right, Obi, promise me you'll join me tomorrow.
For sure.
All right. Guys, tomorrow's last hour will be with Randy. We're going to give you a chance to relax and put on some maybe big trades at the close if you want to. Sit beside Max himself as well. So, all right, see you, my guy. All right. Ramin wants us to film more TikToks.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. I thought you were just joking. Oh, man. Okay.
I don't even have a TikTok account.
Huh?
I don't even have a TikTok
Neither do
account.
I.
Yeah.
There's about 10 fake Seans, though. Don't worry, Sharif does. Okay, guys, we'll see everybody. Let me guess, Brendan, TikTok account? Yeah, he has 5. Let me see. No. My guy.
All right.
All right. We'll see everybody tomorrow, and we'll see you soon, Mr. Kunal. Podcast tomorrow, Saturday.